Good morning, chat. How's the audio this morning? Bruh, I know. I should just sell myself in a little baggie. Alright, audio's good. You get some subtle. What fell behind me? Oh, my watch fell. That's what I meant. No, there's no video yet. It's fine. Should have game audio and me, and that's it. And it's just the two of us. We can make it if we try, babes. Hello, good morning to you, the humble viewer. I'm here on a Sunday morning, busking for rent money. Again. I'm not going to sit here too long. We're going to get in the game. And I'll explain this however many times it takes. Especially if you're not a Patreon supporter. I haven't been bleeding everywhere, but last month, so almost 2 months ago now, I was laid off for the third time in 3 years. And I've been working on this and that, the fear video being the obvious thing. There's the next project is well underway, but that's still a little bit of a ways out. And I've been exploring all these different options. And we've got a cat, and he's just doing what he wants all the time. You know, guys, if you've been here before, like, you know how this works. I was actually thinking about updating the screen stuff, but there's so many things that have changed since the last time I've streamed. I used to have a little fundraiser thermometer, and Streamlabs hid that, I think, in their version of OBS. So we're just going to be kind of manually updating it as we go. We're going to get into the game here. Let me know if the audio gets too much, if it's too loud, if I'm fuzzy. Just give me a ring. And if you're in the Discord, you know we can chat live. You know we can. It's how it works. I'm here to play Disco Elysium. I've actually played this I wanted to be very sure, but Steam said the last time I played this was January 15th of 2023. So it's been, 27 months. I put a couple hours into it back then, so I have a little bit of a grasp of what it's going on. But we're going to start from scratch anyway. We're going to start from scratch, and I'm just going to play. If you're able to support, I appreciate you. I've got all my different options, whether it's the super chat, whether it's coffee, buy me pizza, any of those. Everything helps. Just trying to pay rent as I'm looking for work because the job market was bad. I'm going to tell you guys, like, the last time I was laid off was November of 2023, and I did a 12-hour Starfield stream. And I was unemployed for a year and a day after that. That was a brutal time, and my fiance will let you know about that, absolutely. And so I had a job. And then I was there for 4 months, and I was laid off again. And I was like, okay. So now I'm 2 months into the job search yet again, doing what I can. And this is one of the things that I can do. And so if you're here to watch, dope. Let's chat. And if you're able to support, I've got options. Let's bring up the game. Yeah. I'm so glad I set this all up last night. And I'm going to be playing with the controller. I was playing with the mouse and keyboard, or the mouse really, before. And I didn't realize really that this had controller support. This is the director's final cut thing, which I know has all the gameplay augments. And why does it not recognize my controller? Did I do something? Well, what are we doing, mouse? Oh, do I? Hang on. Do I have to shift tab in there? Hang on. Alt tab. There we go. I hope. No? There you go. Yeah, we got RFK in here. Come on. Come on. What are we doing? Come on. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, let's start a new game. And go in here. I remember. So, I've had like this interesting trepidation about playing this because before I even grabbed it, well, I don't know if someone had bought it for me. There was. Everyone had done their 2 to 3 hour video essay about this and described every last theme about it and blah 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 blah. So it became hard to imagine playing it beyond what they were describing. So now that it's been enough time, maybe I've forgotten enough of it that it can be a lot more of a pure first time experience. I do remember doing sensitive last time. Extremely intelligent, very bad with people. We're going to do sensitive again. Inland Empire. This game is so interesting. Begin. Yeah, this is reminds me of Michael Wincott. I know it's not him, but this guy's like definitely harming his voice, getting this thing done. This is great. Give me more. How about you cough up some more of that sweet oblivion? Let's go to the return trip to the silence, please. Oh, thank you, Country Mouse. You're the best. I appreciate you. Oh my goodness. Where are we at? Try to keep some notes as we go. Don't stop, keep saying, sing me that song of death. Whites. This is exactly what I know my brain is doing when I wake up in the morning. That is... It's, I think that's part of the magic of this game, is just enunciating what simple thought processes. Mother, help me, there's a head attached to my neck, and I'm in it. Take me back to the formless, disembodied nothing. Yeah. Cut my head off, it's trying to murder the rest of me. Thank you, Mr. Shatsky. I appreciate you. I know. Actually, it should... Well, I know it's evening over there. Oh, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, here we're in 3D, and I got socks. And my skivvies. I'm not holding tab. Oh, that's too much information right there. So, yeah, look at it. I know. I know. Can you imagine having a key ring with just one key on it? Is there a zoom? Maybe that's too much to ask for. Let's look around. I'm gonna take all. Disco ass blazer. Look at me. Oh, I've got such a head. This game is one of the best, I think, of reenacting what it's like to come from a hangover. You see in the bathtub, booze. I'm getting used to the controls. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm saying. Triggers. Yeah. Why is the tape player rolling? Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. Well, that's not nice. Yeah, let's... I guess one shoe. Yeah. I gotta stop that. Was it left trigger? Oh, those are fighting. This game does not bring up... Hang on. What's the options? Controls. Okay. So B is highlight. Interaction. I'm gonna come back to this, I swear. Alrighty. Alright, we're back in it. Let's do it. I think we got everything. Oh, there's a door. Oh, there's stuff over here. I look like Groove Champion from Interstate 76. Well, why would they do that? Really? Nothing? Oh my goodness. Let's wipe them here. Uh-huh. Abort. I don't care. Let's go. I want to see what I look like. Yeah, that's me. Hello. I don't know if no. Let's say if someone wants to tell Baldy in the Discord that I'll be streaming until my head falls off. I think that's about where I'm at. This is the face of a late stage alcoholic. The face is making itself. No, I'm going to keep making the face. Sympathetic, an expression of pain. No, superstardom. Come on, guys. Let's check for the pulse. Oh. Very low. Wow, yeah. Well, both of these are bad.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Okay.
It's too late. Like an image of
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. Let the mirror be for now. What else? What else is over here? I get that, and there's a door. Nothing to it, huh? All right. I do like the highlight function on here. Yep, let's take my shirt. My portrait in the corner is something horrifying, absolutely. Oh, I can grab whatever that is. I remember this. This is great. I'm gonna have an adventure with my necktie. Let's pull on the fan. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, why did I do that? Let's pull it over. Alright. Alright. We got it. Alright, I think we got everything. Did I grab it? Oh, there's a... Oh, yeah, there's a broken window here. Let's assess the damage. If you need an existential crisis, like if you just need to existentially feel something, you play this game. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's probably why all the hipsters love this game. Because it tells you everything. Alright, let's leave the room. Now we get some speed. How's the window here? Oh. Oh yeah, there was a highlight point here. The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. I believe that. That was my broken window there. Alright, it wants us to not be here. Or it wants us to... Oh! So it looks like a rat. How's everyone doing this morning? Oh, here's my other shoe. How did I get out there? Well, you know it. Uh-huh. There we go. Alright. So I got all this stuff. Green snakeskin boots. Shoes. They might as well be boots. Okay. That's some sinister music. Something on the table. Yeah? Oh, yeah, I'll take the money. Is it Real? I think it is. I don't know. The year is 51. Let's talk to the lady here. Wait, I know, I'm a businessman. CEO, right? Okay. Chief Technical Officer?
No, you're a police officer, sir.
Are you sure?
I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time.
Oh.
You've been here for 3 days on official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Nah. I don't remember being a cop or anything else.
Because of the drink.
I don't see how that's possible. Who in the right mind would let me be an officer of the law?
Harsh on yourself.
Actually, I can see why they would entrust me with the law. I have the right character.
List contradictory statements.
Yes, what you just said. I can't come up with anything.
Sorry, I was being glib. I'm sure you're a great cop.
I'm sure I am too.
She's not. Reassert yourself by being flirtatious.
No. Who in the right mind would let... No. Well, let's try it.
Try the expression. Come on. Why are you still doing this?
I'm at death's door, bloated, a goner, and still. Does the longing ever stop?
Alcohol raises testosterone levels, especially in men. The levels remain elevated after inebriation ends and the pain begins. You see, comfort is only natural.
That's right. Oh my goodness, Curbs. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm pinging the Discord. I'll hit some of these up. We're gonna do breaks periodically as we go through.
She puts out a cigarette. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Wow, it never stops. Bye.
Okay. What a great conversation.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Am I a smoker?
It's what you are. A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jerome. You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub.
Man, I have never heard a cigarette stub described so heckin' gorgeously. But you broke it at the filter. I can't smoke that.
How very astute of you. This represents ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire.
I mean, you could smoke it until it burns your lips, I guess.
Make sure that all of them able-bodied, then smoke them all.
If you need to feel so... Yeah, this game is for feeling stuff.
To make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
Mmm, the necktie.
You could not do that. No one's
I should enthusiastically do that.
good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now, but find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man, a mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils.
That's right.
Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Love bonuses. Yeah, Try with the lady.
The door is closed.
What's not?
There's no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Sunrise. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everyone is
What? No. Oh no. All right. Beauty, don't abandon me in all this ugliness. Why not?
Probably thinks you're a has-been loser too. You feel your funny necktie becoming tighter and tighter around your neck.
Unlock again. Try the handle. Alright, we're out. We're good. We're good. Yes, I see you and I want to press you. It's the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trompe-le-Monde. But I'm not French. I know this is a vaguely European setting. Yeah, let's go down the stairs. Yes. And the
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
I mean, I've been lurking in the server, but I don't really use the text chat. For the
Yeah.
simple reason that I use the text chat on other servers, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I said, well, I'm doing well.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's like, woo. Where you come? Awesome. Have you played this before?
Wait, what?
Disco Elysium.
I
I'm.
didn't see it.
Oh, your name. So I'm streaming right now, and you're live on the stream, caller, and so I'm playing Disco Elysium now, and I'm raising money for rent at the moment. But I'm welcoming you in.
I
Yeah.
didn't know you had a Twitch channel. Jesus Christ.
No, because it's on my YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah. So if you're subscribed and you get the notifications, you might have got a ping about it. Otherwise, it probably in your subscription. But regardless, I'm in the chat, so people who want to come in and say hi or whatever. I'm playing the game and commenting on it as I go. So I'm in the cafeteria of this hotel. If you want to follow along at home.
I mean, I played this opening section a few times, but you know, I've never been able to get very far in Disco Elysium.
Why is that?
I just get overwhelmed by how much prose there is. Because like,
Sure.
the game is prose, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I want to read a book, I read a book. If I want to, not to be rude to the fine, now disbanded Estonian developers, but you know.
Yeah. Well, and once and former and current and like split up in that. Yeah, the whole drama around that. No, I hear what you're saying, and I approach this not as a book per se, but as an adventure game with like a lot deeper mechanics. Because usually you play
That's fair.
an old school like adventure game like the Lucas Arts games of old, and you'd have a couple of options and that's it. Or you just play a modern RPG and you'd have a couple options. But this idea that you are this rotisserie of personality components talking to each other is pretty interesting.
Yes, you are a real decorated hero.
I'm a real decorated hero.
What did you not do? First you took the body down, then you solved the murder, then you didn't trash my hostelry. Maybe you even negotiated.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the co-hosts of Red Scare, terrible podcast, but
Red Scare?
they used, yeah, okay,
I've never heard of them.
they're not, okay, they're part of like the dirtbag left, but not the part that's good. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Like they're not like Chapo Trap House. They're like, I don't even know if they're leftists anymore, to be frank with you.
Uh-huh.
It's messed up. Sorry.
Uh-huh. Let's see. So I apparently trashed... Well, it was pretty clear that I trashed my hotel room and did all the... I'm guessing I didn't do any of these things.
You didn't. It's only taken you 3 days not to.
What have I been doing? Have you seen me around?
I haven't seen you around. Not always.
I'm gonna look at the stuffed bird here.
Well of taxidermy, the white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and
So,
dry lines.
not to be
One of its
rude,
wings broken.
but what were you laid off from?
I was a marketer. I can't go into specifics,
No, that's fine.
but it was definitely...
For specifics.
No.
I'm looking
But,
for specifics.
yeah, but like... Yeah, one of those like... It was no fault of my own. So it was like, okay, well... And when you need a job to have an existence, it's like, how am I supposed to exist without a job?
That's fair.
And that's a bummer.
Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Something about it makes me feel bitter. What happened to the bird?
Your buddy is over there.
Oh, yeah, at the doors. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Go and talk to him.
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Something tells me you don't like me.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero.
He doesn't like me. But I'm a hero.
You are a real decorated hero.
What did I do?
Not do. First you took the body.
Oh, yeah, I don't...
Solved the murder.
Oh my god, I did all this.
You see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely. No,
Alright, I'm just going to it.
you around.
Are you the bartender?
Not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria
What
manager.
is the difference?
3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar.
I mean, he does look like a bartender, doesn't he?
You know, my experience with bartenders is that they're usually like the baldy, like me, the bald, like thin dudes. And I don't know how you're a thin dude doing bartending when you're surrounded by all that liquor and sugars in that.
Yeah. Bloated nose, etc. Yeah.
Uh,
There's something there, and it's not good. That's all you know.
oh my god. Well, that's weird. Well, I imagine if this, like, maybe a British pub. I don't know. A karaoke mic. Yeah. That's too.
Totally superior. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul.
My soul is immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard.
That's right.
You know, if it was me answering, I'd have picked the My Soul's Puny option. You know?
Yeah. That's the cool thing is that, like, even though it all seems to, like, funnel towards a single point, it's that amount of prose gives you some, like, a feeling of agency. Yeah, expression, exactly.
Wrap it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently express yourself.
Ooh. Ooh. What should I sing?
You have not yet stumbled on lamentation, but tell me.
Well, usually you go to karaoke and they've got the listing, and you kind of gravitate towards what you're familiar with, because you don't want to sing songs you don't know, even with, even with the lyrics on screen. Like, how do you even know? How do you even know? Or you play SingStar and it's actually got the meter for however good that's worth. And it's like, yeah, if I don't know the song, I don't want to play it. Welcome, George West.
I completely missed the boat on SingStar.
I did too, because I didn't have I had a PS3, but I didn't play it, and then I played other games on it. I played Flower on my PS3. That's what I did. I played the exclusives, because I had my 360 at the same time.
Serve serenades. Wipe that smoke off their face with your sad and tragic soul. Who's laughing at?
No one. That's right.
Find something tragic to sing for us now.
I'm a down on my luck superstar person. That sounds about right, right?
Yes, sounds right. You should probably go on stage and pose for it in front of this. See how it works.
Alright, let's finish the thought. Dope. I love the design, the illustrative details, that like smudgy. That's just great. Yeah, man.
Speaking of environment design, a game I played a bit of recently, I don't know if you heard about it, Lush Foil Photography Sim.
No, what is that?
It's published by Annapurna, and it's basically like, okay, imagine like a camera simulation, right?
Uh-huh.
And then that's like a DSLR simulation,
Uh-huh.
mixed with like this like beautiful like UE5 like work that this one guy did.
Uh-huh.
On the count
and like you can unlock digital cameras. You can unlock, like I mean, like the cheap digital cameras. You know, the old ones that are like that
You've just picked up some
beep when you
This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character
pick,
portrait.
beep when they start up.
Easier to heal you more
Uh-huh,
quickly if
uh-huh.
you have morale damage.
So it's like a simulator.
It's like a walking simulator, but also it's a photography simulator.
Okay.
It's a 2-in-1 deal.
Because I think of games like Firewatch where you have camera components, even though they're pretty light, but they don't get in depth. Like, are you setting ISO and stuff like that, or?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Does it teach you the exposure triangle?
Yes.
Wow.
It does.
Wow. That's hardcore. I don't want to talk to Ken quite yet. That's an Annapurna. See, I know of broadly Annapurna releases because they sometimes advertise them, but I haven't heard that one. I'm gonna, yeah. You should drop that in the Discord. There, yeah. Because that is an interesting idea. Especially if it, like, even works as a tutorial. Like, because photography is difficult. Or at least there's a curve to it.
Another thing about it, I posted in Gerald chat, by the way.
Cool.
Another thing about it is that, from what I've seen in the reviews, it's rather well optimized for like for PCs.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
So you can have a kind of not great machine and still play it.
Yeah.
Dope. I don't know why I'd be a lady just chilling here. This cafeteria is messed up. Oh my goodness. I do want to take whatever this is, though. There we go. It's a little... I don't know. It's okay with the controller. When I played this originally, I did it with the mouse.
I've never had a problem with this game on controller.
It's a little temperamental about selection with the... or pointing to stuff with the right stick.
I see.
It seems...
So it's just like a matter of in comparison with the more precision
with the mouse.
mouse. Yeah.
Right, exactly, yeah. Precisamundo. So how did you find the channel?
I mean, the end review, yeah. I mean, I was recommended it.
Yeah, really?
I mean, I watch a lot of like stuff like I finished a video game. Christ, I can't think. I always forget it. Like, but I mean, like long form like reviews of.
You had mentioned that. Uh-huh.
And the thing about it is, like, sometimes I'll watch like stuff that's like smaller. I suppose like the algorithm picked up on that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I watched a bit more, and from what I've seen of your stuff, I think I've seen the Hard Space Shipwreck. Is that what it's called?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That was you?
Yes.
And
One of my favorites.
I've seen the Starfield review. I'm just listening to stuff I've seen from you.
Yeah.
And with everything I've seen, it's like, damn, this guy's got a brain for this sort of like video game criticism thing. Sometimes you look at like a longer form YouTube channel, you're like, this guy's a hack.
Yeah. No. I get it. Not to name no, we're not a drama channel. We're good. But I appreciate that. I do try to be more insight, and obviously that's something that's come as the years of. I've been doing this for 10 years.
I mean, I wouldn't have been able to tell.
Yeah.
I mean,
Unless you go to the earliest ones. If you watch some of the earliest ones, I don't think they're bad at all. They're just that I had not developed my craft yet.
Yeah. I don't remember the precise points you made in some of those videos, but I remember agreeing with your assessment of GTA 5 for the simple reason that when I played that on my own time, I was like, this narrative's a mess. I mean, it's a romp, right? Like, it's a, I guess is the word I describe it as, but it's a mess.
Yeah.
Like, there's all these, like, different thematic new thoroughfares, and none of them seem to be in contact with each other, right? It's like, they just seem to be having fun, which I guess is fine, but it's not in comparison with the other games in this series, I don't think it's, yeah.
It's a lot of scripting. Like, you talk about prose, but clearly GTA 5 involves a lot of writing. And so everything that you do of any consequence is something that clearly they spent 100 hours a week writing up toward the end there. A dead body. I don't...
Yeah.
And just the quality of the writing and the dumb stuff. Like, that's why I'm kind of looking forward to 6 now that Dan Houser is out of there, to see if they have something a bit more substantial, something a little less kitschy. That isn't just dumb, honestly.
Yeah, another interesting thing. I was listening to a podcast episode on the movie Heat. It was like a review of the movie Heat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I recall hearing that the hosts of the show were like, this is just GTA 5. GTA 5 ripped us wholesale. It's like, and is that true? I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, was that?
Did the writers of GTA 5 like crib a lot from the movie Heat?
Oh, guaranteed. 100%. Yeah. They want to... you can see that they wanted to replicate that as an interactive experience.
Yeah.
And so many other places. You know, Jeff Gershman would talk about, you know, he'd go to Rockstar preview events in New York or whatever, and they would lay their games out first as, like, mood boards. Like, they would do these edited trailers of what they wanted the game to feel like, so that you went in and you just got that vibe. So yeah, you can see, like, this is pulled from here, this is pulled from here. So yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's nothing wrong, to be clear, with like the sort of like sampling of elements of other works. It's just you have to be clever about it, and I don't know if they were.
It definitely felt on the nose. Like, obviously, when you're going through the heists of GTA 5, like, those are some of the best moments. Like, I think they had a team there that was able to build those out and make them fun. But also, and I talk about in reviews, I wish there was more flexibility, because we go back to the idea of scripting. And everything, and that's a complaint of a lot of Rockstar games, even Red Dead Redemption, is you have to follow their exact path. And anytime it creates the illusion of choice, it's really just creating these multiple, very strict paths that you have to follow along precisely to what they want. And
I mean, that wasn't specifically my problem.
yeah,
I'm not actually that. I'm not really like, oh, they're providing the illusion of choice. Again, but basically every game is doing that.
yeah, but some games offer more choice. Yeah.
And better at like hiding it.
Yes, exactly. So your issue was on the nose of it, or?
I mean, it's not. My issue wasn't the linearity of it.
Sure, mine was.
Yeah.
But you were just like, it's cribbing influences a little too baldly. That's what it sounds like. Okay.
Also, it was kind of cringe. Just to be informal here.
No, there's a lot cringe about GTA 5. 100%. Remember that part where the lady screaming green light in there? That was like, nope.
I mean, you can tell they paid her to overact that scene. But,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But there's overkill and then there's overkill.
Yeah. And so then like I said, I'm curious because even though Sam Hauser's there, I'm just really curious what GTA 6 is after all these years. You know.
I mean, I'm not gonna have any unreasonable expectations for it like some people might have.
I agree. Yeah, I'm not expecting high art or anything. It's a Rockstar game. Come on now. We saw the trailer.
Some of it's high art. I mean, some of their stuff can be considered high art, I guess.
Sure. I think that's something that people more with the Red Dead games.
Okay.
I think that's where they save that for that.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, I guess.
Yeah. All right, let's roll. We're gonna find this dead body in this tree.
I never finished Red Dead Redemption 2, by the way.
I haven't played. So I had a friend who loved the first game. He played the second one. I don't like westerns. Aren't my thing. Fantasy's not my thing. So I've kind of. Like I downloaded the Oblivion remaster, and I've gotten out of the dungeon. And I'm like, maybe I'll play it again. But then I just started playing System Shock. Yesterday I started playing System Shock, the remake, again, and it's a pretty fun game.
I mean, I'm not into fantasy either, but I don't mind westerns because I'm from a prairie province of Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm more attuned to it spiritually or whatever the hell. I don't know.
That rural vibe, the country vibe. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you look at a landscape in like a game with a beautiful landscape banner, and it's like, oh, it's just like Saskatchewan. That's just like Alberta.
Yeah.
Like guy who's only seen Boss Baby, but
Yeah, you get that vibe of they're really trying to create this environment, this playground. Especially after GTA 3, where it's this really tight, small space. And they've been building on that ever since, where you have this concrete jungle, and then here's landscape. Just go. I mean, that was the appeal of like Assassin's Creed 2, is like, oh my gosh, there's so much stuff here. But that's a whole other thing. Oh my gosh. Haven't decided on a solo artist name. The Red Dead Redemption games have been on my list of games to review for a very long time. And I remember right after I did System Shock, the System Shock series review, I put out a poll because my good pal Baldy, says he'll be in here in a little while. He was playing the newest Watch Dogs, Legion. And I was like, that's interesting, because I'd played the original, obviously. That was my first review. And I was like, all right, guys, do I play Watch Dogs or do I play GTA 5? And everyone said GTA 5, and I played GTA 5, and it wound up being... it did okay, but it wasn't like a big popular review. And I'm like, well, maybe I don't need to... Maybe everyone else has covered Red Dead or the other... Rockstar games, so I can hold off on that. But I
think
maybe
people would beat you to a punch on that one. Actually, to be fair, not to be rude, but like Noah Caldwell Gervais, right?
Yeah.
He made like the definitive Red Dead series review. I think.
No.
The whole thing, but
That I get that, and that's why I've never been that interested in doing one for Disco Elysium, right? And I think that's also partially why I've been Like, the biggest thing that attracts me to a game these days, honestly, is the idea of playing it for analysis. Like, the games that I play for fun are solitaire on my phone. You know, that's when I'm going to boot up an entire system for and play for enjoyment. So when I play a game like Disco or something, I want it to, like, I have to kind of establish a reason to. Otherwise, I don't. My motivation to push through all of its whatevers, whether it's this game or so many others, is definitely less. And so, yeah, if there are games where it's like, yeah, that's been done to death, and other people have done it, sure. But then I also wanted to play a game like Cyberpunk, which also was covered to death, but I love that game so much. But that's a whole other
Is
thing.
it true? Is it true that the call volume is kind of low? Yeah.
The call volume is pretty low, hard to hear.
Like, you could chat.
Which, Mouse, can you not hear him? Is that what's going on? Because I don't know. I'm blowing out my mic right now.
Maybe I'm the problem, yeah.
Well, that does make sense because you're on the same audio channel as the game, which I did bring down a bit.
Oh.
Yeah. So you might be a little quiet. Let me just bring it just a little bit in there.
Or you could just separate me off into a different channel or something. I don't know.
Oh, well, it's just desktop audio, so, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
As long as, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
We'll go from there, and if I need to boost this, the game audio is not even that strong. Let me just bring it up. There we go. Try speaking.
I've had it.
There you go.
I've essentially, I've not been listening to the stream audio for the simple reason that A, it's on a delay, because that's usually how it is between Discord calls and phone calls and like live broadcasts.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
And
No,
also,
only
I
just
mean,
got here. It was probably
I'd hear
Sylvie
your
who
voice
called
like
me.
twice over.
She usually works.
Yeah, no, yeah, the delay. Yeah,
Temporarily.
that's why I'm wearing earbuds so I don't get that mix going on.
Do you have
Streaming
any
is such a magical thing.
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you
We can
just
talk
got
to
here.
Sylvie, who was the
From where?
bartender.
Are you a...
What? Of Martinez? No. I live
He lives in
in
Jamrock.
I
The
only
fictional
sometimes come here
aspect
to
of this
see my
game
place.
is
This is just one of the many.
usually
many
when
cafeterias
people
I
take
manage.
something that's real and fictionalize it just a little bit, that's a little frustrating. But when you take something that is very broadly inspired but is not firmly attached to anything, that's dope. Like City 17, you know, in Half-Life 2. I really
still
enjoy
know
that,
your
even
way
though
around,
it's
yeah?
clearly somewhere in Eastern
You
Europe,
need that
but you don't need to pin it on any particular area. It doesn't need to replicate anything specifically.
Yes, I know where some.
I mean,
things
all
are,
pissed
but
in this
as I
game
said,
is so
I don't
like
live here.
divergent
I
that like the
used to
country
work here,
names,
and I'm not going to
and,
start
like, the-
working here again. If that's
the names of the ethnicities aren't the
I
same.
didn't imply
Yeah.
that.
That's what I've gathered.
Detective.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
Oh, you mean questions?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police.
Did
That's
you kill
your
him?
job. What are you,
Yeah.
crazy?
If he did, he wouldn't tell you. That's the joke, obviously.
Oh, yes, clearly, yes.
Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on
Did
this.
you kill him?
Hound him.
No, I didn't.
Some of the jokes in this game are so like intelligently
I did it.
stupid that you have to
Appreciate
love
this.
it. You know?
What is this?
Why did you have to
Do
kill
I
him?
have
Yeah,
to answer?
it's great.
Is this mandatory?
As I understand it, the original version of this game didn't have all of this voiceover. So
Lieutenant
No, it
stands
didn't. I
motionless,
remember like
his expression unreadable.
playing it, and it didn't.
before the final director's cut, I didn't pick this up until the director's cut, so it already had everything. So I didn't have that early pain of that.
Yeah, and the voice actors who
What are you, an
were
idiot?
already
I
on the
told you
cast,
I haven't
who
killed
reprised the
anyone.
roles for the final cut, their voice acting is actually kind of refined in the final cut.
He ignores you.
Like, yeah, like, you can tell that they were both professionals, or at the very least, talented at it before. But like,
Maybe it's he.
it's like a second read through of the script. You know, it's always gonna be a bit better, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go for it, go for it. Where is that?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted a
You know
I've
what
got-
game I've been meaning to finish that's sort of like narratively focused? I
That's
tried
easy.
playing
See
1,000
that door
times
there?
Resist
First
before.
you exit through
Why does
that,
that?
If you've
then
heard-
to your right.
I've heard of it, but I don't
1,000
remember.
Fence, a really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need
It's
for the
like,
keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry.
Let me
to
see who
fit
published it.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice. Let's go.
A fellow traveler
Not so
published it.
fast.
No one is saying
If you're
Doesn't ring a
familiar with
bell.
that
the
publisher.
necktie you found tied
So
to
what
the
is the game?
ceiling can.
Let's bail.
So it's like a
Time to push the
sci-fi
eject
story,
button. Sounds
and,
like a responsibility. You don't
basically,
like them.
apocalypse has happened
No.
in
Don't listen to
the
him.
1,000 years in the
madness.
future.
Just talk.
Well, it's 1,000 years in future after apocalypse, and
Excuse me. You owe me 130.
basically,
real.
The
a bunch of people are clones of one person now. It's all messed up.
Currency, whatever part of the world.
And,
you're in right now, it's safe to.
There's a lot of
You don't owe me street
political
rent. You owe
subtext
me
going on,
money.
and a lot of
You owe this
philosophical.
establishment
I had.
130 real.
I can't really summarize it to you that well,
Sure,
because I haven't played that much of it. A, and B, it seems like to be one of those games that's really hard to summarize. But when you are in the act of playing it, you're like, oh yes, it's clicking, it's clicking.
No one is saying
clicking.
that. No one is saying
You
that
know?
Ty can talk. That would be ludicrous. It's just that you should arrest him. It would be wiser. He wants to
The
take
writing,
your
from
money.
what I've seen of it, is really cool. Yeah.
Oh, cool. When did you
And, you know-
when did you pick it up, or what tipped you off to it?
I think I must have.
The lieutenant.
Oh,
watches
maybe
you fiddle
I don't
with
know
your
how I
horrific
am
tie.
tipped off to these
Sweat
things.
stains
Sometimes
forming
it's
under
like
your armpits.
backlogged,
He
if you know what
puts his
that
hand
is.
on your
Yeah,
shoulder.
like pile of shame.
If you don't have the money, it's okay.
No,
None of
backlogged
us
is like a
have this
website like
knowledge.
Letterboxd, but for games.
Okay. No, I haven't heard that.
And
That's
then
up
there's
for-
like
I haven't offered to pay because
maybe I
don't
saw it
have
on
any
Steam. I
money
haven't the
either.
faintest idea which one of those in particular it was.
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of
I
20
do know that I
comes
think
to
Jacob
60
Geller
real.
talked about it. I
Then
haven't seen
there's the
that
window
video.
You annihilate.
That would probably
The
make
hole in the
sense.
window was the first
That
thing
might be
Yeah.
where I've heard that.
So
He
don't
just
try
did
to tell me you
he just did his newest
That
video about the
40 real
holes,
with
making
damages.
holes, and how men just love to make holes, and it's like, yeah, that is kind of a thing.
Another
Let's talk
thing
about the
violated
movie
is
Holes.
half the bar.
Yeah,
You've run a
he
tip
does.
of 30 real.
Of course,
Actually,
of
Well,
course. Why
that's
wouldn't
it seems
Rounded down to
inappropriate
30
to
for
make
hardware
a
and 10
video
years
about
ability
making
and
holes, and then
reparation.
you don't talk about holes.
60 plus 40
You
plus
never know,
30
some
equals
people might,
130
like,
real. And yes,
intentionally
real
make a
is
hole
still
in their video about holes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm picking up what you're putting down, buddy. I got you. Yeah.
That was a joke, sir.
What are you?
Oh yeah. No, I got you. Joke. But no, it's a great video, and he talks the hole digging simulator that he mentions looks really cool too.
We gotta catch up on some of his
Money
more
is what
recent stuff.
grown-up
I think I
people
saw the
use
one
to
about
pay for
works of art that
Things like this hostel room or
you're not allowed to
8
see or
bottles
something
of
like that.
Golden Blend and 9 packs of
Like
oil.
that piece of art in the middle of the desert that
Oh,
I was
City.
actually aware of before.
Uh-huh.
Yes. I was actually aware of that before. I was like, yeah, that is kind of
Yes,
messed up, isn't
it
it?
is.
Why would someone do?
No, you see.
Yeah, it's
sense or form. Yes.
it's I don't know, like I kind of liked the idea of it when I was just watching Jacob talk about it, and then when the New York Times story came out with all the aerial photography and stuff like that, it was a lot less magical.
It is.
I mean, you don't have to look at it.
For a
No, but after
Isn't
knowing that it
typical
exists and
combat
having seen it,
of
it's like,
sheer
oh,
smoke, it demonstratively suppresses a world-weary sigh.
That's
I'm
part
sorry,
of the
but he has
like.
to pay. I can't let
reason
him
why
stay
you
here.
shouldn't look at
you're
something
better
that's
off
not meant to be
working
looked
this
at,
from
I
home
guess,
for now.
right?
You live in
Yeah,
Denmark, right?
but algorithms were like, no, you should probably look at this. And so I did, and then I didn't realize that maybe I didn't want to see that, but by then I'd already seen it, and I could not unsee it.
This says something about our society, and that yet we live in one, etc., etc.
There are trade-offs, right? Like, especially as you may have seen on my channel, like, I'm an urban advocate, and there are pros and cons to being in a city. But that's just how it is.
Yeah, I was surprised to see you dip your toe into the urban planning YouTube ring. I didn't see that video though.
Yeah, so there was a really popular one that went viral, and City Nerd did a stream where he had commentated on it. And at that time, I wasn't thinking of a second channel to do anything. But then it's like, well, let me put my money where my mouth is and do what I say I want to do, and make the world I want to live in. And then I did the second channel, and I did interviews, and I made an episode, and I put it up, and no one watched it. And it was really deflating. And I had like 3 more episodes in the pipeline.
Such is life.
Such is life, and so it's like, well, gosh, I can't sit here. I would love to have the space and the bandwidth to be able to work on that too and get those out the door, but at the same time, that's time and resources and energy that is me not working on whatever's on the main channel, where I have 22,000 or 20,000 at that point subscribers.
You mean somewhere else to run up a huge debt? I don't think so. The union's squeezing most places out of business to fund the strike. You're better off home.
I don't have a
But that
home.
video did
really
ultimately
need to
get a lot of views when it was on your channel,
I have a
though. So I
shortwave
guess
radio
it sort of
in my
worked
car.
out. Sort
It
of.
worked out, but it's like it paints this idea of people are excited to be outraged, but they're not excited about the actual, like, the getting stuff done part, which is exactly what that video is about anyway.
Good luck.
Yeah, I gotta pay for my damages, I guess.
I mean, the reason I didn't watch that video was because I don't really tend to watch a lot of city playing YouTube in general. Not,
I mean, if it's not your bag, it's not your bag, yeah.
I do think that I'm not anti-car, broad, as a dogmatic thing.
By the
But
way,
I do
where
think
is
that
The
planning
address is
should be
coming up blank, and this
it should be
place sure
de-emphasized.
isn't it.
That's my opinion.
What should...
I'm not very knowledgeable on this stuff.
But you've been at
Sure.
this hostel cafeteria
Which I understand.
for only 3 nights.
But I
Where would
know
you
that
be?
cars
You had
are.
to be somewhere.
It'd be great if there was a train that went by a lot of places.
You don't
in
really
Canada.
know, do you?
Like there
Yeah.
used to be.
Well, and if you especially like the more suburban or rural the place you're at, the bigger of an ask that is. I live in a city that is very suburbanized and sprawled out, and so it's harder to make the case when everyone's gotten used to using cars to do everything. How do you psychologically, how do you build a competent enough system that is better than using a car to get places? There's a chicken and egg thing to it, because a lot of people who use our public transit, like myself, do it because that's their option. That's their best option. And so incentivizing other people to, say, take the bus instead of driving their car, you have to make the system better or good enough to replace that. Because, if you're on a bus, you can do what you want in transit. You don't have to be actively engaged with the act of driving like you do when you're on a bus or taking an Uber or whatever. Does this mean
I have a galaxy brain idea.
Doesn't
What's that?
sound like
For-
somewhere you could stay if
What
you run
if,
out of
as a
money.
sort of psychological warfare against cars, we just bought Peel P50s, these tiny little, like the world's smallest car, basically, and we just buy those en masse.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sort of half joking, but at the
No,
same time,
I'm picking
Have you
up
ever
on your
seen
humor. Yes.
have you ever seen the Peel P50? By the way,
I don't think I have.
I'm gonna post it in journal.
All right. Throw it
Well,
in
that-
there. Okay.
Look at this thing. Isn't that the cutest thing you ever seen in your life?
That's definitely one of them. Yeah. Well, you remember that cars got so big because people wanted to do or pretended to and they want to feel safe, so they have to buy a vehicle that is dramatically bigger than
imposing
than them. Yeah, but definitely a huge, harsh egg. So that if something happens, it's definitely not happening to them.
the car
You could
feels
try.
like it's protecting
Run
you.
some addresses in your head
Yes,
when you get the time.
exactly.
Maybe.
And if it more effectively murders someone else, then who cares? That's just the price of whatever.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you
Now I'm thinking about it. That does sort of tie into like
sticky, sweet Lord.
Peel P50.
Hold
If you
on.
drive that car,
And you
people are
haven't
going to be
thought
very
about
careful
running
around
away
you.
all that
Actually,
time.
they're not gonna
Truly
like
extinguished all trace
be like,
of
wait a
your
minute, I can't impose my will on this thing. This will bend if you like so much as look at it the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
So like, I mean, at the very least, you should make like, I think
There
smart
he
cars
is,
are
the old
more
boy, the
reasonable.
devil.
Like
rascal.
implementation of this
Let's
concept.
celebrate right
But
now by
people
licking
have
that
a like
stain
a
off the counter.
bias against them
Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window.
in North
Then
America.
to you, licking the tasty rum stain off the counter.
And those cars just became
sad-
unfashionable there on here because there's no reason to. We are a country that is big, and we don't need small. We need big. That is how this works.
I suppose like
What are you doing?
here in Canada,
We should
we're
know.
not as big.
Real
I suppose we feel big by association. I guess.
Well, a lot more of Canada is emptier than our country, and our country's pretty empty. I have driven through the vast emptiness of our country that I know does not exist in Europe. And I know that Canada is even emptier still.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I
you're
think
not
of
wrong.
cities like Edmonton or Yellowknife and these towns that are way, way up there. And they're smaller than my city, which I don't is big, but it's not huge, right?
all around you.
And
rain falls
so
in the great city of Rivershore. Rain
just
drips
this
through the gates
idea
and floods the gutters, washing the
that there's just vastness up there, or that there are people up there at all, when 50% of them live in a vertical or horizontal line below the northernmost part of like Maine in the United States, Montreal, Toronto.
Well, I mean, Quebec and Ontario generally, you could
Yeah.
say too. Yeah.
Right, exactly, yeah.
The spring thaw.
Yeah, and so the idea that there are people north of there, Vancouver even, the idea that there are people north of there in Canada is like, huh? What?
Looking up at the sky.
Especially in the
Yeah, I feel-
archipelago up
dripping
there.
from your hair.
As someone who lives in northern Alberta, I get it.
Yeah,
Sky,
right.
the feeling.
Battleships, clouds
I
colliding.
mean, not like northern, but like
Rain, your shirt
You know.
sticks to your chest. The
Yeah.
shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy.
My disco
The
blazer.
cold finds its way in under your skin.
Oh, this.
You
See, this is really prosy, but as I was talking toward the beginning of the stream, just that it paints an image, even if there were no graphics. If this was just text based, it would paint such a good scene.
You're
Yeah.
not dressed for this weather.
I think
You should
Brian
get
Moriarty
some
probably
coat
likes
and a
this game.
trolley cloak.
If you know who that is.
I don't.
Sheets of rain
One of the
over
Infocom
the water.
guys.
A flight of
Oh,
steam
okay,
He wrote
okay.
Trinity.
into the ocean.
Okay.
Wave after wave washing the
I have
coast
dreamt
away.
of making like a twine game or something like that, and then I'm like, who's gonna play it? So I have to back the idea that I would do something just to based on who would ever play it is selfishly motivated, but it's like I would love to make this thing and see what other people think of it. Like the part of the art of making a review is the idea that someone would come to it and engage with it. Like part of the art is the other people part of it, and not just purely for exposure. And now that I say that out loud, it's like, oh, okay,
Beyond
yeah,
the Bay of
that makes sense to me.
Ghosts rise into the sky.
But yeah, I thought about making a twine game. It's like, yeah, let me write one. I've dreamt of making games for so long, but I just never. I've got a 10-hour video about how to make a Unity game tutorial. It's like I should go do that. So I've got Unity installed, and maybe someday I'll get to it. But I'm learning Blender right now for the next project that I'm working on for this channel. So
maybe you should invest in trying something other than Unity these days. I'm still very suspicious of them after the whole nonsense they pulled.
well, I mean, there's no ethical consumption in capitalism, and Riccatello is out. So it's like, okay, so then you use UE5, and UE5, Epic and Unreal have their own issues. Like I can, I can. It's just a night. Everything's a nightmare, and everything is hell, and I'm just trying to pay for rent.
Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction.
At the very least, you've got
research and development.
$10, and how much is that in?
Wooden church.
And it's like it's a couple bucks, but I'm appreciative. Yeah, and I'm totally down with people just watching. But if they want to support the channel, they can absolutely come and do that financially. And I'm busking. Right now I'm busking. This is the first time I've ever thought about it, but I'm busking right now for dollars to pay for rent, and that helps. This is not. I've been laid off so many times at this point, and it's one of the. It's like my go-to. Just give it a shot. Like I just want to. I want to play this game anyway, so this is a really good reason to do it.
I hope you're not unstable financially. That's the only thing I'm.
Well, I mean, if I needed to buy food today, I could, but the idea is that next month, who knows? So, yeah, we're gonna go through that. Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Will you ever go there?
I just found out what that currency is, by the way, that PLN. I didn't know that was the Polish zloty.
Every day. Your hair is
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smoke
is it
stacks
zloty?
Zloty?
Sure.
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another.
I can just look this up.
4.4
Go
hallways
for it.
collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios.
Yeah, okay, I had it right one of those times. Zloty.
Falls
there.
Onto the roof of
there we go.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. You should get.
I'm gonna probably forget this in a week.
We sell them there.
Well, you looked it up once, so that's one of the 3 times that you need to create a memory.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's look at this.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Oh my goodness.
An off-key menu.
Yeah, the first time I ever saw this, I was like, see, this is another reason I was overwhelmed. There's a
Just
lot
so many
of
options.
stuff.
Yes. Who's... Oh, Kuno. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even...
So you've played this before? I presume you've come across...
Don't call here again.
I've come across Kuno, but that's about as far as I got to the dead body here, but not much further.
Indicates you ring the doorbell. Just seeing the word, all you hear is static. But you ring the doorbell.
Kuno, from the little I've seen of him, is a sad little boy.
He's a bully.
Sad little boy.
Looks like someone
with this little scrappy enabler.
With a lighter.
His
door
groovy.
Silence. No one answers your call. You hear static
Like,
from the intercom.
At first you're annoyed by him and you realize, oh god,
This is Tracy Penny.
is this a cycle of abuse? Oh god.
Have you come to place an
You know?
order?
Yeah, right.
Oh my god.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
I didn't think I would hear your voice.
It's a woman, and she knows you.
Ooh.
Your heart beats fast. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached from your surroundings. Inside the building, a cold memory hangs.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
So, what did you focus on in terms of skills and stats?
Ever since I came to
I was the,
As if my mind
what was it, the thinker?
clean.
So, like,
A
the
spot
psychological
static
and,
overrides
like,
her words. When she speaks
like-
again, it sounds
Yeah, I'm not
like
punching
she's
dudes.
submerged.
right. I don't know if you really need to punch
She
dudes
sounds like
that often in
she's
this
about
game.
to cry.
I've never gotten that far.
Well, you know what? That's what I thought too. So I was like, well, let me get into the. Let me have a tie that talks to me.
Somewhere inside the
I'm
building,
totally down for that.
water is flooding the cellar floor. She doesn't answer.
Although, like,
Silence.
given how much
The
is
only
in,
thing you
how
can
much
hear
is going
now
on at
is
any one
static
time,
and waves
I'm sure
pushing
at some
ashore
point
on the bay.
violence.
You press
happens.
the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards.
Yeah,
Whatever she says,
that's
it
the
can't
vibe.
touch
Because I understand you
You're a
can die
different
in this
person.
game too.
Stronger.
And I remember when I
Wait.
played it, I did injure myself a couple times, and I'm like, oh, on some really bad rolls. And I was like, hey, yo.
Maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past
I got the
relationships.
ceiling fan death.
Oblivion's the ace in your corner.
The which one?
You know when you start the game and there's the tie on the ceiling fan?
Yes. So immediately,
You can die there.
died.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, you can die there. That's actually one of the punchlines of the game.
That's pretty dope. I can't. I want to say it was a podcast, and it was this idea of you have an adventure game, you have an RPG, this like kind of intense game, like even an immersive sim, where. What am I doing? Why is it? Oh, hang on. I gotta reselect the game. But it takes place in a city block. So you have this very intense, intensely intimate cast of characters, settings, and stuff where you're developing the scene as opposed to hopping around the world and doing all this stuff. And
A strange metallic taste
It's like-
fills your mouth.
that's pretty cool. So then when Disco comes up, it's like, oh, this is basically that.
Yes, hello. This is Triton Penniel Electric.
I mean, it's like,
Have you come to place an
it's a
order?
few blocks and like, it's not a very large play
Here come
area,
the bad
right?
vibes again. Relax.
From my understanding, I don't
Distance
know.
yourself from it.
It's got.
Again,
You're right. It is a couple blocks.
It's you.
It is me. Yeah.
My God.
Wait, is she?
Michelle,
Oh my God! It's just an answer machine.
why did you even call?
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer. Your hands are getting cold, and your breathing becomes visible.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different.
when I first got to this, I was like, this seems paranormal to me. It seems paranormal to me.
It's so
Yeah.
nice. It's so nice.
It's got them
Being able to
spooky
finally
vibes.
forget about you.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sob, real or not. you
Ever
know
since I
you
came to
love
work
me.
here, it's been different.
Anger
As if it reminds me of
wells
White
up
Clean.
in your chest.
There's something going on there. There's something going on there.
Yeah. And it invites you deeper. The game. This is it. It's like a it's a book, basically. But a lot more. It's a make your own adventure where you have to go skip to page 42 if you want to climb the tree, or skip to page 93 if you want to go get the ice cream.
Her sound melts into the static,
From
a
what I
long-distance
understand,
phone call.
some game books in
From
the
time to
80s were
time,
kind of
you
like
can
this,
hear
where you had the skill
talking
checks
in
too.
the distance.
Yeah,
Can't make
actually,
out any words.
there was a. I don't know if you're familiar with. There was a game. It was called Ace of Aces, and it was just a series of portraits of a biplane fight, and you would go to a specific page to reflect some action that you did
This is
until you
where
ultimately
come to
won or
prove
lost.
the answer.
And that's what Sid
Still
Meier based his game Aces on.
I have not heard of this before, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. What is YouTube saying? Come on, YouTube. Why is it giving me a flag? Is the stream doing okay? Are we still up?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It gave me a yellow flag warning, so I'm like, okay.
What does that mean? Is that a signal thing?
It's a maybe. Let's
The
keep
phone
listening.
rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds. No one replies, but
There's
static
just so
grows
many
stronger
rabbit
like
holes you can get in
rainfall.
here.
Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow. Crawling.
All right,
inside
yellow
your
flag
head.
disappeared. There we go.
Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
Oh my goodness.
So, it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens.
This sometimes happens. You just have this recording that's just in this call box. That what a friggin' mystery we've got going on here.
I don't have time to explain it to you right
Of course.
now.
Of course,
Sometime
Kim.
later.
Oh, the particles. That's dope.
Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
Well, that's just true. That was an adventure right
Silence.
there.
No one's home at Fortress Accident.
Revachol.
Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell.
This is too many options. Yeah, that's.
This button.
I mean, some of them.
means
It seems like a lot of them,
someone has
however,
removed the
are.
name card.
I also remember this. A lot of them
Try to
are
connect.
Non-choices.
just. No. Yeah.
Right.
Huh.
But
These
see,
buttons,
I look at this huge list, and if like every single one were an actual conversation and a rabbit hole to go down, it would definitely be like, yo, that's a lot.
What the hell?
No, and it's like in a Bethesda game when you have that step out moment, and you're like, after this kind of linear tutorial, you go and you step out, and there's this entire open world, and you're like, what the hell do I do? I can
What seems to be
understand.
happening is, but
I can see how
what
that's
seems to be
overwhelming to
happening
people.
is that it's playing with the player bounds, because I don't know what I'm able to do and what I'm not able to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think with the first hour, whenever I play this.
Right. Yeah, and thankfully they keep it when you're waking up in the hotel room. It's like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like
This post-Levanto
there's never an
mailbox
explicit step out
has
mode in
been
this game
heavily
I've ever found,
vandalized
right?
with
Like
graffito.
it's
A closer inspection reveals.
It feels like when you step out of the hotel and you're kind of like, which direction do I go? And describe the city in each direction. That's
I mean,
a
it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that,
yeah. Good mailbox. There we go.
but it's like not played the same way as a Bethesda game would play it. I guess is what I'm
The
saying.
box seems
No, but it's that same idea of like. I mean, obviously Kim's with you, and you want to go to his car, and I remember doing the
ship
conversation.
fucked by the coon and sent G with
But the idea of,
scribble.
hey,
Jenny
there's
is
so
on
much you
board,
can do.
and
Where do you
there's
want to
sent
go?
Mailbox.
That's the thing.
Also.
allegedly, this was in the gaming leak and rumor community a month ago.
The mail collection box
Allegedly,
seemed
Starfield
cathartic,
is getting a
so
PS5 port,
you
so
and
there's
then suddenly
something.
you see
Starfield?
over all the other
Yeah,
features,
apparently it's getting a
someone
PS5
has
port.
used
I've heard that for a
the
while,
version
and I'm,
the words.
I believe that's
I'm
possible,
skeptical
but
too. I'm skeptical too.
don't injure yourself.
For a simple,
There is a
I mean, the
hollow
thing of it
ring as you
is,
kick the box.
I'd like
It sounds
that to be
your
true
tone has
because
suffered damage.
I don't have
It hurts.
an Xbox
Cold.
console,
You really showed that mail collection box.
and they're porting so much other stuff. So it's like, I mean, I guess it is feasible at this point. I don't know.
I don't.
He must see the box as the weaker.
Yeah, and I mean, they're making their money and doing their
Something
thing and
doesn't
promoting
stand.
their service, and I played Starfield on Game Pass, and that was just fine and dandy. His car is so cool. This car is just so amazing. I really...
As I said, that this is how you know it's all
Before you
pissed,
stands a
because
white
like
carriage. The bodywork
I don't
is
know
covered
if
in
there's-
blue and white livery bearing the number 57.
yeah,
Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat.
there's something
and the
vaguely
soft glow of the fuel
like
preheated gas.
retro about it, but there's also something science fiction about it, and it's not retro futuristic in the way you would usually expect from this sort of thing.
Right. It's kind of that alternate history, like, it's not steampunk, but it is, an alternate take on how things could have come about. Like, look at the number of windows on this, like, motorized buggy is insane. I mean, you can't even rely on the year that this thing is in. It's clearly something like that replicates
The
that
future.
mid-century. Well, I mean, like from the telephones to the cigarettes to the buggy here, like it feels like it could be 40s or 50s Americana.
The frequency tableau lights up.
Or
and the green button
Europeana.
labeled private
Right,
Is that where-
exactly. I don't know.
Is that
but-
where-
I don't know if it, but
You hear
I'll take it.
something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant.
oh, these conversations
Hello,
are great.
Rex. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is
Hurt
Officer
my toe.
Ali Symmetry, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
Very French.
A scrawny old man sits in a
Have you
dusty
registered that you
smoking
have
with a
missing
large
badge?
white rectangle
Like,
sewn
is that
into
part of
his
the thing? Find your
In front of
badge.
him
I
is
think
a
that's
box
part of this
of
conversation.
apparatus with an array
Right,
of
okay.
wires and antennas. The
'Cause I remember
radio
doing that last time
switchboard.
too. God, I don't know. I can't believe it's been 2 years since I've played this. Oh my goodness.
10-4. What's your status?
I mean,
Over.
time has been fluid since 2020 for me.
No, I'm right there with you, buddy. I was thinking like 2022, 23 this is like insane. I don't know. I can't I know stuff happened. Very important stuff, but I can't remember it that well. Cuz I think I did my
Yeah.
Starfield stream at the end of 2023. Or was that no, it was 20 No, it was definitely 3.
10-18, 10-20.
Because the game came out in September of that year.
Yeah, and I started playing it in November, right as I finished the Giant Bomb video.
I distinctly remember the limited edition Doritos packaging
Over.
for Starfield. It was
I
surreal
remember
to
that
me.
too. Yeah, now that you've awoken to memory, because I remember it was that, and I want to say it was like the Mountain Dews too. but I remember that Starfield logo just being on stuff, and I'm like, what? Okay. Here we go. I need to report my badge missing.
Never mind.
Something tells me,
10-9
like Sarah,
message,
whatever her
over.
last name was, from Starfield, would not eat Doritos
This is
at
a
all.
very serious
Yeah.
situation. I need to
Yeah,
attend to
everyone
the
in that,
captain.
all the characters in that game are kind of boring, so I
10-22,
think Doritos
the
might be
captain.
too exciting for them.
This
No,
frankly.
no, I'm not. I mean, that's not the reason. I think it's because, I mean,
to the headmaster's office in school.
I wasn't being that uncharitable. I was just saying,
What does
she
he-
doesn't
I
seem
will
that,
be.
like, that's kind of...
I will be.
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
I've avoided every other Starfield VOXs except yours for the simple reason that I wanted to decide for myself. I don't want to get my brain in the hive mind, you know what I'm saying?
No, and that's why I hear you, because that's why I don't like. Oh, pardon me. Woo! It's early in the morning for me too. That's why I don't like watching other reviews for games before I do my own.
What is it
So if Noah's got something about a game, hopefully it's been years past,
He's asking who you
Yeah.
are.
before I start thinking about it. So I'm not then. His ideas are not bleeding through to me.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Wittmar, sir. Over.
I also avoided, like, the negative reviews of, like, Saints Row 2022 before I played that. You want to know what my opinion of that game is?
What's your opinion of Saints Row 2022?
If you want, like, the number out of 10, it's like a 6 or 7.
Dick Mullen from the
Uh-huh, okay.
Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
I can't be any harsher to it than that. I mean, I can, but I don't feel particularly, like...
Who would not lose his
I don't know.
Defend yourself.
I enjoyed my time with it, A.
They laugh at you.
But B, I feel like some of the, like, more, like... I feel like it's trying to be... I think it's, like, trying to be sort of cringe, actually.
This is serious.
Mm-hmm.
Of course
In terms of its writing. In terms of the points it's trying to make. Like, no. It's trying to be, like... Like, challenge a player. I don't know. Not challenge a player. What... Be sort of like... I'm trying to think of the word for, like, the writing in that game, because I thought it was kind of silly.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, I thought it was,
Oh god damn it. Is he fucking kidding?
like,
The whole station
silly
is gonna be
because the
dick
characters were silly.
Yeah.
Like, you're not meant to necessarily like these people,
Satellite
except maybe the
Officer
main
Wittmar is
character,
wondering
but you
if you
know.
might be joking and
Well, and they
asked
tossed
that
out the
the
entire
reputation
cast of the
of
original
entire
series, which is
station.
fine,
Over.
because they've been
Yeah.
kind of...
Yeah.
Those guys were overexposed. But it sounds like they didn't replace them with anyone better.
Mullen dicked us.
See,
10-4.
I do wonder if they were building
I'm just going
something.
to make a note here that
I do
you're in
wonder.
pursuit of your misplaced
I'm sure,
You'll never
like...
know.
over.
I mean,
do-
what any successful game commercially is going to justify its sequels somehow, even if it's not the best logical or stylistic or economical or best reason, or even a reason at all to be doing a sequel or building out a
Maybe-
franchise.
Like, who knows? If Volition had been able to
Got to hear
continue,
this. Dick, what's going on?
who's to say the characters wouldn't have been, like, eviscerated in the narrative in the sequel? Who's to say? I don't know.
Right.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn
See,
fucking badge.
he lost his... And, you know, as someone who has now experienced so much of the reboot-averse and sequels, you know, decades departed from their original source, it's clear that everyone is just making this up as they go along. And what I thought
Saints Row
was...
Saints Row especially is from
Yeah.
the very beginning.
Yeah, clearly, and you can see how stylistically different those games are from the first to the second to the third to the, like, just they're just these wild swings. Which that's not you know a complaint, but it is a, you know, as a kid I remember thinking, gosh man, someone must be coming up with plans for all this stuff and have some sort of vision through this whole thing. Like, it's owned by a particular person.
He asks you to
And,
please stop saying he lost his badge.
It's
maturity is
absurd.
realizing that. Maturity is like realizing that a lot of these, like, a lot of creative process is you're flying by the seat of your pants.
Yes, and when you're like, so many of what you think are foundational aspects or facts of a universe are things that a writer made up just to get from one scene to another. It's not designed to be this firmament, this concrete rebar enforced thing that you build an entire franchise on. So when they keep bringing people back from the dead, like in Star Wars or something, it just feels insincere. And it's like, why are you... And then people... Oh, God. Just the response... Just how jerky people are about stuff in Star Wars. Star Wars fans are the worst. I mean, fandoms are the worst. Fans are... I've been meaning to make a Fanboys Are the Worst video for a long time.
I think...
He's not replying.
If you're not careful with that, that could get, like... dislike ratioed. I don't know.
I don't even care. I'm tired. Like, I'm tired of Star Wars. Like, even people are complaining about, like, a new scene in Andor Season 2 at a dance for something, and it's like, are you serious, people? They're just ravenous.
I haven't really paid attention to Star Wars since I was, like, a kid, actually.
He's not replying.
Yeah.
And I'm, like, 25, so you can probably guess.
9, come again. I didn't get that.
Yeah.
I was, like, I grew up at a time when the prequels were still relatively fresh.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't, when I was a kid, I had no I didn't realize that people didn't like the prequels that much. And I understand why now. And I sort of...
No. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's not fucking on.
No, mouse.
Don't sweat it, Bratan.
I mean, the thing about
to have fun. We can still have fun.
Star Wars is, like, you realize later on in life that even though it's, like, got a lot of iconic stuff, it's got a lot of good elements to it, it's like, well, as a whole package, it has been out, like, other properties are more coherent, other properties are...
He says he didn't lose
I don't know.
his gun.
Like,
or his phone, whatever that means.
yeah.
Ask him to describe it.
Me personally, I've
fun.
in the past, like, I've thought of myself as a Star Wars hater. I don't know if I think that now, but I certainly think it's justified.
Look at the pythons.
The hate for Star Wars?
You are a gun.
Well, I mean,
The biggest one in the
I just, in terms of, like, I don't know if Star Wars is all that good in general. I've thought that before.
Sure.
I'm more nuanced about it now. I'm more nuanced about it now. But
well, I hope, yeah, that's the dream. It's a murder weapon. You know what they... bang, bang.
He says it's just a regular gun.
But, like...
Sounds like he's being
I do still have a lot of criticisms I could, like... From what my little... My non-fanboy knowledge of it, I could probably give you. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's fair.
This is a trillion.
But unfortunately, there are those who are just kind of culture vultures. I guess that's not really right. It's just they just want to be jerks about it. They want to claim ownership of something that they don't own, even in the sense that they have a nostalgia for it or enjoy it. They just want to be jerks about it.
I've had a moment where I felt like I had just seen something that was, like, disrespectful to something I liked. You ever seen the Wrinkle in Time movie? The Disney one that was in the theaters.
The Ava DuVernay one, right?
Yeah.
Produced by
Yes,
Oprah?
that one.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Have you seen it?
No.
Now is a good time to say fuck.
Oh, God. Okay, compared to the book, it is...
your joke and asks you to lay off.
Well, for one thing, I'm not against what Ava DuVernay was trying to do. I just don't know if she did it well. She's trying to revise, like, if you're not familiar with The Wrinkle in Time, the book is about, like, like
I'm
these
going to report that you are in
kids
pursuit
who
of your service.
these three weird like alien beings like transport them. I mean they're human. They look like humans, but they aren't. They transport the kids throughout space and time, and you know their father's in danger or something. It's very odd book, but it was also very meaningful to me. And I don't know, the movie is just, it's odd, but it doesn't seem to be odd in the same way the book is odd. Like, it's not odd in the, like, Madeline L'Engle way. And I'm not angry at it for that. I just am like, oh, I just wasted the price of a movie ticket, you know?
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've had the vibe of why did I buy it. I've never walked out of a movie.
Yeah.
However, there's definitely been times where it's like, gosh, I should really have walked out of that because it did not pay off. And it's miserable.
Officer,
so,
further assistance?
yeah.
Over.
Financial
Then, sir, I hear
assistance.
you. I don't have the authority to enter.
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Just the desperation.
Don't give that asshole anything.
Right. That's
How
the negative
badly.
on the additional funds, sir. Over.
How badly this Dick has screwed up. Dick Mullen has screwed up.
Anything else, sir? Over.
I'm trying to think of other times I might have been disappointed by an adaptation. Like, nothing's coming to mind right now.
I mean, it's the subjectivity of the creative experience. If you want to get philosophical about, I mean, you look at top level Star Trek, right? When J.J. Abrams came and rebooted the series.
I only ever saw the first one of those movies.
But you get you understand.
I was younger.
If you understand the vibes of what Star Trek was before, and what he made it into, you can get the apologia around that.
I understand the anger at him as well.
Wait.
Yeah,
before
and
you say
that
any
entire
question,
thing.
Think it through. Be smart.
I still,
about this.
I mean,
Sir, I'm not
I don't know if
hearing
I'd
your
like
question.
that first movie as
That's a negative.
well,
I get a 10-12 here.
if I watch it now, but at the time I was young.
Yeah, I think it would. I haven't seen it in 13 years. I did a Star Trek marathon way back in 2012, and I watched the 10 of them at that point. And after watching Nemesis and then watching Star Trek afterward, it was definitely a breath of fresh air. And also I was really tired, but it was definitely a breath of fresh air.
10-9 repeat message. I didn't
Yeah,
get
I was a
that,
weird
sir.
kid.
I will not have you
I think
talk to
one of
me
my
this
favorite
manner.
Star Trek movies was actually the first
What
one.
is it?
The,
He's
like,
intoxicated
long,
and-
drawn-out,
Well,
like,
drunk and
almost like
emotionally
slow
aggressive.
cinema
That's
one,
new.
you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's big and expansive, and it's got the vibes of an adventure, whereas the previous movies didn't. But
Wrap it up.
that's not what
Don't indulge
really
in
Star Trek
drunken
was.
antics. What?
He wants to verify the...
Yeah, it's like,
It says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10-4.
Hold up, Jules. He doesn't fucking know where he is.
I have some certain
Like it, sir?
contrarian takes like that every so
Don't tell
often,
him anything.
where it's like, I like the thing no one else likes.
Anything more I can do for you? Over.
And, you know,
Understood, sir.
I guess one of them
Roger that.
was that Saints Row game, I
18
guess.
kilometers.
See, I wanted to. Having played the previous games, I have just kind of this curiosity about it, and it just seems like it's just weirdly mid.
Mid?
Yeah, 100%. Just like they tried, and it's not. It's just a soft thud.
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not.
Want to know the real piece of crap? I played like an hour of
His finger
Agents of
his
Mayhem
fist. laughing
Oh,
loosely.
their middle game.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright.
Yeah.
So that was they leaned into the superhero, because Saints Row 4 really was into the superpowers and you flying around and jumping over buildings, and I thought that was fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
But it's like they clearly, I mean, they acknowledged that they painted themselves into a corner with that.
Yeah.
So they may spin off, maybe try to figure something out with Agents of Mayhem. And I don't know if they did, because, like, truthfully, now there, I having played it for like an hour, I was like, I'm not having any fun at all. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Not to be mean to Volition, but...
You know what he told me?
Well, I mean, they don't exist anymore, unfortunately.
I want to get
No, I mean, listen, I don't want to speak of the dead, like, you know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
We'll give him a couple of days to put his shit together.
Yeah, I guess I can hold over the report. I mean, because truthfully, Agents of Mayhem is everything people say Saints Row 2022 is for me. From what little I played of it, it's just like a void for me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On a subjective level. I'm sorry for being distracting.
No, you're cool. I'm trying to. There's the situation happening down at the police station.
There's a lot to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage. The metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protecting.
He's clearly a little. The pry bar feels cold and heavy, useful for opening all. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, though it's robust, weatherproof, and well made. Lets you see the pull.
I don't remember if I grabbed all this stuff. Maybe I did.
Apparently, I think Jeff Minter either is releasing another game soon. If you don't know who Jeff Minter is,
I do know who Jeff Minter is. Yeah, is it Space Llamas?
No, it's not. He's doing like a reimagining of iRobot. If you're not familiar with that one,
I'm familiar with the movie, and I know it was based on the book by Philip
I'm
K.
talking about something entirely different.
Oh.
It's like an Atari game.
Oh.
And
this is the Coupe Cinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the.
It's from 1984, and it was like
motor carriage. Something bad with the motor.
it had flat shade polygons in 1984.
Nothing.
Okay.
On an arcade machine.
Forget I brought
And
it up. Please proceed with the careful.
apparently,
No.
from what all the reviews I've seen of it, it's like, this is impressive, I guess, but it's not. It doesn't really hold up.
I'm sure you.
I mean, that was that era, right? I mean, the same thing happened a decade later.
Yeah.
So dope having a live call, yeah.
But so, Jeff Minter is like doing what he did with Aka R, which, if you're not familiar, was like a prototype arcade game that was got sort of like a cult following on MAME, I guess, because people were like, "This is so weird. What the hell is this?" Like, there's two different gameplay levels, that sort of thing.
In the cabin,
and he's doing the same thing with iRobot, which I think actually was released, but
Right. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Not familiar with any of that. But he's making it.
Or has already made it. I'm not sure. I gotta have to check the PlayStation Store.
So you have a PlayStation? Do you have a PC?
I have a PC. I just don't use it for gaming. I have like a compartmentalization between the two
We can
things.
sit on benches after we've solved.
Sure.
You can revisit the.
I'm not a PC gamer for a simple reason that sometimes I worry about drivers. Sometimes I worry about this game that works fine on everyone else's computer is going to work terribly on this beautiful, brand spanking new gaming PC. So I just got a consumer one, and it can run some pretty good games. It can run Fear.
The drivers are really not an issue at all. Like if it's it's especially I've been PC gaming for almost 30 years now, and like maybe back in the day when you had to, pop in a CD-ROM or a floppy disk to do drivers because you couldn't. Windows didn't have it already, and but yeah, that's not anything now. All right, what we're going to do, we're at 2 hours. Let's go ahead and go on break for a bit. And I'll be back. Right. And if you'd like to support, I'm just talking broadly here. If you would like to support the channel, support me right now. You can do that. I've got all those links in my description box. We've got all the different ways. We've got a new Patreon supporter while I've been on the stream today so far. But if you just want to hang out, we'll go from there. And I'm going to be right back.
Preach, brother.
Yes. Alright, we are back. Oh, I'm moving around. That was a good break. So when I started streaming a couple years ago, I was doing it on a weekly basis, and I remember the stories of people who were streaming until they died, until they literally died. So getting up every once in a while and stretching your legs and getting stuff done, and that's a big deal. I remember the most extreme stream that I did was 24 hours, and I played a new game like every 2 hours, and I had a wheel actually, and getting them to work was kind of a pain. Some of them were DOS games, and some of them were different resolutions, and one was Psychonauts, and it ran like terribly because it wasn't optimized for newer versions of Windows. And so there are definitely the edge cases like that, but yeah, it's just getting up and getting around. I'll just recap for anyone who's watching. I am busking for rent money. You can come and say hi, come and watch. I appreciate you even just being here. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do it by Patreon. You can do super chats. You might have seen them in the chat. I don't know if those are disappearing. And there's a variety of ways in the D-Box, from coffee to from buying pizzas and coffees and stuff like that. Buying coffees. I can't believe there's 2 services that are coffee related, or coffee sounding, I should say.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Anyway, give him money. Give him money.
Give me money. Help. It's a terrible economy, and finding work that isn't completely trash sucks.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
Yeah, let's enjoy the game.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game.
Oh.
Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Right.
No, you've got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Better observe them first.
Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore. Feels like it's in both.
I don't remember this guy.
This is my first time talking to him too.
I hope you pass out from it. You goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what
From what I understand, I mean, I have played technically 12 hours of it, but I mean, I'm not very good at it.
Any team.
Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of moments like this too. Wait. In this playthrough, I didn't get this. But in the other guy got this in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like Disco Elysium has moments like that too, but from what I understand, Baldur's Gate 3 has more of them.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened? What do I do? What happened?
I'm gonna be real. I've never really been that good at turn-based RPGs.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. You'll make it. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight. The nervous system calibrated until you and the ball have merged into a single.
I'm gonna be the ball. I did it! I threw a ball!
Merde! Bordel de merde!
Is this just bocce ball? Is that what this is like?
I have no idea.
You do not just
You know what bocce ball is, right? It's like lawn bowling. Lawn bowls.
Son.
I.
You can't play pétanque with 5 pool.
Pétanque?
Yes, pétanque. You ruined our pétanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
So what, is Pétanque a real game?
There's harm done, you orange slugger. You owe us a goddamn bull.
It is actually.
Listen, guys, the ball is gone, and I have a murder to solve.
There's like an entire category of like games in the bowls category. Like there's lawn bowls, crown green bowling, bowling. I haven't heard of some of this shit.
It's your refusal
So,
to take responsibility. I don't like.
it's understandable. I've only heard of bocce, really.
Just talk.
Because I think I
Little
played
smooth
that a
things
little bit as a kid.
Old people like.
Unfortunately, I don't.
Well, I'm not familiar with any of those games, so it's like...
Law enforcement. But this affair
Yeah.
has passed me by completely. In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I
Bowling
admire
is
the effort
it's
of the
messed
order.
up
If I
how many
knew, I
types
would
of bowling
not be
there is.
afraid to tell you.
It's messed up.
I simply don't. I'm an old
That
man,
sounds
not a
How many...
coward.
Oh,
The daily
maybe I don't want...
business of
Maybe
the
that's a
path
rabbit hole.
No longer concerns me.
This is
okay,
the rabbit hole on rabbit hole on rabbit hole.
Like there's candlepin bowling.
Okay.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present.
You ever heard of that?
Almost no.
It's
No.
basically like where the pins are like tall and narrow. Like
The terrain here provides
Okay.
I'll just link
variety
a
to
Wikipedia
familiar
picture
game.
here.
No, it was left by heavy artillery fire.
Heavy artillery. Wow, okay. I'm looking at this. Wow. The heck is that?
That's
That-
bowling, baby.
No, that can't be bowling. That's got to be something else. What is that? That's absurd. What is that? What is that? It's unnatural.
It is just.
That is okay.
Execute your supreme leadership
I mean,
and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse.
you might actually be familiar with like five pin bowling more, because that's a Canadian thing.
Socialist anarchists, call them what you
No,
like.
I know bowling.
They just wanted you to feel special.
I know
That-
bumper lanes and
Mentality.
shoes and don't fling your ball too hard at the lane.
Basically, it's the same principles apply to 5-pin bowling. It's like 10-pin bowling, but there's 5 of them.
There's just 5 of them.
That's really good.
Okay.
It's like there's like, yeah, and the
Sadly, no.
yeah.
It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly.
It's nothing too crazy,
Valiantly. Should have
you know?
fought dirty.
Yeah, it's bowling,
Like they
right?
did with their suicide
But there's
sex
just less
cult
pins.
propaganda and
Okay,
mad anarchist
alright.
women strapped to
But what's the
shackles.
excitement of that?
We didn't so.
I don't know. There is sort of.
Had to soften the commies up first. Yes. The military
Apparently,
coordinated
it was
amphibious
invented
landing
like by a
to
guy who
never
was
show.
like
He finds your lack of
who
historical
operated a bowling
knowledge
alley
troubling,
and was like
a sign of
the
mental
guys at the club were like,
deterioration.
"Yo, this is too hard. Can you make something like less hard?"
I guess.
The other two are off in stellar Mars.
Like spaghetti and butter and noodles instead of spaghetti.
This here is
Yeah.
blood ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we played pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't.
But yeah,
angry
most
enough
bowling
for
alleys
that.
up here are 5-pin bowling, which is kind of interesting.
Don't get me wrong, officer.
Up in
I
Canada?
hate those foreign dogs.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
the enemy of my enemy and all that.
Now, granted, I'm
Those
not
lesser
some
evil.
bowling aficionado, but yeah, it's all 10 pin down here. Maybe the queen wouldn't allow that many pins.
Okay.
That's why we rebelled, is because we wanted all 10 pins to our little game where we throw a round ball down a thing.
I understand why you might still think it's the Queen. I still think it is sometimes too, but it's like King Chuck now.
Yeah, sure. King Chuck. That's a name. Okay, I haven't heard that one yet.
I made it up.
It's good. I like that. King Chuck and his bloody mural. Oh my god.
It's crazy that there's been 3 of them. One was too many.
Well, and you give it enough time, and you can have as many as you want. You know.
And it worked too.
Not to get political, but I am against there being like a against there being
monarchy
in Canada.
Yeah. Okay.
For a simple reason that I think it's just silly.
Well, it's your
We can keep the parliamentary system we have. Seems to be working pretty well, right? You know, but
yeah.
Whoever you want to blame.
Yeah.
Never finish the job.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players of the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you
See, now that... Oh.
From my understanding, this game is very political too.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I don't think it's unfortunate. I think it's fun that they did dig into
not
that.
Unfortunate. It's not unfortunate unless you want the stream to not talk about politics.
I think I think people like to avoid sensitive topics.
Yes,
and,
I don't. I just thought you might be one of those people who did.
Well, you watched my Grand Theft Auto 5 review, and Hard Space. I'll dig into that, but I'm not gonna, we're not gonna go Hassan here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years
Nothing. I don't think. I just do. Some people are like that, you know?
Yeah.
If the right honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachon, or even if that damn clan Fouissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted.
Oh, I'm thinking of... I just thought of another channel I like that you might not have heard of.
Uh-huh.
You ever heard of Cult Classifications? It's this Canadian feller who makes games that...
He was the king we couldn't protect.
Videos about games that are generally, like, not super well known, but, like... We're well known enough to have, like, a wide commercial release. Like, for example, I'm gonna look at his channel again. I forget exactly what he's covered.
Drove him into exile. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already?
Soon, they will forget everything.
Murdered Soul Suspect, for instance.
Okay.
You were still in Daddy's boat.
Which was an interesting game. As someone... So our creator corner in the Discord, a couple of them have tackled Murdered. And the Summer of Mark did, and I think Midnight Medium did. And it's like, oh, I remember... No, I'm definitely not going to do that. No, we're going to get out of here. Yeah, this is definitely the first time I've talked to these guys.
You remember what?
I remember going to E3 and it was on display there. I want to say it was 2012 or 2013. I want to say it was 2012. Because I think Sleeping Dogs was was displaying around that time too. And Watch Dogs, that was the premiere year, was 2012. Because we drove in from Phoenix. But yeah, Murdered Soul Suspect was one of the games on display then.
Another video, like, he also did Bullet Witch, Damnation, Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z.
Okay.
Or Z, I guess.
Yeah, we don't do Z here, buddy.
I mean, near to the Japanese, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, yeah. I learned something about Damnation I didn't know before. Well, I learned a few things about that game I didn't know before, because I really didn't know very much about that game. But one of them was that it started out as, like, a game made by the same company that made the commercial release, as, like, a freeware, like, contest game for, like, Unreal Engine.
Uh-huh.
And I think it won the prize for that contest.
Okay. That makes sense. It's like, oh, I'll develop it into a full thing now.
Or they will.
Okay, yeah.
From another planet. Hey there.
I am the law.
The most recent one he did is Infernal, which I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is.
It's the jam, my man.
Again, it's like he specializes in like 7th gen stuff I've never friggin' heard of. Well, or if I have heard of it, it has been like vaguely.
All around cluster.
Which I think is a good niche to have on this website. And it's like these long form videos, like hour long, sometimes longer. About that, yeah.
Do you have a target length of video? We were talking about this in the Discord a couple days ago, and
I watch.
Yeah, like because some people like
Not really.
I did a statistical breakdown, and for whatever the value is, my most popular the reviews that have gotten the most views are like 2 to 3 hours, and there have been exceptions on either side, but it's like 2 to 3 hours seems to be a spot because we were talking about I don't know if you're familiar with Action Button.
I am. He
Yeah.
just put out like
The LA
9
Noir.
hour long video.
And we were talking about that because I just finished that over 3 days.
I've only gotten an hour 30 in.
Yeah, but the idea of that, some people will look at that and be like, no. But if you digest it, so then there's definitely there are people who milk that length. I think he does a great job. It clearly took a long time for him to do.
I think that video, he's just having fun with it. He's putting effort and fun.
I agree. I definitely. That's what he does. He is verbose on the best days. I don't know why this is popping out now. What are you doing,
your
glasses?
Glasses lens?
Yeah. No, it's the padding. You better stay there, you jerk. I ain't dealing with you.
I can't imagine my glasses, like these cheap Zenny optical ones. I can't imagine the lens coming out of those.
Well, thankfully, this is because I've had glasses where the lenses have popped out, and I've had pulled super glue because they didn't want to pay for another pair of lenses there. Hentai Mixed Toon Boob, that is a name. I can't do more than this, but I'm happy to help you how I can. Thank you for your content, man. Hope everything works out. You play any Half-Life games or Parasite Eve? First off, thank you for your support. I am definitely going to wipe my lenses again. But I've definitely played Half-Life and Half-Life 2, actually. Half-Life 2 is one of the greatest games of all time. And the original, I do not care that much for at all. I remember playing it in 2000. A friend of a friend, or just an acquaintance, burned me a copy. I had the CDR back when games could fit on CDR still, and I played it. And I remember playing the Uplink demo, which that level is only in that demo, and I played that thing over and over again. And then when I got the full game, I did not care for it that much at all because it just kind of kept going. It was pretty absurd. I did not like that. But Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 I played on my brother's machine, and then
the first time I ever played Half-Life 2 was on the PS3.
Oh, so you had to wait a bit.
That's not the only problem with it, is it? Because if you're familiar with the PS3 port of the Orange Box, it has some
Has some issues. Okay, yeah, I believe that. But that was pretty common. The ports on the PS3 didn't get there. Like Grand Theft Auto and that, I know they weren't as good as the 360 versions. But I remember playing, because I played it on PC originally, and then when I built my computer, I built my very first computer in early 2005, and I played through Half-Life 2 again, and it was magical. I mean, it was magical the first time, but it was...
Nope. It was magical both times.
It was, but it was more magical when you get to turn up some of the effects, like the textured glass and stuff like that, or the projection, like when you're looking through the magnifying lens and it's distorting. It's like, oh my god, I've never seen this before. Wow.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit with 3 T's.
Anyway, to get back to the video length thing, because I do want to revisit that. I don't really have a preset video length that I watch.
No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
You just kind of see it, and it's like, yep, that's for me.
The bosses, man.
Yeah. It's just like, as long as it's not something where it's like, oh, I can't finish this.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
At the moment. I'm not in the mental state where I can finish
People
this.
they don't like are actually right.
Like sometimes, like, you watch a long video essay and you're like, no, I could probably finish this later. Like, for example, I'm watching this one by this
whatever's going on over
channel called Biz Barclay. I don't know if you're familiar with her stuff.
No way in or out.
It's about a discovery of witches.
Like a giant
the film
crane and half the
not the film, the television series and the book series. Yeah.
And there's a company
about
in town too.
Yeah, it's
a strike negotiation.
But if it was something like very depressing,
demands and so on.
Like, for example, there's this like
from the Wild Pines. We'll meet
Silent Hill 2 video essay that I also have in one tab. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish that because it's like comparing aspects of those games to real life, like political, socio-political stuff.
Really my area of expertise.
And
I just do my job and get paid.
It's like, oh god, he's cooking with some of these points. Oh god.
You still hang around here waiting for this.
Yeah, and I mean, it only takes like 10 minutes to get a vibe for.
Yeah.
If there are essayists that are clearly just doing it for the ad revenue, and they're padding it out and being jerks about it. And to Hentai's point about playing on good hardware changes the whole experience, I would say that is really applicable to older games. I mean, in the sense of playing it back then, because hardware and games were changing graphically like all the time. These days, I mean, so I built this machine just before I got laid off, thank God. And but the computer before this that I'd been using for everything to this point, just about, I built 9.5 years ago, and it still did like 95% of everything I needed it to do. And if there was a newer game I wanted to play, I would just pop up, bring it up on my Series S, which is over to my left here, and play it on there. But now that I've built this machine, and I mean, obviously it's much faster, I'm rendering a lot faster, but one of the things I appreciate is actually the NVMe drives. I got a pair of NVMe drives in here, and just accessing data is just so much faster. You know, the graphics are better, sure. I don't think I've done anything with ray tracing in here yet, but it's cool to be able to crank everything back up to 4 and play it in native 4K and do this and that, and not run into performance issues. But I remember back then, it'd be like, you get a new video card, and it's like a whole new universe of what graphical presentation is possible of. I remember my first and second gaming computers back in the late 90s, you know, trying to play Deus Ex with software shaders. Back when it's like, well, you don't have a graphics card or a 3D accelerator, but You can still try and render it in software, and it didn't look great, but you could still do it.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures?
Here's an interesting
the
thing.
The more transient, the better.
Like,
When one-
you and me,
Yeah,
our
robot
history with
drivers.
games is
I know that.
different. When I was a
All the
kid, I
time.
didn't really have a
Otherwise,
conception
I haven't really asked
that
about
PCs could do
Been
gaming.
wasting time right here.
Mhm.
Keep 'em busy.
Like, and that carried over, I
Analyzing the
think,
fundamental structural and psychological
to
conditions
some
of being
extent,
stranded in the midst
when
of
I
a
was
sea
like a
of noble
teenager.
glories.
Uh-huh.
Sad, despondent
And so, like, I was in the console
A
ecosystem.
sense
I
of
still
surprise
am,
that rang more
as
bodies
I'm
than
sure
from
you've
more trees.
surmised.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just, it
I
gets
think
easier.
there's- Yeah, I mean, you just plug the brick into the wall.
Yeah, right, exactly. You plug it into
Genius,
the TV, and then you do the internet stuff, and off you go.
Time to
Yeah, it's like, and so it's like,
No, I'm joking, my man.
I never like
Brown
had
runs a
this
nice
sort of
clean
like
business.
This game.
same
It's all
experience
cargo
of like
and
the
sporting goods.
incremental like
You know, tracksuits
wait,
and that kind of thing.
the like, I'm sure if I was like a kid in the 2000s and I,
Though we've been making headway in the
well, for one thing, I
Eldorado.
don't think I would have been allowed to play something like Half-Life 2.
This rockin'
Yeah.
For another
sure is
thing,
like a rash you can't get rid of.
even if I was,
Interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Neat.
like,
For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found
I don't know if I
tracksuits
would have
need to find their
had
way to
quite
the kids way out
appreciated
in the
like the
long mile and
graphical
run on board
increment,
somehow.
There it is
incrementalism of
A little
graphics,
touch of
like you
sadness
were
beneath
able
his
to.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks
You
he's
wouldn't
too
have,
much.
like, even if you were around back then?
Not unless
No,
they've
well,
legalized
in terms of like the same way.
Yeah.
Like I would have been able, be able to tell the difference. I of course was able to tell the difference between console generations. But
Yeah.
you and most PC gamers of like the 2000s, 2010s
We're pals and all.
had
but I can't
the
just freely
privilege
hand
of
out the
being able to
merchandise.
see it move
The man
faster.
taps
I
his
suppose.
fingers rhythmically.
Yeah, it's definitely a, it's, you know, time and place. Oh, do I get this dice roll?
Ease into it. Fuck. Don't go too far.
So like, I do think it's interesting the way my brain perceives gaming to this day,
You
and
really
the way
are the law, aren't you?
like a PC gamer
I get
does.
that being blunt
Yeah,
and
and
observant and inquisitive
it is
comes with
definitely,
territory.
I
It
mean,
certainly doesn't help with your conversational skills, does it?
it just depends on when you came. Like, when I started, that was the right as 3D gaming was starting to pick up. Like, obviously there were 3D games before. There've kind of always been 3D games, except, you know, like in the 70s when the computational power wasn't there.
Oh, absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
in the 90s, through the, I mean, and even through my reviews, you see just the S curve, like over and over again, the S curve of graphical fidelity. So, you know, the 90s, you know, you had the N64, you know, and those three, you look at them and it's like, this is primitive, but they're gonna get there. And
Stranger.
I mean,
the
here's the
PlayStation with the
thing.
rippling textures because there's no hardware Z buffer and stuff like that primitive stuff. But then as you start noticing it getting better, especially through the 360, like you see the comparison between the PS2 Xbox and the 360 PS3. That was, aside from the leap from 2D to 3D, that was a massive leap. Like, so many 360 games
I experienced that. I experienced that.
Right. So many of those games still look good because it wasn't until about 2012 or so that you're kind of at the top of the S curve, and games just kind of gradually got better looking from there. But before that, you could definitely sense like games are getting look dramatically geared when E3 2005 I believe. That's when we saw Unreal Engine 3 for the first time, and they were showing early parts of Gears of War when it wasn't Gears of War yet. I'm working out of this conversation. Talk about these lorries. But just seeing those graphics, Unreal Engine 3 was insane. Nothing like that existed yet. And it's not that computational power hasn't slowed, it's that we're now seeing the diminished returns on what graphical fidelity even means.
We're in the art direction phase.
We've always been in the art direction phase, but it's like the return on investment on technically isn't there. Yeah, like who cares about ray tracing if your game doesn't need ray tracing? really.
Hey, I mean, I guess there's certain games that do need ray tracing, but like I guess Control sort of does if you want the atmosphere, I suppose.
But it doesn't need it, right? Like
No.
You're right, and no game like there. What games are there that actually you need ray tracing for the like? Maybe if it was a puzzle game, right? That's easy to imagine.
No way in hell. No way in hell would you need ray tracing for that.
No, but if you built a puzzle game around having ray tracing and reflections, but you would be able to fake it in so many other ways. All right, let's go see
I see your
Kuno.
point, yes.
Yeah. Oh, these freaking kids.
Kuno's got this.
Freaking Kuno. Oh, and this kid. Oh my god.
Right in the dick, Kuno. Get him right in the dick.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You see how they're mixing like different European languages and stuff?
The boy
Yeah.
is sweating profusely.
Like that's, I
His
think that's
eyes
finished,
are like
right?
2 black holes, and his jaw is twitching as if
No
to
idea.
break free from the empire of his body.
That sounds finished to me.
What?
The kid is obviously high.
Stop getting high at my crime scene.
They pay you no heed or pretend not to notice you.
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him, Kuno.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Kuno doesn't know what a rake is.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
What forces?
You will see.
Oh.
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
The forces of a teenage kid,
Kuno
like
doesn't buy that shit.
making bad
Fucking
decisions.
entrapment shit.
God.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
I mean, you don't talk to cops, right?
Pig's choking. He's totally choking.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got
And the usual.
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask
I'm glad it kind of like follows the train of thought here. Like, this dude doesn't know what he's doing. He's coming out of this insomniac break. And,
Yeah, he's forgotten his society. He's forgotten.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
I mean, he's basically forgotten the social context. He knows like English, right? But he doesn't know.
Right, he knows how to move around. He has motor skills. But it's also such a great way to bring the player in because we don't know what's going on here either. So you're discovering it along with him, and you can get away with that if there was a Disco Elysium. I mean, it's the Metroid syndrome of you losing all your powers between sequels, and then them having to justify you losing all of your powers after you just spent the previous game gaining all of your powers.
From the foggiest idea what they were gonna do for a sequel. I know it would have probably been crazy.
End of conversation.
Yeah.
Very strong. You should be this.
Probably planned.
There's so much sus stuff going on with
You had Kuno.
the splintered developers. Some of them I don't even know if they're splintered off from the Zone team, but they claim to be. It's a strange time right
Well,
now.
and there's been a couple videos, and Writing About Games had their investigation. Or not Write About Games.
People Make Games.
People Make Games, yes, exactly. Former Eurogamer guys.
I have to wonder if the journalist. I have to wonder if that piece didn't speed the descent. I have to wonder.
Don't need to know.
Yeah, and I know people had some criticisms of that piece, but not being in that. Remembering all that, I can't remember kind of taking people at face value.
From what I understand, they misnuanced it, if that's the word.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They misnuanced it, if that's a word.
Maybe. Maybe. Where's Muzzy? Yes, exactly. Where's Muzzy to... You often play in this yard?
This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this, with Zong, and because they announced a new game.
Things are
Existing.
What's that line from Mystery Shine Steer 2000? Something and time is better. Christ, I need to look this up.
Look it up.
Kuno pig.
Kuno's Kuno.
Kuno. Primal.
Space is warped and time is bendable. There, that's the line.
There we go.
From MSD3K.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Think about that rabbit Kuno
I sometimes think of
He seems glad
line
someone understood
whenever
what he
things
was
get
going for.
messed up.
But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help!
All I know is that apparently Estonia, from artistically, is like a small town, basically.
Help! He's sticking his dick out.
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Oh
You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, what was that?
Somebody, please.
Estonia basically is like a small town artistically, from what I understand.
Yeah, it's the Baltics out of there. We're good. Come on, roll the. Yes. No. Damn it.
Didn't let him down. Your fist didn't meet its target. Instead, it pulled you down with it.
Roxy, come sit down. Yeah, Estonia is small. It's hard to. We were talking about the vastness of nothing earlier, but you know, Europe's just a couple little cities all together.
I mean, Europe is drivable.
But they also
But
there's
drive across
options to not drive it at all.
Yeah, it's not a very large continent. I mean, it looks like it is on a map, but it really isn't.
And it's old, and people live there, and it makes sense. You know, you go to
And
the
there's
East Coast to
population
the United States, and you go to those older cities, and you see what city development was like before the automobile, and these towns that don't have all the suburban sprawl, and they're kind of tightly compacted. Like, I went to DC most of a decade ago, and holy crap, cow! Like, it's insane. Like, wow, just how tight it.
The creature behind the fence
DC
makes it.
Kuno made you his
I mean, for one thing,
The lieutenant is
strange place in general, because it's technically not part of a state, right?
No, you're right. Yeah, it's its own. It's a federal district. Yeah.
Messed up. I'm sure that residents think it's sort of messed up too.
But they're trying to make it a state. Maybe someday. Ugh.
Kuno's just gonna beat the shit out of you again.
I mean, that's true, Kuno.
I told you not to tempt such forces. Now, how about we go and do some...
Yeah. Alright. I do have some healing something.
Smelling salts? I don't know.
I thought I had something. Maybe that was for me or... No?
I wonder what the, like...
Dogs, come on.
quote-unquote idiot run of this looks like.
I imagine it's not long. Oh my gosh. Hang on, let me mute this real. Alright. I think they got most of it out of their system. Woo!
Dogs are such, like, easily excitable little things.
Well, and the big thing is like the apartment hallway is an echo chamber, and it's just people can just say anything and be chaotic, and it's just a bunch of noise. Oh my god. My goodness. Blah.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes.
Oh, the poor corpse.
The face around them does not look human. It's
It wasn't the mouse. It's like, well, you just let yourself in.
And his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out.
Do mice bother dogs? I know they bother cats, right?
I have no idea.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow. Cop's gonna blow, Kuno.
Active decay.
He's about to blow.
3%. Am I?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots, anywhere from 6 to 12.
Have you played a bad game recently?
No, I haven't. Not that I can think of.
I don't know. I'm just. It's a question that came to mind, I
Heavy
guess.
workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails.
I think I try to avoid. Like, there are so many good games that I think I just kind of actively avoid.
What do you think you are?
The bad
A
ones.
super detective? You're hungover.
I'm a super detective. Alright, my morale is busted. My spirit is busted. I just keep... Yeah, I try to, if a game is not getting me and I'm struggling to think of ones that just haven't gotten me, or I haven't gotten, I don't spend a lot of time with them. I'm like, I'm out. I'm good. Oh, let's look at this thing. Oh, I love magnesium. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go.
Since you mentioned Sleeping Dogs earlier, I've been playing that for the. I've been trying to complete that recently.
I played the demo for it back at E3, and I know there's the one same one. Like when it's so funny to play a demo at E3, and then it's the same demo that everyone else gets to play later on. But yeah, I haven't played the full game, even though I've probably should have owned it for a while. But yeah, you were saying
this trash container. There's something in there.
From my opinion of it so far is that it's pretty cool. I mean,
that's what I've heard.
It's not. It's not the
trash.
It's not the greatest, open world game ever made, right? But it's like.
I agree.
It's like the little game that could, I
someone
guess.
From all the detectives from all
Mm-hmm.
the prisons who experience
Like,
it's fun, like Saints Row.
It's spun off from like
it's invaluable to the force.
like it had a really weird development cycle. Like it started out as like a true crime game, like from the series.
Yeah, the guys who were the spin-off of. Oh my goodness. Ah! It's like something knocks it up in the hallway and they have to explode.
None.
But yeah,
they don't exist.
what's surprising me most about that game is like the radio picks.
Try using a private.
Picks of the songs they chose for the radio.
The licensed music,
I didn't realize this until recently. They have Echo Beach in that game. It's a banger.
They have what?
Echo Beach.
Oh.
You ever heard that song?
Maybe.
Yeah. You can look it up.
No matter how strong you think you are, this is really not something you should
I have a
be
pry
I
bar.
guess-
I should have a pry bar.
The combat system is pretty good. From what I understand, there are guns in that game, but you don't really use them.
Uh-huh. No, it's a lot of... I remember the context-sensitive, like, combat and stuff like that.
Like, there's so many moves I'm not going to remember the combos of, but...
Yeah, right.
At least they're there, you know? The plot is not bad, I guess. I mean, it's... I guess it's certainly better than the true crime games. The first one, True Crime Los Angeles, is really weird.
Maybe you prefer the
in terms of its narrative.
to the smell of
Like, it goes into, like... There's supernatural crud going on. Like, there's, like...
Force time isn't happy. What is this? Your triceps ache for
You
the
fight like a
metals of
dragon or something.
but it resists. This
Flux of
calls for
Flux
a
was
potent
crap.
curse and outbreak.
So it's a lot of supernat... I mean, True Crime had that. Yeah, True Crime definitely had that. I remember playing Streets of LA back in the day. Because we didn't have... So I was an original Xbox guy. And we didn't have Grand Theft Auto 3 or Vice City because they were PlayStation exclusive for a bit there. And so
Yeah.
we had True Crime. And True Crime was not good. Although it's tempting to get it because... Now that I've been to LA a number of times, it's like, oh, I wonder how the map is. Because I remember it was big.
From what I understand, I mean, Lux of Flux has... I mean, I don't... From what... Every time I've tried to play it, I was like, this is very... This is arcadey in a way I wasn't expecting.
Clearly
From, like... And I mean, I've just never clicked with it, I guess.
But like Sleeping Dogs or
No, the
with
True Crime.
Yeah, yeah, because it's not good.
Snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pigs come.
She means it.
Oh no, you could do worse.
I'm going away for a long time, Kuno.
Yeah.
I'm going away for life.
But so
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to...
I come from the woods, good David. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see
I
what
bought so many games on the original Xbox. I had 85 at a point, and that was over 4 years. And I bought because I worked at Best Buy and I didn't have any bills, and I had not a lot of disposable income, but enough. And I had an employee discount, so I was paying I don't know like $42 for each game, and then I got some of the first party ones for free or just paid with shipping through their retail training program. And so I got a lot of Xbox games, and a lot of them aren't good, or just aggressively mediocre. And
did you play Midtown Madness 3?
Oh yeah. I beat that single player campaign. I want to say like 2 or 3 days, something like that.
Was it good?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it, but then you beat it and it's over. But I did remember playing it online. That was a big deal for me because Live was up. I didn't play it initially. I had to do it later when we moved back into town because we were on dial-up out in the country. But when I did, I thought it was fun because they had, was it Paris and DC were the two cities. And so going through the subways and there was a big controversy around like cars and...
Because it's nice and orderly. No, there's more to this. Hard to say.
There was going through the subway and just blowing up the cars because the manufacturers were so sensitive to what you could do as far as the damage. And I remember that was more of a big deal with the Forza Motorsport games. You didn't want them.
That's why these days they're not gonna model it model the damage if it's a real car.
Right.
Like that. Like, I think even by the point Burnout Paradise came out, it was like by that point they had to like make up car brands.
No, yeah, exactly, and then that would allow them to justify just doing like molecular level destruction, of these cars. But in Midtown Madness 3, for some reason, they were like, yo, we will let you totally mangle a Koenigsegg CCR and or a CCX, I think, the very first one. And that was so cool. It was so awesome.
That was it's a which way Western Man moment when you look at that and compare it to like Forza Motorsport.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember buying the very first Forza Motorsport when that came out because GT4 was out around that same time, and you could see the stylistic differences between the two. I swear I had a pry bar or something with that. I have it in my hand.
An inconspicuous pile. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing.
I'm gonna
Someone.
get it. Yeah. Okay. Click it. Can I click? No, I can't do anything with it. Okay. Yeah, because Gran Turismo was PS2 wasn't as good looking. PS2 games just didn't look as good. It's just all there is to it.
I grew up with the PS2. I wouldn't be able to comment on such matters.
Well, and I remember there were a lot of games that were they were exclusive to the PS2. But when you compared it, you compared to the guts of it, just what they were capable of. Like even between those two consoles, the graphics delta was big, and that was like right in that S curve of it just looks so much better. But there were just a lot fewer. So you had Halo and Halo 2, and those were mind-blowing games. And the Xbox Live was unparalleled. It was just nothing better. And then, I had a GameCube too. I played Eternal Darkness. We're going to come around the other way, I guess. This is still the hotel. I love this environmental detail.
Welcome to Revachol. Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
Ooh, Kim, my goodness.
Every school of thought and government has failed in this city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
The portraits really remind me of Papers, Please.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs
My
backup.
goodness.
Now's your moment to
I
shine.
didn't realize it was still muted. Sorry.
No, you're good.
You do.
I wonder what Lucas Pope is cooking after the Oberdin thing. Do you think he's making another game?
He has to, right? I played a good maybe hour of Oberdin, finally. And I remember just really getting hung up on not being able to find clues. And the people looking very similar because of the look.
Yeah, because it's like, it's one bit.
It's one bit, it's very dithered, and the portraits at their small resolutions look similar. So it's like, I don't know, I can't distinguish some of these people.
It's very
what's going on?
It's very explicitly inspired by like the Mac.
Oh yeah,
like, right?
No, yeah, like the mid '80s aesthetic, and I think it's so cool. I love the idea, but I kind of got stuck on that a little bit, and then I haven't come back. Like the Disco Elysium.
It's about biological determinism, natural law.
If you want to seem like one of the best 1-bit games in terms of like graphics ever made, you should play like The Fool's Errand.
Ah, haven't heard of that one.
This puzzle game.
Change the topic.
Yeah, it was very popular back in the day. It was like by Cliff Johnson. He used to have a website, but it went down. Where he like distributed his older games, and
I'm not the only one. Look,
it was like this as a like mini VMAX package, and I still have it. And they're like it's like the entire gimmick behind The Fool's Errand. It's like a puzzle game, but it's like you solve these individual little puzzles, where it be a word search or a maze or whatever. But then there's also a meta puzzle beyond it that you are solving, like a meta puzzle. Like you have to fill in the proper squares on like a map. You have to arrange the squares properly on like a map, and then the barter framing device is part of the puzzle, because like it's based on like tarot cards, and it's like this big fairy tale-esque story, and everything seems to be like part of the puzzle, or might not be part of the puzzle. It's really cool, but I've never beaten it because it's a skill issue, basically.
A skill issue in a puzzle, because it's a puzzle game, right?
Yeah. Sometimes that happens.
No, I get it, because I'm not good at puzzle games at all. I should be feeling.
The only puzzle game that I think I could ever get good at is the Talos Principle, because that's like basically like very easy to understand principles. Like you have the emitters, you have the that sort of thing.
Well, I get that vibe of The Witness. The Witness is pretty much the last puzzle game that I've really, truly invested in. Oh, this is where I should be able to get smokes. But I don't have any money, so it doesn't matter.
Funny thing about The Witness, I think I spoiled myself with that game a lot, because I watched a Let's Play of it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't have a PS4 at the time.
There are definitely there's like 1 or 2 tricks in there, and once you see it, it's like, well, I'm never gonna forget that.
Yeah.
And I don't think it leads you on so easily, because there's hundreds of puzzles or something, if I remember right, in there.
Should we spoil the trick? The one big trick? I don't know. It's a 10-year-old game, right?
It's yeah, just about.
Like, so the big trick is like the environmental puzzles. Like,
we have a right.
That's to say, like, the central mechanic is like you draw lines, right? Everyone knows this,
right?
But then you realize, oh god, the cursor can go anywhere.
Yeah.
You here to fuck
and you can trace the environment.
Worker down.
It's like, oh god, now that I saw that spoiled in the Let's Play, I'm like, oh,
we're here.
Now I'm not gonna have the big aha moment that Jonathan Blow wanted. Oopsie daisy.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I could see. Yeah, I can see that, especially since. Yeah, because like NoClip covered it in their documentary about it, but that was, I don't know, years later, something like that. Yeah. I remember playing the game at the time and not getting there, and not getting to that. And I'd worked through a number of the puzzles on my own, which I am not. That is not my thing.
I mean, everyone knows The Looker is a better game anyway.
Besides,
I'm kidding.
It helps if people see us.
Did you ever play The Looker?
No.
Together.
That's a parody one.
Oh. Nope.
It's like
rights of people.
It's the sort of parody that's coming from a place of admiration for the original, but also it's like
might be time.
That makes the satire that much more scathing, right?
Inside.
Yeah.
But you're essentially still. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand though. Right to work. Right to work!
It's one of the few like overwhelmingly positive games on Steam.
Maybe you should
for some
answer
reason.
them.
I mean, I guess I know the reason because people thought it was funny,
We have families to
and it was
Yeah.
free.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So do we, Scott.
The unionists and the scabs.
Have fun. Union shits are on
It's sort of
full
relevant,
strike. Don't think they're going to let
isn't it? It's sort of timely, isn't it? With
Well,
the-
I remember the rise of a lot of union workers during, like, say, the Biden era, and then immediately afterward, people cracking down on it again.
I'm specifically thinking of the voice actor strike, which is
Yeah,
technically
that
still
too.
ongoing. But only it's just
No, they had conditional. No, they reached an agreement, but they also with different companies. I think that the one with like the video games one, the not the Screenwriters Guild, but the voice. Yeah,
SAG-AFTRA.
yeah, exactly.
From what I understand,
Wouldn't put it past these Harvard bugs.
it's not so much that the whole industry is being stricken. It's certain companies, it's certain games.
Open up the gates.
Right?
We are not picking.
Yeah, because they're picking individual deals with them.
Yeah.
Let us work! Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they are letting those who do want work.
Unfortunately, one of those companies is Bungie, I guess.
They have an exception, or they're.
I don't know. I think Destiny 2 had to, for a time, have some characters unvoiced.
The rules of the economy.
Yeah.
Because they were.
Or, you know, I would also believe that they're just not effectively designing their games.
That being said, please send me the closed beta codes. Please.
Of course, yes. Get that marathon action there, too.
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and work
God, I feel like...
while we
I don't know what Marathon's gonna be like when it finally hits.
Serious.
I know what it's going to be
Public at
like.
large.
It's going to be not for me.
There's something.
Yeah, you're not into Tarkov-esque things?
I'm not into multiplayer games.
The different pieces of the attire.
Just kind of flatly all together. Yeah, not at all.
I will occasionally play multiplayer games, but then I, after like a few hours, I'm like, okay, I'm done for like the month, maybe the 2 months. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't mind a
Right?
good. It's been a long time, and it's like team-based stuff, and usually me hanging back and doing defense, and usually not that very well.
I don't usually go for the team-based ones.
I don't like being the lone. Well, so I like being the lone wolf, like Battlefield 1942 back in the day. That was a big deal. Infantry back in the day, that was a big deal. But yeah, new stuff, I'm too old. I can't be doing all that stuff. Well, I did play with Baldy. We did play Black Rock Galactic, and that's a fun game. Like, that's a fun game.
Would it work solo? I think I've heard it works solo.
Yeah, you can, but it's better when you're working with someone.
He ignores your question.
That sort of game I always am skeptical of. It's like it's better with friends thing. I appreciate
co-op.
more the games that are designed well, both solo and multiplayer, I guess. You know?
Mhm.
Like, I suppose like something like Zombie Army 4.
I mean, you can play Minecraft alone, but it's much better when you've got someone else to play with.
What's it to you?
I've
Dolan,
Big mess caused by union greed.
don't have to
But
go
I
out.
fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right?
Ah, so what's
Stick
going on
together.
behind the scab leader? What's he
The
doing?
eminent domain, Jamrock, backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. It was a long time ago.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain in Jamrock. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you?
Out of him?
Big mess. Caused by union. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Worked at... We're done here. I have a strike to break.
He has a strike to break. I haven't even been at the head of the freaking jam here. Of course, I've only played 2.5 hours of this game. I haven't even been to the bookstore where the mom and daughter work at.
The traffic jam. This big, heavy
the bookstore
machine is well kept. The windows are clear.
What I played of it,
washed. You can see
of the several aborted, of the couple of aborted playthroughs I've had of it. I think one of my favorite parts of it is the bookstore.
Yeah, it's cool to see all the little just fictions and stuff that are in there. Just the story there.
Also, part of it is also like the questions Harry asks to them, where it's like, oh God, this guy doesn't really know. It's like, it does say something about literature in that section. It's really,
yeah.
The back end of the cabin is a small perch.
We'll definitely wander back over there.
Ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia.
Factory of Magnets and Miracles. What kind of name is that? Jesus.
This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
The racist.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him.
Again, that's also very timely. I'm sure they were probably thinking of the Trump trucks.
Well, and I think of up there with the Trump trucks going through the Capitol there, and how absurd that was.
You're talking about the Freedom Convoy thing?
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
That was so stupid.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Work. Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes.
Like, it seemed like to like the residents of Ottawa, it was like they were actually like a nuisance. They're like, whoa.
Well, they're going around town honking their horns and stuff like that, non-stop.
Main gate's locked. We take heavy ordnance, and I don't mean the scrawny mess bunk.
I mean, if it was for like a good cause, I'd be fine with it, but it wasn't.
No. They will.
Sorry, what was that?
If it was for a good cause, I guess I would be. That sort of protest would be fine, but it wasn't.
Right. No, I hear you. But I will pick up these coins.
I thought you picked them up.
I thought I did too.
Oh well.
It says 60, so I don't know. I'm getting that much close. Getting that much closer to paying off my debt with the cafeteria.
I'm sure there are like more expedient ways you can find to make money in this game.
I'm sure.
I just don't know any of them. Yeah, it kind of looks like the Iron Throne.
It does. And there's a placard
But it
on
looks. But also, I guess it probably is like a wreckage of something.
In the middle of the traffic island.
Like a tree, maybe?
Yeah.
It looks as if it's being reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Numerous ropes and rods.
That's art.
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal.
Yeah.
reads, I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent.
Ah, I
father
see.
of Philip
It's an
the
anti-monarchist statue. That's
Which is interesting considering the guy earlier waxing romantically about the monarchy. Dice roll harder. I'm trying, Midnight. I'm trying, I swear.
Not a good track record of mental health in that family.
Clearly. The statue makes sense then, with the horse just freaking up there.
Amputated, essentially, floating away.
Can we do it?
What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries high above
You know, I never understood
try.
the anti-modern art dudes.
The which ones?
The anti-modern art dudes.
Oh, no, I totally get it. Not that I agree with them, but I get it. And that
Okay,
is...
I get it. I just don't agree with them.
No, 100%.
They're schmucks in a different way than some of you. I guess.
If you don't like modern art, then grow up. But yes, actually.
A small, wrinkled woman does not greet you.
Grow up!
She nods along to something.
I mean...
Slap, slap! Get cultured!
Technically, you know, the what is it? The Vietnam War Memorial. Isn't that modern art in a sense? Like that's a big monolithic structure, right?
Yeah, of course. But it's not abstract modern art.
Isn't it though?
It's not as abstract as other stuff, like this horse being suspended in the air.
Yeah, I guess.
Her smile.
But that...
This one is a monster in disguise.
Ooh. Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better? Why?
I just told you
why.
I think there's a famous piece of art, rather infamous, that won the Tate Prize, if you know what that is. I think that's a British art prize, right? And I think it was an installation where it was lights turning on and off. I've thought about that for years, and it's like... Yes, this is kind of stupid, but I don't know. This is kind of interesting at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, we just got $1. Oh. How you doing, Midnight? Are you still hanging out? Where are you? Yeah, I mean, I'm... Like, you can not like Jeff Koons' work. Solar Sands actually just had a video about it. I don't know if you've heard of Solar Sands.
I have.
Yeah, his most recent one was about Jeff Koons, and that was very revealing because I wasn't really... I mean, I know the balloon dog thing. But...
Wait, is that the balloon guy? Is that the balloon guy?
He's the balloon dog, but he's done so much more.
What did he just call you?
I see.
Oh no.
I'm not familiar with the guy's name. I may have seen one of his things though.
No, I said scab.
Is he the guy who does the balloon words too?
Kind of a worm. Content with mere survival.
Yeah,
They
I think
come
so.
To do our job for shittier pay. Scoring
Very
like
pop culture inspired stuff.
Everybody loses.
Huh.
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think. Gotta be bloody stupid, freaking evil to scab. Or I guess.
Don't be a scab, guys. Don't be a scab, kids.
It actually has been a while since I've seen one of Solar Sands' videos.
You should. He's got stuff. You got great stuff.
Personally, I'd
Yeah.
rather beg than scab. If the
Sometimes you can
gentleman
get really
shouts
heavy in his
begging,
stuff.
Maybe they'd have gotten some. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would
And
be
he usually
reasonable
keeps
and
his
go home
essays
to
like
their
45
family.
minutes or so.
Yeah, there's always something to be said for like concise.
Good one, officer.
Concise
Don't
45.
worry.
There was
We hear
a video about like what's wrong with the internet, and I saw it on Reddit, and you know this guy was complaining about how culture has changed and how everything got worse since 2013, and everyone was like, "It's a 45-minute video."
Imagine.
And even if you do enjoy longer essays and just video essays altogether, it's easy to understand that point of like, just you don't need to tail on forever about something simple.
You don't need to introduce the concept. You can assume that if the person who's watching the video is watching the video, they already know the concept.
Right. Exactly. But it's designed to be one of those, like, you know, mass appeal games. Or games. videos that's algorithmically popular.
Probably
What was the
not.
video called?
I wouldn't even know where to start.
I cannot remember.
Much better here at the Harvard.
I remember it was
Honest
the
music like me.
it was by some smaller YouTuber actually.
Yes, I think I was recommended it. Was it Simplicity died in 2012? Was that the one?
That sounds about right. Yep. Simplicity died in 2012, and here's a 45-minute video.
I think it was a bit longer than that, actually.
To my point, yeah.
Yeah, to your point,
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
Ooh.
I walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Stop.
You remember this guy?
Don't worry, I'm sure.
No,
I think
I didn't come up this way.
For example, you could best measure head in a
You're gonna love this guy.
confrontation.
And by
Or you
love,
could
I mean you're
convert
gonna
to a
hate
Semini
love.
Supremacist
Love,
worldview.
hate.
Or maybe it
Yeah.
actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no.
He's incredibly strong.
Incredibly strong.
I'm not talking about Manana. I'm talking about Measurehead specifically.
No, I haven't talked to. I haven't been up in this area. I went west and south.
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has
Dexter
proven
and Sinister.
overly heroic. for
Those are really
its
good names for
projectors.
your hand.
Not enough intuition. Sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
Oh.
The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyadero stares at you with respect.
Right. Always glad to help out the RCN.
There's a dot. See, I'm up to $2. Almost
Human
3.
training, not slithering scabs.
He just picks up the coin anyway, so it's not really even that consequential check, is it?
You know,
yeah.
Well, and it didn't affect my morale, so you know.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
All right, let's go talk to dude. Looking monolithic.
That's him.
Yeah, no one will get. I'm just actively trying to.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna be one of these characters now, aren't we?
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Oh my god.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
Oh my god.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial
Get some guys on Twitter.
Because
Seriously.
Literally.
Seriously. Yeah, this is an X dude.
danger.
This is an Andrew Tate chugging dude.
To me. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Okay.
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic. Your own heartbeat.
From what I understand, this guy's particular racism is
Stop it. You are embarrassing
anti,
yourself in front of
I guess ham
woman
sandwich, you
and
could
your
say.
pedophile
Yeah.
friend. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
Oh my god.
Let's say my body is unimportant. Try that.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul. You reek of it, An invisible sword
Oh.
of rule emerges from
I
your
forgot
throat.
about this.
You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
He thinks it's his breath.
You
That's
need
good.
to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders.
Oh, it is his breath, right? I remember
The
now.
influence of the
He senses you're an
race
alcoholic,
is
right?
waning.
Show him the ham still got it.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass via for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles,
Measurehead is such a
aerostatic
name.
aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Himians and
What I
the
like about
inexplicably
Measurehead as a character, from what I've
potato-obsessed
experienced of him,
But
is that
now
he
you
sort of like
ascend to the genetic
fundamentally exposes the absurdity
obsessed
of this whole like
and with you will be
way of thinking.
superseded.
Yeah.
Isn't that
The
right?
simple-mindedness and the mountain of justification that is so superficial and irrelevant.
Yeah, you know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens
I don't know
the
what
door to
her
the
deal
hall.
is. I hope she's all right.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the army. Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races
To a great world war.
Bring your troops to the Seminole Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the
Like people talk about how profound this game is, but people also forget how much comedy there is. Bring your troops to the Seminole Islands and to Boogie Street. I forget this guy's voice, right? But like the way that sentence sounds, it just is inherently like funny.
You're sensitive, remember?
It's you know, like it talks about stuff. And it talks about stuff in an interesting way. That is definitely, well, we're not going to do the physical instrument thing.
Like it's also like squeezing the comedy out of it, right?
Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
Sorry, what was that?
It's also sort of squeezing the comedy out of it, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's time to
I
take
know
the piss.
Answer to the great race enigma. Why would I share it with a deformed infant? You do not have the devotion for servitude. Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden.
Yeah, let's dig in.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital.
I think I have a skill
no
point for
race
something. I should really use that.
Communists never did.
Oh, I have so many points. I should be using this.
What do you have in your thought cabinet right now?
Lonesome Long Way Home.
I see.
And that's it? Yeah, dope. Yeah, let's unlock that.
I really hope there's a way around Measurehead that isn't the racism option. I really hope.
I do too, because I don't want to be a racist. Which is something that more people should be into. Let's see. Hang on. Hand-eye coordination. I want to be brain. We're gonna. Wait. Okay. I've got. Because I level up stuff through actions in the game. There's so much. Sounds like lockpicking in my ear.
Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
My jam is mysterious fourth thing.
Individualism. You have gotten
The
these
thing
ideas
is,
from degenerate
does
culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
Yes! I've got it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is... I am not surprised you enjoy it so much.
Are you not?
This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
So we were talking about nailing this down to a particular time period. I kept, like 40s, 50s, there's some Art Nouveau inspired stuff in here. But then, yeah, we're talking about rock and roll and disco. And it's like, all right, yep, there's no need to try and anchor this to anything.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Yeah.
The South Island race.
Haplogroup
A4A.
I think by intentionally unmooring it from time, a lot of people have found are probably going to think that this is timeless. Give it this 10 years. I'm sure people are still going to be gassing this game up.
Oh, 1,000%. And of course it helps that it runs on anything, so.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of
have you ever played Citizen Sleeper?
My genetic
No.
I played a bit of that.
I see young Simmons.
I've heard of it.
Women walk into
it's sort of similar to this, except the dice is more heavy. I don't know how to put it. It's got a lot more meat in terms of game, I guess. I don't know how to put it. There's a lot of narrative in it. I don't know. People have compared it to Disco Elysium. I do not know how accurate that is.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely going for its own thing. Citizen Sleeper is definitely in the future.
Yeah.
The city is central to the Siemens.
And it's definitely I guess it doesn't have a specific year either, but it doesn't need one. It's the future.
It's timeless.
This it could be an alternate past.
Yeah.
It could be
You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the hall.
I haven't seen your Cyberpunk 2077 VOSA, but I'm sure you do talk about the alt history elements of that game too, right?
Than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
I don't think I really did. I don't remember. I don't think that was in my head. I think Cyberpunk just intrinsically just invites that. And knowing that, it's literally in the name.
Okay, yeah. That's true, yes.
But this, if you don't know, you don't know.
There always is.
Race is reality. Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
as he is a racist.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features.
Yeah.
This
Chronology.
Yeah.
I've seen those diagrams. They look cool, but that's about it.
Do I need anything from the store? Ugh. I don't know. I'm getting kind of hungry.
I might I might dip out. I think I might dip out soon.
Well, we're gonna take a lunch break here in about 20 minutes.
Well, I won't. So let me say this. I don't know if I'm not gonna be here much longer for a simple reason that I've been here for like 3 hours.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't expecting anyone else to hop in with me for a bit anyway, so it's been fun. And the Discord is always here.
It is.
Thank you, Mass. Eat a bet. And a Mountain Dew. Big Mountain Dew, if you can. Anyway, you were saying? You've been here with me this morning, this Sunday morning.
Thank you for talking. I mean, I guess you should say it first because it's your stream. But
no, I appreciate you hopping on, and Baldy should be here. He said he'll be here in a bit, but yeah, no, it's been great to have someone to chat with and talk about this. Yeah, the new guy, exactly.
A literally who?
Yeah, exactly. Well, hang out in the Discord. And I'll chat with you. We're all gonna chat because we've got a cool group. If you're watching this, if you're listening to this, and you're not in Discord, hop in that Discord.
This leads me to conclude.
I mean, the Discord is free, but there are some parts of it that aren't free. Apparently,
the best parts of this Discord are free.
Offspring of murderers and sailors.
But then there are Patreon exclusive sections, I guess.
There are, and if you are, then that's it. But it's not.
It is the same.
Again, it's
no pressure.
No pressure. Yeah, no pressure. Come in to hang out, watch out, whatever we got. Chat. Boom.
While under the
but yeah, I'm gonna be going.
He's right.
It's been real. It's been unreal.
Yeah, it's been real. Yeah. Well, thank you for dropping in, and have a good one, and enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, frog bless.
Yes. Ciao. He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both. It's too scary. Ravishalians. I'm not risking 17. Suggestion is yes. Yes, we're gonna leave. Measurehead's amazing. Nobody comes close to Measurehead. Go through the door. What do we got here? Alright, now we're... Oh, yeah. So I was talking about the controller earlier, issues I was having. And we'll bring down game noise a little bit here. Or we can keep it up, whatever. Who cares? Just the precision required to select this green thing. No, I'm gonna reset this. There we go. Press button behind guard. Alright, so I didn't best Measurehead on his own terms. And I was advised not to try and confront him physically. And the 17% is not the greatest. So we will bounce in here.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You guys have all sorts of gadgets these days.
Yeah, just use some
Wiretapping,
gadgets.
Telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock that Waltzen crane over using some remote controls. Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Because we don't. We don't have air support or any of those other things.
Oh, Kim, why get a
I get it.
friggin'...
Hush hush about the secret technology.
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful smile in the corner of his eye.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low. First, don't fight him, obviously.
Obviously.
Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically, grovel. That's how I do it.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
Didn't I basically just do that? Thank you, autosave. Oh my god, Lucky Charms. Oh my goodness. That's absurd. Lucky Charms marshmallows. Okay. Maybe, alright, now that I'm thinking about it, like, that is just... Yeah, where'd you put... Yeah. That's great. That's great. Why wouldn't you? Alright, we're gonna try Measurehead again, and because I've already cleared out all of the dialogue through there. Maybe I just need to... I just need to chill.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Just try again.
Do not be naive. I know the answer to the great race in England. Why would I share it with the deformed?
I had a 58%. I'm not winning any of these checks. What the heck? Ugh.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next
That is understandable. The previous
These cops are just jealous, Jean-Luc.
Jean-Luc.
Your race descent has only worsened. Oh, no.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent. Everywhere around you. The fruits of its failure to challenge the world order. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted diseases. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic? Of course it does.
I'm a degenerate
You are
individualist.
A degenerate individualist and a rock and roll rebel.
So he's against individualism, but he also is particular about his communism. Okay.
Ray, I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. I can see that. The Seminoles are. I am a descendant. No.
You would be appreciative if you did not further.
Yes.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is.
Oh, going back to the conversation and picking up skill points. Dope.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race.
Categories.
The heroic races, Tibe, the servile races, and the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one? Those are the Seminoles, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant.
To manage all of these dialects and stuff while doing, like, being an audio director on this game, like, oh my goodness.
The genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades in Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet, little green tassels on their hats. You know them by the names of their nation states: the Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun. The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Okay.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the Golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have
How arbitrary. Oh my goodness.
The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi.
This is a guy who definitely listens to too much. Too many podcasts.
Which in turn
the bad ones.
Only produces more sebum. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde.
Oh.
The Seminoles and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Seminoles are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola.
I feel like Salieri just like reading this, like, how can you even write this stuff?
Slender skulls. The latter is
Just be
perfect
talented, I guess.
adapting. Together they form the
Alright, Mouse, see you in a minute.
Or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, sweaty, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries.
Hello, good sir.
Oh, hello there, Baldy. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm just waking up from a nap. Got me a little cup of coffee here.
And smoking the degenerate.
You just chilling?
Yes. Sitting down to see if I'll get into anything, and
Oh yeah! Oh, that's a good stretch. Oh, I'm feeling it. Oh, that's a stretch. Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're up and at them, working it. You got on just as the other guy hopped off. He was a new guy.
I saw somebody in the area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Hair or something? Maybe.
Yeah, and so we got to chat for a while. It was like, yay!
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking around and saw you were covered for a while. I was like, oh, well, good. He's got somebody going with him here. I'll go crash out.
Yo, dude, yeah. Yeah, get that rest.
Yep, it's been a slow but grueling weekend. Got a few different things, irons in the fires and whatnot. And mostly, though, I just feel like I can't get enough sleep lately. It's crazy.
Really? Why?
I just more like everything I'm doing is always I don't know, really know. I just always feel tired, like, and as soon as I lay down, I'm like, yep, I'm ready to sleep. Bam, and I'm out. You know what I mean? So it's been one of those things to kind of just consider. I'm sleeping a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's just more like I think I tend to go until I'm about to fall over.
That's kind of where I'm at. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to lunch break on the stream. We'll be back in a little bit, but I will be in the chat. I gotta get this door open real quick. I gotta see the mouse. All right, we'll be back.
missed it.
Oh, I know.
I didn't say anything.
You haven't said anything. All right.
I haven't said anything cool.
Let's
I've been playing video games.
Guys, I'm joined now by the legendary icons, Baldy and Yahoo Silverman. We're playing Disco Elysium. I am busking for rent money right now. So I'm cool with everyone just chatting and watching, and we're just gonna have a fun time here. But if you're able to support the channel, it'll support me however there many ways there are, whether it's super chats, where it's buy me a coffee, buy me a pizza, all that stuff's in the D box. We even got a new Patreon supporter, paid Patreon supporter during the stream, and that's cool too. So
Really
if
cool.
if you're able to support, I super appreciate it. Otherwise, we're gonna play some Disco Elysium. So how you guys doing? What's up? I just walked back in on the conversation. Let me reselect this.
It's like 82,000 years that we have recorded history.
Playing
Get a
video
very
games.
little idea of
The way to be.
Are you guys video games? Have you guys played this?
Video game.
Have you guys played this much?
Which
Playing
one?
Disco Elysium?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got to a spot where I kind of locked myself out. It was not a soft lock. It just wasn't where I was able to figure anything out. And it's right around where you are. Have you started? Has yours come back? Let me check the stream here. Okay, I've still got Buzzy B on my side.
Oh, there might be a delay then.
Yeah. All my ad blockers and plugins. Yeah, I got to. It's close where you were because I saw you found the hanging body in the park.
Yes.
Area, and there's a few other areas that I could have, you know, done, and I don't know to what extent. I'm missing something, and I was like, yeah, I guess that's where I'm just done.
There's like we were talking earlier, there's like a prong of a direction that I went in the last time, which was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And but that's been it. Hey guys, go sit down. Come on. You too, Roxy. Come on. They're like waiting for the door to open. You know, with dogs, you know.
Yep.
Enough of
Dude, I took mine over to the house yesterday because we were trying to get her acclimated to my wife's dog that's over there. And it was fine. It was, you know, everything. It is what it is. But we were out in the pool, and so I finally got mine back in the pool. She hadn't been in like 2 years maybe. And she's so funny, you know, we're like laughing at her because she wants to jump, but she's like, I don't know what this is. This is strange. It's like, come on in. She's like, no. And then once she got in, she kind of liked it, but it just reminds me of, at the end of the day, they're just weird animals.
They are. I mean, and you know, as this game explores the deep, serious nature of humans, it's like, yeah, we're just animals too, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I like that meme that says we're basically just a complex plant that needs to still be watered and everything.
Yeah. So
yeah, so fired up. Yahoo, what are you playing right now? Are you playing it? Did you get something opened up?
No, I'm just watching this. I remember this part in the game where you talk to the labor guy. Union president.
So I tried to play this through as a super talky guy. How did you play it?
Oh, so my first time I died. I didn't know you could die in this game. You can die.
You can die in this game,
I got
yeah.
A weird skill check, like I found a picture of something and it reminded me of a thing and killed me. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this game definitely, like, if you make a mistake, it lets you know, but it doesn't let you change it. Like, it lets you, like, it'll make fun of you making a mistake, but then it's like, no, you gotta keep going.
I like it when you can make a mistake in here and it locks you out of that option, so you can't just like, you know, re-roll it or like try it again and try and go down a tree or something.
Yeah, it's a clever game.
Nick, do you have a build in mind you're kind of running with on your dude here? Or?
No. I went with the Thinker, but I'm still confused about the skill points because it doesn't look like you can drop skill points. Like, I don't know if it, like, just levels. Like, I see pluses, but, like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I didn't figure that out either. The
That-
skills never really came across as quite as useful as I wanted them to be.
Mm-hmm. I think it's like, I see the skill points meter in the bottom, so I'm clearly don't have enough experience. And, yeah, I can't even think about it. I don't even know yet. It's like, if the game's gonna tell me about it, I haven't figured it out yet.
All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages.
The motor carriages in this game are so cool. We were talking about the alt history nature of this game and just the cool ideas it has on here. And it's such a beautiful game, too. Like, look at this dude's portrait. He looks like a perverted Teddy Roosevelt.
Then there is the Semino.
He does. Like a mustache and everything. I watched Grimbeard's video on it a couple. He just put out a new video today. It's been a crazy week for video games. New Grimbeard, new action button.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't think would happen anymore. Expedition 33, Oblivion remaster.
So I was
a good week.
I was mentioning earlier in the video, it's like, gosh, I was kind of I had trepidation about playing this for reals because everyone had done their video essay about it. So Grimbeard, Noah, a couple of I think White Light has, like, and they're 2-3 hours long and they go in depth and la 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 la. And it's like, gosh, even if I'm not reviewing it, I kind of don't want to play it. It's kind of overwhelming. But yeah, here we are. And I did finish Action Button. That took like 3 days.
I need to start it. I've been putting it off. It's just daunting.
No, just remember you can pause it. I actually ran into an issue with YouTube because it's like there was a content advisory on it. It was talking about thoughts of self-harm and so, and then but if you acknowledge it, it just sits there. And I would have to like clear my queue, refresh the browser, still wouldn't work. Like jostle this, jostle that, and eventually you would start playing it, and I think it was like a timeout. And it would just happen arbitrarily. I'd be like 3.5 hours in, 6 hours in, something like that. It's like, hey, this ain't working anymore. It's like, why? So, no, but I did finish it, and you should watch it.
I watched like 30 minutes of it when it was like premiering. So like when you watch it when it premieres, it's like 2 hours into a 9-hour video. But
yeah,
I like his style, so I'll watch. I liked his Boku no Natsu Yasumi video, even though that one was like 4 hours.
It's like 6 hours.
6 hours. He has his Tokimeki Memorial video. It's like 5 hours.
Yeah.
The guy knows how to talk for a long time.
He sure does, and I was very interested because this new video, I mean, he's basically just going mission to mission, talking about all of those, but he's not he doesn't like talk about the facial cap. It's all in universe. You know, he's...
Yeah, I noticed he had the outfit on. Sometimes they're really long videos, like it feels like filibustering, like they just kind of like will circle back to things. But
yeah.
His long videos, he just keeps moving.
Yeah.
Which I think is impressive. Have that much to say about anything.
Yeah. And we... Guys, it's the dog. It's the cat. It's the cat. Guys, it's the cat. It's the cat. It's the cat. Guys, it's the cat.
It might not be.
Nope. Roxy, it's the cat. He's just being a jerk. Ugh.
I was thinking the same thing about a lot of websites lately when I was searching like on here. This is that Ninja Warriors game, and I was searching for the combos, right? Up and jump does a thing, down and jump does a thing, you know, what those kind of things. And I noticed a lot of the websites, when they open up, they're like, if you're playing Return of the Ninja Warrior Saviors, you're going to want to use all the combos. One of the things that Return of the Warriors Ninja Saviors has in it is this and this, and you know what I mean? It's like, wow, you're shoehorning all those search engine optimization phrases in here, and it's not doing anybody any good.
No.
Because people don't write anymore. They just plug something into ChatGPT to say, make sure to mention all. It's like writing a CV letter for a job. You got to use the buzzwords to get past HR.
Do you know if there's like a hard limit on how long of a document you can have Gemini or ChatGPT generate for? It's like if I want a 50,000 word script, you know.
I think you'd have to do it in like segments.
Yeah. How do I word the mystery?
I want enough pages to take down the rest of that fort.
Then return to me.
Did you see the thing that came out? ChatGPT, the guy said they they spend millions just for people to say please and thank you.
Yeah, and that's totally my thing. Like,
weird world. That's such a.
I use ChatGPT a lot to talk to and like learn about stuff. Like lately, it's been all my, like I told you earlier, I'm obsessed with Chernobyl and the nuclear disaster and all that kind of thing. So like I'll go through and say, okay, now explain to me again how this thing was going on here, and it'll explain it. I'll say, okay, tell me more about this part, or tell me more about that. And to me, that's the most enjoyable aspect is I can, ask it specific questions, and it's almost like talking to the computer on Star Trek. I can get like, I say, computer, tell me what we know about the items out in space beyond the Oort cloud. Okay, It's like, okay, well, I don't understand how we know that if we can't see it. What are we doing? And it can kind of like explain whatever else is out there. And to me, that by itself is worth all of it.
Yeah,
I always do tell it thank you.
Yeah, it's magical when it works, and not as magical when it doesn't.
And always grain of salt, right? Like if I tell you, if it says this was a problem or this was a good thing, it's like, well, was it? Let's, I'm not going to just take it as read, but.
Yeah, and you always have to double check it.
Yep.
Make sure that it's. Oh, did that change my?
Sure glad I'm not teaching anymore. That would be a pill. I read a really neat article from Hacker News about a professor talking about the proliferation of all of that and how it's just everywhere. And basically, anytime he writes, has a assignment where the students have to write, he's going to get back either this most bland, reaction, or it's going to be something chock full of ChatGPT garbage.
Yeah, what's so interesting is that I remember in high school, back in 2000, they were like, we have a tool that allows us to search for plagiarized content.
Turnitin.com?
I don't remember what it was.
That's the one that I used when I was teaching for DeVry Online.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, and so now it's all just procedurally generated, so now you have to like work around that at my marketing job, the one I was laid off of, which is why I'm busking for dollars right now, you learn the intricacies and the habits of ChatGPT and Gemini. We use Gemini, and Gemini and them like to make bulleted lists. Especially when you're trying to express a lot of data. Yeah. And you just start knowing what it reads like, because it's not very creative. There was a story I read this morning about an Australian DJ that got away with an AI bot for like 6 months. And it's like, I don't know, like it's even with that Google podcast thing that they have.
Yeah.
It seems like you would eventually like, wait a second, this doesn't sound quite right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know though. But then again, and both of you guys are writers in various levels, and professionally, hobby-wise, whatever else you might call it. I don't know what it would take to get one of y'all to say, yeah, I'll just run all my work through ChatGPT, right? Because you would like live for the motion based on what I understand about you. Do you think there's still going to be people out there like that, or is everybody going to kind of just shut down and go to, hey, I'm just going to cave and use this also because it's easy?
I think it's going to have its use. I don't think you're going to be like reading AI generated novels,
Right.
because that requires something that even the best trained AI is just not going to produce. But one place that you see it and probably don't even care about really is the mundane stuff of like either press releases or generic news data, weather stuff, that kind of thing. That's where AI can flourish because it's just presenting data,
Right.
and it doesn't need to be pretty,
Doesn't need to have a
linguistically.
personality.
Exactly. It can just tell you the data in a way that's easy to digest or is even slightly entertaining. And that's the stuff that's vulnerable to AI. When your local police department PIO sends out a press release explaining what this thing is, AI can look at it and say this, and this, because there's really not much to say beyond if you haven't done any investigation.
Yeah.
So that's the stuff. So I don't see it being completely subsumed by AI, but there are parts of it it's like, yeah, that was clearly written by a machine, and you probably already see those, and probably to some extent already have for some of them anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking more like right now is the NFL draft, right? And like if I'm going to say, okay, hey, who did the Cowboys pick up and what's the general take? I would love to have a human person telling me, oh man, I'm so excited because I talked to this guy once, but it would not be necessary, really. You could just have somebody go, okay, they picked up an offensive lineman in this round, so traded up for this, and then they got this. It's just facts, like you were saying, and unfortunately, that would probably work.
Yeah. Yeah. And one time I asked my local meteorologist, like, if you had perfect information, would you be able to create perfect, weather outcomes, forecasts and stuff? And he's like, no. There's too much gray area in there to really let it be an accurate prediction. I mean, you can get better and better and better, but you will always never be quite right.
Right.
Or perfect. And then what's the fun of that? I went to ChatGPT and it told me what the best draft picks are because it knows all the statistics from the college players. That kind of removes the emotional component.
Yeah, I think AI is going to make a lot of really cool stuff that people will like, but then naturally, like the same way that every generation like yearns for like the fashion and the styles from prior generations, I think we'll just see something similar with people who want like that human element and that emotion behind things. Because like even the game you're playing right now, like the best AI could probably make something similar, but like that's something that like the ideas for this and the writing, like it has to come from a human brain because like it didn't necessarily exist in any sort of form. Like it's a CRPG about like a communist retro 70s detective. Like it's just too many like weird things that,
Yeah.
So I think you can get like the idea of perfection, but like the thing about art is like you're not chasing perfection, like you're chasing like an idea, like even with music you can make something that will statistically sound good, but like the stuff that people like start craving, because I think the AI thing will have its uses, it'll definitely have its devastations on industries and individuals, but I think people will still want like that human element. Not to like, because there's an article I read about this, like there are these people making this AI music, just throwing it together, and then putting it on Spotify, running bots to get, they do it on YouTube too. Like you'll click on a YouTube video that sounds interesting because it's built to sound interesting, and then you'll hear like an AI voice. It's obviously an AI script, and there's just no human element behind it. But those are just built as like money making machines. But the best stuff you experience generally comes from like a person, man. Like, but I don't know. My biggest fear with AI is just like people need jobs, and people who run companies generally don't care. They want more money. So,
Capitalists, right?
yeah, pretty much. They'll all say like every job I've ever had says, "Oh, we're a family," but the second it gets into their pockets, we're not family anymore.
And their family needing the money from you.
Right. My mom, if I worked for my mom, I'd have health care, I'd have a pension, 401k. You know, that's family. So like that's the thing is like I see like big companies just because like we already did something similar over a decade ago where you take all of your domestic jobs and you find a country that will do it for a fraction because you know their human rights situations. You could pay them fractions of a penny compared to what you're paying now.
Yeah.
Doing the same thing with AI, and the quality will dip.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's I don't really look forward to it. I wish I was born in like the 60s.
Man, yeah, like grass is greener stuff, right? Because I think of that, and I think about, but then I won't be, like if our parents or their parents like had the greatest access to wealth and resources, and then they grabbed it and then pulled the ladder up behind them. And so now they're saying that we're making excuses about just trying to have common dignity and public good. And I did mention earlier when I wanted to take this layoff time, this unemployment era, this newest unemployment era, and like, yeah, let me pull up that 10-hour video on how to learn Unity and learn a new skill. And he's like, Unity, I still have an issue with the stuff they tried to pull last year.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, but there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? So Unreal has its own shit, and Godot is new, but maybe they will have their controversies. Even WordPress has its stuff with automatic and that. It's like, man, just use the tools that you can get. Like, I remember when game engines were not accessible. You could use the editor that came with the game disc, and that was it.
Or Flash MX, if you want to go back to
hell
early 2000s.
Yeah.
Making games on Newgrounds. That's how I started doing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I could have made Flash games, but I just didn't have the skills for it.
I sucked at it. I was like 12, and it was before YouTube, so like I was just like reading, and we made like a game where like you click on parts of the guitar and it plays the sound, so you can like make sounds with the guitar that took obnoxiously long, and it wasn't good, and got clowned on Newgrounds until it left any visibility.
Oh. There was a really fun series of games done by this dude who was clearly not a programmer. It was just motion clips attached to hover over actions. So it was like trippy, like Aphex Twin playing in the background, and so you would hover over these just ribs of shapes arranged in like a instrument, and it would just start animating and doing weird stuff, which is easy to program because there's like it's just a little bit of scripting, but it's really just animating them to wherever you want them to go, and it's like, well, I don't even know what I can do with that.
It does not exist.
Those old days, like those Shockwave games. Remember Shockwave?
Yeah, the made by Macromedia Director.
Wild.
Yeah.
Played them at school until they installed the firewalls.
Yeah.
Good time.
No such thing.
Yeah, those were the days. Did you have some Flash games, Baldy, that you were into? I remember we had the filter didn't filter out Javanoid, so we managed through one website to another. We got access to Javanoid, and we would play that in our downtime.
Way back in the day, like 20 years ago, there was this weird alchemy game I played, and I don't know what it is, but you like had to mix these symbols together, and if you did them in the right order, it was kind of like a Tetris style. If you did it in the right order, everything would melt and go away, and if you did it in the wrong order, like they'd pile up and you'd run out of room or whatever it was. I don't know what that was called, but it was probably old Flash. And I loved it, and that's what I played at my first job because I was always, just mindlessly frustrated by phone calls. And then I also was always really big into any of those mini golf games. Those were really fun.
Remember Shockwave Bowling? That was my game. They had that, and then Cream Savers Bowling.
That sounds familiar.
It was like a Shockwave bowling game, but then like the Cream Savers, the candy, like sponsored it. So all of your bowling balls were like the colors of a Cream Saver candy.
That sounds good.
Cream Savers.
That's great, sir.
Yeah, I just remember those just early 3D games, and they were weird, but there weren't that many of them because you definitely had to have a little bit of skill. You had to have some kind of skill in there.
The other one I remember is some kind of like penguin baseball.
Oh, that sounds familiar too.
You had the you were like a polar bear, and you were slamming these penguins. Like you would hit them, and they'd go flying, and you'd have to time it just right to send them how far.
Yes, I remember that.
And I remember because there was in particular, somebody had like a extra gory version, and it'd be all, pretty whatever bloody bits of entrails dripping behind your penguin.
Yes, I do remember that. Yep. I want to say we were able to get that in the school labs. Because remember, like back in those days, it was people just ripping the Swift files or whatever from sites and then posting it somewhere else. So you'd have to go to whoever was randomly linking it or hosting it at a point, and provided didn't have audio in it, because none of them had video really. They were usually small downloads. That's why they were successful.
He's just a fictional character. He's no match.
I used to just sit on there.
Yeah, it was totally that.
Like in the book.
And that was also why you were able to kind of bypass whatever. It's kind of like the way with a lot of the piracy websites right now, is they're always like, well, we're not hosting the game. It's just somebody else is using it on here. We're just doing this.
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going.
They used to do on Newgrounds. You could find a game, and it would have like copywritten music playing immediately.
She looks around.
Like you'd have like Linkin Park playing in the background of like a Dragon Ball Z game.
Oh,
None
yeah.
of which was just made by some kid, and that was fun. Then obviously all the companies, they started seeing how massive the internet was becoming, and wanted now if you upload a video to YouTube and it has 3 seconds of a clip from Bleach, they're gonna take down your video.
I actually had some of my most popular stuff on Newgrounds taken down, and it wouldn't explain why, but I guess they implemented some kind of content ID like a decade ago, and it got removed, and so I had to re-render it from the original, because I still have all the original files. And I re-rendered it and put it up on YouTube, so it's up there. Some of my original heckin' Flash stuff movies that I made are at least 2 of them are up on freaking YouTube now.
I didn't see those. Nice.
Yeah, I'll have to. I have a playlist on the Nth Review channel. It's kind of like proto Nth Review, and I've got them in there. It's like our old short films and stuff like that.
I looked on Newgrounds a few years ago. Ours has been purged. The stuff that we used to make in like 2002. So, which makes sense. There's no sense in hosting.
Well, and it's all emulated now, right? It's the Ruffle player, the plugin that they've got there now. That's because since Flash is deprecated.
I didn't spend more than like 2 seconds on that website. I just looked for my stuff and
it wasn't
bounced.
there. Yeah, because there's so much. People are still making stuff and putting up stuff, but I just have no connection to that culture anymore. I mean, it's been 24 years since I was active there, which saying that out loud is not the greatest thing for my mortality, but you know. I was posting stuff there before I could legally do so. And I remember thinking, gosh, I could really get into trouble, but everyone was doing it, so who cares?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Whatever. It's just that wild west of different plugins and stuff that you'd have to grab. You'd have to grab Real Player for these videos. You'd have to grab Windows Media Player for this video and make sure they're up to date because they're doing this new thing. And right mouse, exactly. just all these different little plugins, and that they're clunky interfaces that clearly look like they were made in Flash 2. And it's very skeuomorphic still. Oh, those were the days.
She nods.
Yeah, the world's come a long way. Like PC gaming back then, where you'd have to you'd get the game and it probably didn't work. You would spend hours on the internet trying to find a patch. And you'd find a patch, and then you'd have to find a way to use the patch. It's every game I used to back when then I didn't have any money, so I used to you get cracked copies of games.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I don't remember it being hard like in the early 2000s, the early aughts. It would be like the game works or it doesn't, and that was especially hard with the DOS games, because there's still a ton of DOS games that I wanted to play before DOSBox really picked up. It was a decade later when standards are finally coming to, they're becoming standardized, and you have this stuff made before. So getting the original Max Payne running on my Windows 8 machine or Windows 7 machine or Vista machine was a pain in the butt. And I remember having to grab weird patches and fixes, and you're still doing that for those games. That's why I'm not that hard on the ones who are doing the remasters of some of these games, provided they don't change. Speaking of which, have you guys gotten into the Oblivion remaster at all?
I played a few hours of it last night.
Yeah,
that was nice. Yeah, I mean, it's not my I don't have a lot of nostalgia for that game.
Right, I have none. I didn't play it back in the day.
I played 20 hours of the original one, accumulatively over 20 years. So it wasn't really I didn't have anything to play it on when it came out. I didn't have an Xbox 360 or anything, and my PC would not run it back then.
Right. Yeah.
So I would just watch friends play it. I remember thinking it was really cool that you can go to jail in the game. I'm like, man, that's crazy. How's it know? But yeah, I thought it was nice. It ran pretty well too. It was just, I think it's cool that Bethesda did that. And all the online discourse is positive, which is good for Bethesda because it hasn't been positive in a while.
Yeah.
Re-releasing Skyrim and Starfield was a whole. Loved it or hated it. People were.
Yeah, I looked at the remaster. I made it out to the step out moment, out of the dungeon, and then it's all right. Well, this is the point where I put it down until I can seriously invest in this. Because I mentioned in the Discord, I went into the second or third room, and I was stuck, and I had to reload it, but it was instantaneous. And so I was like, okay, the future's here, I guess.
What got you stuck on it?
What's that? I don't know. I could look around, but I couldn't move, and there was nothing I could do so I had to reload, and it started working again. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's one of those things.
It's a classic Bethesda charmer.
I definitely did not enjoy Oblivion as much as I did Morrowind. So my hope was maybe there's something about their updates to gameplay or the graphics or something that's maybe I can enjoy it now, because I could not get into Skyrim long term anyway. Morrowind was kind of the only one.
There she stands, swaying.
I spent all weekend playing Expedition 33. That game's insanely good.
Talk about that. How is that? Because I remember I know there was some discourse about how that maybe got overshadowed a little bit by the Oblivion remaster too.
I mean, I think it's so good. I mean, I'm a fan of Persona's combat, and it has Persona's combat to a point, where it's turn-based, but it's it's very strategic. It's not, you don't just keep spamming your best move and then just blowing through it. You have to. There's quick time events. There's a dodge and a parry mechanic and a jump mechanic in combat, so you can go in under leveled, and if your reflexes are good enough, you can beat it. The story is interesting. They put up a number. I kind of zoned out here and there, but here's what I got. They put up a number some big demon lady, and if you're that age, you die. So every year they go on these expeditions trying to find her and destroy her. If you're 30, in this case, if you're 33, the number will like appear on this thing, and if you were 33 years old, you die. And like, yeah, so like you're going to this like you go on this expedition and you're trying to find her, and then you get there and you realize like why no one's come back is because like they just get wrecked right away.
Oh baby.
And that's as far as I've made it. Like I'm with I have 2 other companions. I beat the first couple bosses, and it's good. I saw like I was telling Paul, like I was reading online, I was just reading the discourse to see like. Because it's got a really high, like its user ratings 9.7, its Metacritic reviewer ratings like 991,
Mhm.
so it's doing really well. The only complaints I see is the crashing. Like it did hard crash for me.
Oh.
And I had to like look up online like how to get past that. Which if you're stuck on it, what worked for me is to drop the FPS limiter to 30 and like lower everything, and then it loads it, and then you can put it back up. That's on PC though. But
my Oblivion was really staggering, man. Like every time I'd walk out of a room, like a dungeon, it would do that super low poly, resolve thing, and it was like just so clunky. It took forever.
There was that Digital Foundry video that just came out. It's like, oh, the performance is so dire still. And I loaded it up on. I think I loaded up on Xbox, and it's fine. And I'm looking at the charts, and it's like it's doing some stuff where it's not being steady, and it's like that's the Bethesda way, bro.
Yeah.
I don't understand the harping on the man. It is sinking for a second, as it's like okay. When it's 60 most of the time and it dips to 30 as it struggles to load in a whole bunch of whatever, that's one thing. But keep in mind, like 25 years ago, you were doing that, but the frame rate was 20, 25 on a regular basis, and it would dip to like frozen solid or like 10. Right. It's like mechanically that hasn't changed. It's just the standards have gotten better, and now we must pick nits.
And I guess that's what I was thinking is there's no way in my mind Oblivion is a $50 game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of my big concerns was it is, it's being sold for full price, and I don't think that's a good, it's not worth it to me, but I'm probably not the target market because I got into that whole series after Skyrim. But anyway, back to 33 Yahoo. Tell us more about it, because I got a loose idea of how that works, but that's it.
You can take this.
I just think it's great. It plays like Final Fantasy X, where you just kind of like you're in a big zone, but you mostly just push forward. You kill a bunch of stuff. You go to your save point. You rest up. It respawns. You kill it again. I mean, that's just the way I play them. Is I'll just like grind for like 30 minutes, and then I'll go to the next thing, so it's a bit easier. I love those games. So I like the little grindy like JRPG inspired games. The only thing I've been seeing, like it says it on like the Game Pass reviews, people are like, it looks like a PS2 game. Like, bro, that's not what a PS2 game looks like. I played a lot of PS2 games. PS2 games, the faces look painted on. Like because it was all lower poly because it was running on a PlayStation 2. I think it's great, but it kind of plays in that style of that PlayStation 2 era, which I grew up with, so I enjoy it. But like if someone likes Persona, and they like the combat in Persona, but like the worlds of like dark fantasy, like right up anyone's alley who's into that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's great that like some big studio not only is gonna try a new IP, which we don't see not from big studios, like, and they're only a big studio because of their money. They're not a big studio because of their past products. Like they're a new studio, but like for them to take a chance on a new IP that's turn-based, like that's a lot of respect, because that's like two things that are like most big companies who are like need to make a lot of money to recoup their costs aren't gonna do. Like it took the Yakuza series went turn-based, but that's after like they were established for 15 years, and they knew they knew they could pull it off. Persona, I mean, the Shin Megami Tensei has always been turn-based, so there's no like real threat there. But outside of that, outside of like mid-tier games and indie games, you don't see a ton of like turn-based. I think like one of the only there's like tactical based that's made a big comeback, but you don't see too many big AAA releases spending $100 million making a game on turn-based with a new IP.
Right.
I think they took a big risk, but they said they already sold 1 million copies and it hasn't even been a week. So I think that's great. I think it's gonna inspire more turn-based games to come out between that and Yakuza 7 and 8.
I remember the late 90s when real-time strategy games were coming out, Command & Conquer and Warcraft and all that, and it's like, why would you ever make a turn-based game ever again? You can do it all in real time!
Yeah, that's definitely the Final Fantasy point of view. They quit making turn-based games a while ago. And I don't enjoy them nearly as much. Like Final Fantasy 16 and 15, I didn't think they were bad at all, but I kind of like the ability to like grind up and like have specials and like play it almost like like a card game.
Mm-hmm.
To like and that's what I like about the Persona games too, is you start to like get into like this rhythm where you just like zone out and just like like the best order to do things against every single kind of enemy you'll come across, as opposed to it just being reflex based. But you have to have good reflexes for Expedition 33 because you have to dodge, jump, and parry.
Don't you have those things where like if he attacks and you do something at the right time, you can mitigate some of the damage?
Yeah, you can completely avoid it. If you parry, you can hit him with a counterattack. You could dodge with no counterattack, and if you jump against like a low attack, you can hit him with a counterattack, which is super cool. I'm loving it. I think it's such a cool game.
That's great, man.
Turn-based, maybe they'll make more turn-based games. I've read that the new Dragon Quest isn't going to be turn-based, and I hope that's not true, but I read that like 2 years ago, so no one knows if that's true. But I love Dragon Quest 11.
I just remember playing 13 and that like in between and like the switching the profiles of like the archetypes of each character. I thought that was the most interesting part about it, but then the outside part of that of having to grind up to be ready for some of those encounters, especially the bosses, was a bummer.
Yeah, 13, I've tried to beat it twice. Like, I put like 20 hours in each time, and I didn't. Just like, even the story doesn't really catch me, and then the grinding is just better fun.
Only silence and the cosmic background.
But I'm just glad good games. It was a good week for video games. A bunch of good stuff came out.
Yeah. I just wish the rest of the world were better too.
I think I was going to ask you about Yahoo because you and I are fiends for it. Did you see Bossy's video where he like talked about the trailers for him?
Yeah, he's so fun. Like, he said, I haven't played these games. I'm just going to review the trailer for 2 games that already came out.
Yeah.
It is so fun.
I liked him.
Yeah, no, every video he puts out. I don't know how he does it so consistently because he makes them almost weekly except for when he's on a break.
Yeah.
He always has like
even then, he sometimes gets something else to do,
Yeah.
Like his bonus video. I think half the time lately, his little after the credits part has been even better than his real video.
Yeah, it's, the real video doesn't start until the credit roll.
Yeah.
And his Switch 2 his Switch 2 launch pre-order thing was great.
Oh, he's trying to, it wasn't working. His streams, he has such a tight community too. They do like little art shows and game jams. He's just like, because he's not huge, right? Like he doesn't have a ton of subscribers. Like he's not like on the front page of Reddit. He's not doing it. He just built like a really good organic community over the last 15 years. And they're just, and it's like not toxic, like, which is awesome to see. Like you get in there and like everyone's just talking about how cool video games are. Like that's so cool. Like, he's not like covering like the way some of the others will, where they talk shit about a game or like talk about negative stuff. It has its place, but like not with him. He just doesn't.
No, he doesn't promote or condone attacking of other creators.
Yeah. Well, there's one time someone came in, talking about like a celebrity who died. He said, "Never come into my chat and tell me like about someone who died. Like, why would you do that? This isn't the place to do that."
Yeah.
This is the Boston
I thought that was
zone.
so funny. I tuned into one stream once and he was playing like Zenless Zone Zero or something, and he unlocked a cat girl that had 2 tails. And he just like looks and stares at it and he goes, "Yeah, we're done." And I thought that was like the funniest little moment. I wish I would have. So, it's like, does she have 2 tails? Oh, we're... Yeah, he's just a funny guy and he's made a nice little career for him.
Yeah, because he worked where did he work professionally before? Like he's had
trailers.
Yeah, there we go. Yep. What was he a writer?
He like he was like an assistant or something to Jeff Keighley.
Yeah.
And they let him do a video about PlayStation's PlayStation 4 announcement. And he did a video about like top 10 things that we want to see, top 10 things we don't want to see. And it did well enough on Game Trailers that they gave him, let him do a little series. And he did that for a few years, and then Game Trailers went under.
Right.
And then him and that whole crew, like him, Brandon Jones, every one of them, they all got together and they did Easy Allies.
Right.
And, it was just all organically grown. They just asked for donations on Twitch, asked for donations on Patreon. But they've kind of split up since then. Like Brandon Jones is all but retired. Bossman left during COVID to do his own thing.
Mm-hmm. He got he's done some hosting too, right? Like Game Awards.
Yeah, he's a writer for the Game Awards. Yeah, he talks about that. He does that, and then he does like Gamescom. Yeah, he's a writer for the Game Awards, and they'll do like the pre-show and everything. He was doing E3. I remember back in the day, like 10 years ago. He used to do something called Dear Bossman, and he would pull out this big bag of mail, and he would read letters sent to him by video games. Like he would pretend the video game was writing him a letter on how to fix their game, and those were always so funny. Like it'd be like, what was the one he always clowned on? It was from the people who make Borderlands. They made that. Oh God, was it like a MOBA? They made some game.
Bloodborne.
No, it wasn't
Battleborn.
Battleborn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would like write this. Hey,
Bloodborne.
just wanted to say hi. I'm just wondering how to fix my game. Sincerely, Battleborn. And there's nothing I can do. Battle. Stop her.
Hobby grade MOBA.
I think I told
getting
you,
into
but
codependency.
I would imagine, I don't know, not quite once a year, twice a year, I watch his Battle of the Bands video.
Oh yeah, that's. I don't think. I mean, I'm not taking any credit. Obviously, I had nothing. I don't mean anything. I'm literally a nobody in real life and on the internet. But I had posted in his Twitch. So I was like, oh, that video. Like I watch it like a couple times a year, and all these people like chimed in like, me too, me too, me too. And then like maybe 3-4 weeks later, he did another Battle of the Bands video about called Xbox Will Never Win. And he said it's kind of like, and it's only like 30 seconds. But yeah, I think he saw how many people like just love like how talented he is at this little bonus bits, like making, because the Battle of the Bands was the perfect thing to encapsulate what the console wars were type stuff. But it was just like, and he always compared Nintendo to an elephant parade. Like you can parade elephants, but like you can't control them, and they're unpredictable, and they're not going to do what you want them to do. And that hasn't changed, right? Like Nintendo's always just in their own.
Hey, what rules he's talking about? Maybe we are the bad guys.
Oh yeah, so good, so good. And he's just gotten better over the years too. He never sold out, never tried to get bigger than he wanted to be.
He's got a very distinctive style and the way that he does things, and you can just tell it's a Bossman video just like right away.
It's like Thor High Heels or Grimbeard. They have such a unique style that like it's unique to them, and they just grow around that. I love that, and that's so cool.
And of course, he's got the, when his cat comes by, he goes, "Tail alert!"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
This is the part I've been in through this bookshop, and bringing the little girl into the shop nets me some XP.
The book is also very
There's so much in here. It's like it is. We were talking. It's like a make your own story book, and there's just so much. It's so dense. So many things on screen. Every frame has so much going on.
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos would be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely.
I don't have any money.
There's
Yeah.
something personal inside.
There's no money.
How long are you streaming for? My family just got home. I gotta go check it.
I'm streaming till my head falls off, probably.
Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. I'll keep the stream running. I'll be back in a little bit.
Alright. Thank you, buddy.
Alright. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yep.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Oh, I'm about to die on this guy. I just need like a couple more.
What you playing?
I'm playing this that ninja game.
Okay.
It's not bad, but it's just like it's got. This one's called Return of the Ninja Warrior, Shadow of the something something. Don't do drugs. I forget. But,
Yeah. Of course.
It's not a bad game at all. I like it a whole lot. It's a sequel to the Super Nintendo one.
Okay.
But one of the main problems is, you got all the prototype enemy guys, and some of them can't be hurt by your attacks, and some of them can't. Like they just block you no matter how many times you walk into them, and so you either got to jump over them, which not all the characters can jump well, or you got to grapple them. And I haven't been able to determine what makes my guy grapple them versus walking right up to them and letting them grab me. So it's frustrating when it works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. And so I'm trying to get the game figured out, and it's just not always the best.
There's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen.
That gives me, because I didn't ever get into like the ninja. Like I played Ninja Gaiden back in the day, but I think like Dead Cells is a ninja game to me.
I'll throw a video about this in there. There's a. Have you seen Snestra? He reviews a bunch of games. He's been doing it for 10 or 15 years, and he has a little bit of everything now. And supposedly the origin is that he used to game while drunk, and everybody kind of in his circle talked to him about it or whatever, and it was Snestra. So anyway, I like him a lot. He's just he has such a great voice that it goes well for me. So all that to say, he did a really quick video on it, and he played the old one too, and that was what actually made me want to get it.
To attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems
It's like old school nostalgia.
Yeah.
Getting those vibes.
It's all about the vibes. So like you're there's a big ninja, there's a small ninja, and there's a medium ninja, and then in this one there's a couple extra ones too, and that's what I'm trying to get through today and unlock one of the other ones.
What was that? There was a couple years ago. There was, I want to say at the beginning of COVID, there was a 2D ninja game that people, like, it was on all the podcasts. And it was like
Mark of the Ninja?
No, it was called something else. I can't remember. But I remember people, like, there was a twist mechanically halfway through it that people kept talking about vaguely, and but it was kind of everyone loved it or they didn't. I can't remember what it's called. It was like the negotiator or the diplomat or something like that. I don't remember.
No.
I know Baldy. Yahoo would know.
Yahoo knows everything.
He does. I mean, I remember that was his vibe. Like, he would stream that when all of us were streaming stuff during that window there. I've had to pinch myself, Baldy, because it's been almost 3 years since we did the Minecraft server.
Yeah.
And you know, we were all kind of on there and streaming for a bit, and then I fell off, and then everyone kind of Orzine was doing art, and everyone was just doing, and it was cool to see those games and not have to experience it, and not have to go seek out random streamers, because that's never been my thing anyway.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Yeah, this guy's making me frustrated now.
Anyone was killed there.
I don't know how to...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear. No! Please just talk to me.
Lies. There is something mysterious. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash.
I need more health pickups. That's what I need.
In dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Yeah, so instead of playing Oblivion last night, I've been playing System Shock again. And having to navigate the health of that.
How's that going? I saw a lot of y'all talking about it in there.
Oh, yeah, because Medium is going through there for a future video. He played the original. I think he played the enhanced edition, which is what I played, instead of the classic. And then he's playing through the remake now. And, I mean, it's a fun game. But there are definitely the parts that they added on that are less than great.
Do you recommend that remade one?
The which what?
You recommend the remake of it?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I absolutely do recommend the. I'd say if you're gonna go down that rabbit hole, play the enhanced edition first, because you can't come back to it really after you play the remake.
Right. So speaking of remakes and all that, then, as far as I know, there's a whole bunch of idle wonderment, may or may not be true at all, but everybody's wondering, will Fallout New Vegas get a remaster?
Well, and I've heard that, but I've heard a lot of drumming for Fallout 3. And I think that would go first, and maybe they would go from there. Because I know that there is a loyal audience for that game, but also I know that it sold less than 3. So
steady breathing.
And Bethesda was 3, right?
Yes. They did 3 and 4, and then Obsidian did New Vegas.
Obsidian, okay.
Yeah.
That was my other question.
Oh, you played Avowed. Did you play Avowed? I thought you had.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to remember. Which one is Avowed?
It's the new one.
Like, what's its shtick?
Avowed, the RPG, the colorful one that apparently.
Yeah. The plants. The
yes,
weird plant
the mushrooms.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was forgettable to me.
Yeah. That's probably why you forgot it.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I like what I like, and that was real okay, you know. In terms of a game, that was one of them, and that's probably about all I got to say about that.
Yeah, that's kind of so. Baby Spoon says one of my favorite games. I don't know, referring to Vegas, New Vegas. So Jeff took an email the other day, and he was like, the person emailing in was wondering, is it a valid criticism to say that a game borrows mechanics a little too liberally. Because all games borrow mechanics.
Right.
And but at what length or distance is it that it's unacceptable? Because I think of a game like Avowed, which I installed and have not played yet, but I also think of their older game, The Outer Worlds. And the thing that I was going through playing with that is like, gosh, I feel like I've played this game, and just in a different, format, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like when you're playing kind of this bog standard game, but it's got a different skin on it. Jeff's perspective was, but how long has it been since there's been a good one of those?
Yeah.
And I kind of struggled with that a bit. It's like, I mean, yeah, I guess, but you can play all those old games and they're not old. It's not like you're playing some 1984 game.
Right.
And, you know, that it's unapproachable, you know, like there's no quality of life improvements. Like games have kind of been similar for the past ever. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to have an issue if a game feels derivative.
No, to Jim.
Absolutely, and I think to me that was the whole thing, like Fallout 3 and even New Vegas. New Vegas is, for anybody who's heard me talk about a game for more than 10 minutes, New Vegas knows it's my favorite game of all time. Period, the end. And it's not perfect. I give it a 5 out of 5, but it's not perfect. There's a whole lot that I would like to see done to it if you know, we do get a remaster.
Yeah.
And I think to me that's everything. And we kind of talked about it right now, plus a little bit earlier. Well, what were they doing with it at the time? You know, did you make the most of whatever tech was available?
Yeah.
You know, did you phone it in, or did you just recycle? You know, because everybody for a long time was using a Unreal Engine. Like everybody and their dog, no matter what the game was, it's like, well, let's put we'll start out with Unreal, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do that, and that's not always going to work for every game, but it will work for me.
Right.
And sure enough, in New Vegas, I thought it was great. It did all the stuff I wanted to do, and of course, the other big part for me is I want all those skill and speech checks. That's what I want to do in a game.
Yes.
More than anything else, I'm going to be able to say, can I talk my way out of this? Can I steal something and sell it back to you? All those kind of parts. That, to me, is what's fun. And you could in there, and so therefore New Vegas gets the win. And I think, kind of getting back to what you were saying, it's not approachable now. It would need a whole lot of quality of life stuff. The biggest one would be Fallout 3. I think it would have the hardest time getting anybody to want to play it, because it was janky. Even back, even when it came out, it was janky.
Yes.
But I think it's got a whole lot of potential and possibility. And
you feel it in your head, like.
Yeah.
My favorite games are the ones where I shut it off, but I'm still thinking about it.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Like, you walk away from there going, you know what, I might could try.
Yeah.
And that was, for Avowed, I never really got that. I played another one called Elix or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say you had a Elix, maybe, E-L-E-X. They had a jetpack and some other stuff. It was fine, but it was very much, all right, here I go again. To me, what kills the immersion is those static towns. Like, you walk up and a guy is standing outside behind this tree every day, all the time, and you walk up to him, and he either says, hey, can you help me out, or thanks for helping me out. You know what I mean? It's like, I need kind of the coming, the goings, and the movings, and all of that, and I thought Witcher 3 did that the best, and I was kind of shocked that some of the newer games aren't any better than that. It's like, Witcher was so long ago, but it's cities felt alive, the people were moving, you know what I mean? So I would like to see a smaller map, because you and I both liked Deus Ex a lot. It has a relatively tiny map, but I felt like that place was living and thriving.
Yeah, and that's I was mentioning earlier on the stream, is the idea of a game like this, or an RPG, talking about Disco, yeah, of course. Well, this is the favorite game of so many people, and the idea of instead of like globe trotting and like hopping from city to city, like what if you just had this really complex big game that was just in a city block, where you have to, this kind of Kowloon environment or something like that.
Yes.
And that's the vibe I get from this, and I would love more games like this.
Right.
Maybe not. Maybe just more ImSimmy, I think.
Yeah.
That's the vibe that I would like.
It's not a party.
Yeah, I think it could be. I think for a long time, everybody thought it had to have a literally bigger map. And you probably remember, too, every time the next Oblivion game came out, it was measured in X times the size of Release -1,
Yeah.
Daggerfall is this big, and Oblivion is this big, and Skyrim is this big, and it's 4 times as big as Oblivion and 8 times as big as Daggerfall, and whatever.
Yeah.
And in some of those games, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which I've already said was not built for me, clearly, but the map itself is wide and expansive, and I'm like, there's just not a lot to do out here. I don't really get it.
Yeah, which is like the real world. Yeah, I remember. Well, I mean, because that was the procedurally generated map. What's old is new is old again, and all that stuff. Of Daggerfall had a map the size of like Connecticut or something. And welcome back, Mouse. Miss you. Is the map that was like the size of Connecticut, but there was nothing in it. Like, you were spending all this time getting between places for what?
Yeah.
So when Morrowind did the opposite, where everything was hand placed and it was this small practical island in comparison, even though it was still pretty big, people got mad about that.
Yeah. And I would be okay. Again, I like, and you and I both do this too, shameless plug for your other adventure works in regards to urban planning and city development and things of that nature. We have also well documented, we both like real dense living areas in real life. I think that's a fertile ground to explore in a video game too, just because it's not done very well for long. Like in Cyberpunk, it had some really great city areas and some really great wide open areas. I thought that was kind of neat, right? Like sometimes running through the city, you're like, okay, I'm really having to think about this. I got to double back this way. Maybe I can jump across here and save some time. Those kind of things.
Yeah.
I would like to see more of that.
Yeah. I have, like, the thing that has filled my head, and if I wish I were a successful game designer with the ability to like have the resources to just sit for 5 years and experiment with it, would be like, there hasn't been a big city builder in like ever. And it's like everyone is just copying what the previous person did. There hasn't been any innovation, and so it becomes, are people just doing it because that was what's successful, or is no one really even thinking about how cities come together? And so I made that video 5 years ago about a different kind of city builder, and no one's even close to approach that, because they still want it to be this kind of game, this kind of simulation, but not reflect and how a city actually comes together.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see some other branched out. For example, I think I told you before, one of my dream games would be, you're a vault overseer in the Fallout universe. You pick and build your vault with nearly unlimited resources, and you pick the grounds for your experiment. Then you pick the people you want to have. So if I go, I want to have 100 people, but I'm only going to have food for 50. And I'm going to have cramped spaces, and I want the air conditioner to never go lower than 78, and I'm going to do all this. Okay, now go. And then I just want to watch it, you know what I mean? And I don't even know what the gameplay would be other than, look at that, they all freaked out and beat each other up.
Yeah.
To me, something fun like that could be kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Fallout Shelter was kind of that. like to some extent, but obviously it was this mobile game, and I think when you say that, and I think of Dungeon Keeper, because Dungeon Keeper is one of my favorite games of all time, and it was that like same idea, is that you're underground, you have resources, and you want to build a thing, something that will protect you from the outside world at least. But the idea that you kind of that you change the social experiment somehow, like that is a critical part.
And the flashlight works a lot better if you, yes.
Yeah, a social
that's
experiment
interesting.
would be
Yeah,
really
that'd be fun.
It would be neat. Part of me wonders, could you do like a Mario? What was it called? The Super Mario Builder?
Oh, Mario Maker.
Mario Maker.
Yeah.
I mean, you could almost do something like that with some of these and say, okay, I'm going to build this. Can you survive living in my vault? And it would be, again, a mini thing. It wouldn't be something long. It would just be wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would work great. And I that even gives, like, I even have, like, Frostpunk vibes.
Yeah.
Of the opportunities that you could have there. Yeah. But I do like the idea of, and then someone's coming to storm your vault from time to time.
Right, and like then if you really wanted to, you could open up a few other things and say, I'm gonna have trading open, or I'm gonna trade weapons but not food, or I'm gonna trade food but not, you know what I mean? You could have all kinds of weird things, with the whole gist of it being, it never takes place outside of the vault. You never see anything outside of your vault. You're literally those insular vault dwellers in some of the games that are kind of a thorn in your side, and they're like, oh, we don't want to let you in. You're those guys. Right? Like you're, a prepper to the max, and all you know is, if I stay in here, I'm okay, and I'll be all right. And then kind of go from there and see. I don't know. To me, that could be neat.
Yeah, I agree. That also kind of describes like RimWorld. Which is a game that I know I've talked about, where I definitely didn't pick up on something core to the gameplay, because I could never get beyond the base 3 people before one of them would get dead, and it's like, what am I doing wrong? Because I would recruit one, and then one of them would get dead, and then the economy would collapse because no one can keep up on the tasks, and it's like, I really want to play this, but I don't know what I'm missing. And I had the same vibe from, like, The Sims. I could never get into The Sims, because it's like I want them to do something, and they're still unhappy, even based on what their meters are. And
nothing happens. Nothing happens.
It's like, what the heck?
Yeah. And that's kind of going back to, we were talking about it a few times here, as the time sink and the investment time, right? Like, for me right now, at the end of the day, I'm mentally drained, and I may or may not need to get interrupted by, my kids or something going on. And what do I really want to sink all my time into? And the answer is not climbing a whole bunch of towers and surveying the area to open up my map. It's fun for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I would play every Assassin's Creed game for free for a few minutes, but I'm not able to buy those anymore. I don't know yet a better fix for it, because some of the other games are like twos. I play them just for a little bit. I'm like, oh, okay, well, there's nothing here. This is kind of slow, but
yeah, if it doesn't have that right curve to, and that those games are designed to funnel you into down an experience. Like I playing the opening first 2 hours of Far Cry 6, and it's like, this is clearly designed to on-ramp you in a way that you don't stop playing, but as soon as you stop playing, you're not coming back, because that doesn't pop back up again. And even if it's a familiar game to what you, if it's a familiar game, you may be even less incentivized to want to pick it up again.
Yeah,
and that's frustrating.
Absolutely. And they're kind of I don't know. I'm getting now to where I can be playing a game, and I can say, I think I'm done. And I'll play for a few minutes, and I'll do a thing, or I might still got potions that I'm never going to use, but I go, yeah, I'm probably done with this, and then I don't come back, and I don't know what it is that makes that thing trigger, but whenever it does, it's kind of like, yep, looks like we're out of here.
Yeah, and I see that across, because I'll follow the subreddits of various media properties, whether it's games or TV shows, and people will ask, like, what do I need to do to get into this? And it's like, if you aren't getting into it, don't force it. Like, just stop. Like, you don't have to. You don't have to watch or enjoy the original Star Trek series. It is kind of aged and outmoded and outdated. I remember as a kid not really enjoying them because, like, I don't get this. It's very theatrical and dramatic and moralistic compared to TNG. But it's like, if you're playing a game, and especially if you've put a whole bunch of money into it, you don't have to sit there and try and justify it if you don't enjoy it.
The fridge buzzes with energy.
You don't have, and that's one of the best things about Game Pass for me, is this idea that you can just download a game and play it.
Yeah.
You can just, it's just there. And if you want to buy it, you can buy it. If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to, and hold on to it. I'm a little bummed I didn't buy Hard Space on Xbox because, I mean, even though I had it on Steam, because it left Game Pass and I couldn't continue it there. But it's just you can just get into, like, there are so many games. When I was doing streams, I was last year, I was doing like some weekly streams and just trying Game Pass games, and there's a lot of stuff I did not like playing. I did not like playing a whole bunch of games, and I could see, like, if you play a lot of games, you start realizing a lot of these games are the same. I don't like a lot of games. It'd be like if you just went onto Spotify and just randomly picked a bunch of music, and it may all be in good faith good music, but you may not want to listen to it. There's that website, it's like Top 1000 or something. It's like the 1,000 albums you need to listen to, because they're like hailed as the zeitgeists. Like, you just have to listen to these, and it'll just recommend them. And I would get like an album into it, and it's like, nah, I'm good. But yeah, to your point, it's like, man, I just don't. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. You're good.
Yeah. I don't understand. Some of these guys can play all kinds of things. I like this guy called Mortisimal Gaming.
Why does that sound familiar? Yeah.
You might have seen him on there. He does games to 100.
Yes.
And it's crazy. And I like it because he doesn't ever sound bad or weird. He's always like, yeah, this one was pretty good. It was all right here. This part got a little bit tiresome, but yeah, I went ahead and finished. I'm like, oh man, this guy is unreal. But I bail. Life is too short already for whatever I'm trying to do. The last thing I'm going to do is go through a slog, especially if I don't get... It's one thing if it's difficult and I'm enjoying it, but if it's difficult and I'm frustrated, I'm out.
Right. Why suffer through it? Especially if you're not making content. Which is I was talking with that about with Pear earlier. Is like, I don't play a lot of games these days. I really don't. So it would be very difficult for me to like talk in a gaming podcast about anything that's going on, because I am not picking up anything. I'm not picking up a lot of stuff. And there was a time when I did. There was a time, with the original Xbox, and there was a time when I was doing with Flesh Eating Zipper, because indie studios, indie publishers would send us codes for basically anything. Like, please look at our game. Like, when you're a publisher and you're a small developer, just getting people to look at your game, much less play it, much less review it, is huge.
Oh, okay.
Is huge, yeah. And especially now that they recognize that YouTubers are more than happy to talk about things that they enjoy. And so, yeah, I played a lot of games, and you just like, man, you just kind of get sick of games. It's just so weird.
Yeah, and it's another real reason why, for me, I want to make videos about it, but at the same time I don't, because when I'm playing right now, I don't have to think of an end in mind, and I don't have to think of how am I going to spin this? Did I get the right footage? Did I have all of this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you've got it down to an art, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're doing a game to review, are you pretty much recording the entirety of your gameplay?
Yep. I am in it. And Mouse, thank you for saying like and subscribe and hello and all that. Yeah, if thank you for, if you're listening to this right now, thank you. Like, seriously, just being here is so dope. But anyway, no, you were asking.
Looks like this
Yep. No, it's totally fine. We always got to make sure that everybody knows Mouse, kind soul that she is, put in there. Make sure to like and subscribe if you want to chat. If you don't want to chat and you just want to throw a coin at your Witcher, there's links in the bio there. You can do all that without saying hi if you are so inclined.
Right? Yeah. Support the channel, however, or just whatever you want to do. But
tell your friends. Tell
I'm
your rich
busking
family
for
members.
rent right now. No, but you're right. I'm recording every single second, and I go back through later and catalog it, and I'm doing outlines as I go. But I'm also intentionally playing the game to completion, a game that if I were not doing a review, I would not A, probably be playing, or B, definitely not be playing to completion.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a few others. So which is kind of what we were talking about, is when you are playing through and you're doing these games, are you making notes so you know when to come back, and are you thinking what you're going to say or not say and doing all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, all along the way, it's like, man, I'm thinking about that. Like I'm breaking up, because I don't have a template that I don't do intro, gameplay, graphics, conclusion.
Right.
Or, and then maybe like a wild card of like multiplayer or something like that, or microtransactions afterward. I'm developing the script, the skeleton of each game as different things are sticking out to me, different trends are popping up. And
do you have to kind of revisit that? Do you go into a game, like, let's say it's this one, just for example, you go, you know what, I bet I'm going to talk about the moody art that they've employed, and I bet this is going to be big, but by the time you finish, you're going, you know what, I'm going to mention that, but not nearly to the extent I thought, and instead I'm going to talk about the crazy choices they made.
Yeah, I'm especially with a game like that, with the drama surrounding it, like, obviously that's going to be a component, right? And how much, whether I care about it or not, and I will let the viewer know. But I'm gonna go like, yeah, look at this art. Yeah, look at this town. Yeah, look at this commentary. Look at how well the writing just gives voice to these innate, involuntary human habits. Like when it opens and it's just like black, nothing, nothing after anything ever, because you're sleeping. And then it gradually just pulls you into, you're waking up and you have the worst hangover in existence, and it's doing that all through prose. And so the things that stand out, and then you start just building. I just start building case around that, and sometimes that changes. Like sometimes I will be making notes in one section of what I think is a big deal, and then as I'm developing another section, I realized, man, all that stuff down there would actually make more sense up here, but it actually makes sense in both places, and I have to split the kid, really.
Yeah.
A lush layer. You feel this.
That's the art.
Do you find like a game that you think is going to be amazing, and then you get into it and it's not, and you wonder if your video will be affected?
Oh yeah, like all the way back to Thief.
Okay.
Huge. That, like, I remember getting into that second level of Thief when you're going through Cragmont, the prison, And
Please wipe your face clean, officer.
ooh, yeah, let's do a spiel check.
Feel your cheeks turn red.
Yeah, I remember going to with the zombies and getting lost, and I was like, I am having such a miserable time. Why did I why did I tell people I was doing this? And especially since I said I was going to do all 4, it's like, no way, because I remember I'd played Deadly Shadows. I owned Deadly Shadows. I got that on my 20th birthday in 2004. I got Deadly Shadows, and I played through almost all of it. I didn't realize until years later that I'd never finished it. Until I did the review, I realized I never finished it. But yeah, here I am sitting there with the first game, and I'm like, should I just toss this all out? Should I go to Thief 2 or Thief 3 and start from there? Because people kind of like those better. I was like, no, I'm just going to grab this leather strip, and I'm just going to slide it in my mouth, and I'm going to bite down and just put this biscuit in here, and let's just go. And I did, kicking and screaming, and definitely the more enthusiastic Thief fans were not happy with me trash talking and not enjoying that part of the game, and not finding these obscure things and not finding this obvious. Oh, why did I do that?
All the no actually crowd.
Yeah, exactly. And having to deal with that. And that was. Oh my god, those were the worst, because they were the people who were watching it, but then also the people who hated it.
No, it's many years of.
So the other thought that makes me wonder about is, for most of your YouTubing career, and your first, what was your first couple of videos? How long ago have you been doing this now?
10 years? Well, a little bit longer than that, because I did some. All right, we're gonna reload here.
You did some flesh eating zipper. You did some on your own. You did a few of the things that everybody does, kind of like testing the waters of whatnot.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so during most of those 10 years, you've also been in various stages of employment, including when I first met you, juggling 2 or 3 part-time jobs for one cumulative income. Is that right?
Yep. Exactly.
So talk us through, if you would, how that, like, how does the process go when you're doing a job or 2 or 3, and you're like, okay, today I'm going over here to this job A, and I'm going to do this until 1, then I'm going to come home and eat whatever, then I'm going to do job B for a while. How do you still work in your YouTube recordings, editings, writings, A, without it feeling like an obligation, and B, without it suffering from any of the tired pre-existing conditions that you have from juggling regular work?
Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm.
That's a fantastic question, Baldy. I'm so glad you asked. It's a struggle, right? It's the
great race mystery is cleared up.
The way I've explained it to myself is that if the day job is mentally easy and even tedious, that gives me some allowance at the end of the day, however tired I may be, to just take down the next whatever I need to do.
Okay.
It's the jobs where I'm getting paid a little more, and it's more in my, like when I took my job at the indie, and I was reporting, and I had to like really, do a good job and understand, what's going on here, and that would sap. I would come home, and I would not just physically tired, like the physically tired I could kind of power through, because I'm just at my desk doing this to some extent, but I wouldn't have any brain juice left, and and that's what would kill. That's what would be like, all right, well, I'll work on it, but I'll work on it, on the weekend, I guess, or whenever I just have time, or just have and I would usually feel pretty okay with that, honestly. But when I was in the lesser jobs where I'm not getting paid as much, that's when it's like I had that hunger to be like, all right, we're gonna get this done. I'm like, System Shock series review is like intrinsically tied in my head with one of those part-time jobs, because I remember specifically like having to find a piece of paper to jot down little things that I thought of as I was
ask you about that. I was going to ask if you'd had to actively note, like if you're folding clothes or working or whatever your jobs were, you know, you're like, ooh, good idea. And do you run and scramble for something to write a note?
Exactly. Yeah, I've got one for even the second draft of the screenplay that I read it to. I pulled it out a couple hours ago, right after lunch. Read it. And I'm like, what does this mean? And then I thought about it for just a minute. It's like, oh wait, no, these are just. So they are words written down that make sense in that moment. They're enough to translate to action for whatever project I'm working on, and then they're not any useful beyond that.
Yeah,
it's just enough. It's bridge funding for my brain, and that's it. That's all. But yeah, I will have just random thoughts, and then that's what goes into the outline. And then when I'm going through the footage, cataloging all those dozens of hours, that's when I'm really filling in and really building out the guts of the outline, which becomes the review.
So is that hard to do then after a day of a job or two? If like you're coming home at night, you got loved ones you want to hang out with, you might want to just play a game for fun. You got to eat, you got to take care of your critters. Is it hard to find the time for that, or is there a creative side that's like ready to rock and it makes it easier?
Day to day, you know, it's kind of like some days I'm totally down for it, and some days I'm definitely not accomplishing anything. But that depends on the job itself, really,
right.
And how far I'm into that.
Do you try to push yourself through and plow ahead, or do you give yourself time to say, you know what, today's not the day?
No, it'll be obvious. It'll definitely be like, oh, I just need to get this thing done. Like if your bed was stripped and you're tired, you know automatically I have to make the bed. And so when I'm making the videos, I'll be like, I've been thinking about it. I'm not feeling the most. I don't know how far I'm going to get into it, but I need to get this part done. I know what the next, and that's like even the current project that I'm working on next. There are parts it's like, all right, I need to get this done, this done, this done, this done, and so the next logical thing is to do this. The part is when it's too many of those things and I can't easily make a choice on what those are. That's when it's like, all right, I have to think on this a little bit, or I will just get to it. That's when it's tougher.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know you and I have talked about it a lot, and again, mine is much more super casual. Just as it comes up, I'll make a video. But I know that some other people, one of the benefits of joining your Discord has been I get to see behind the curtain for you. We've got Shotsky, Hey Blondie, Medium.
You got the whole creator corner
right,
in there.
And everybody's sharing ideas. Y'all are helping each other. I could ask questions about, which editors you're using. How are you making those little features? It's been really insightful, and I noticed that some of them, like you, have mentioned like they've got kind of like they hit a wall, and it's like, well, I don't know what to do now. So
yeah,
based on your experience, because you've gone through a lot of different angles on this, and most of the guys in our creators corner there are juggling jobs and families. What is your advice for people that will have a project, they know what they want to do, but they're debating about like the time for it, or how to kind of delegate everything they need to do? Do you have a suggestion or advice on how people can use their time effectively on these videos or hobbies without costing themselves sleep or any of these other issues?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that you get into that analysis paralysis of like, right, gosh, I want to do this, but I want to do it the right way.
Yeah.
It's like, no, just like start doing stuff. You know, perfect is the opposite of good. You know, and or perfect's the opposite of done, getting anything done, and it's frustrating to see, like, especially like other people who don't have habits, or like they're wanting to get into it, is that they want to do it the right way. They don't want to make mistakes, but making mistakes is how you learn. And it's frustrating when people just kind of want to ignore that step. And I'm all for like learning things and getting built up a bit. You know, learning new tools. Like I'm learning Blender for my next project, for the different little segments I want to do for it, because I think it'll really enhance it. But I'm not going to sit there and become a Blender master. You know, I'm going to do some stuff with it that just makes sense to do, and I'm going to do enough that I want to do it. Now, there are definitely parts, and Mouse can preach to this as well, testify, is that I will reach aspects where it's like everything is lined up. It is a slide to the bottom. All I have to do is sacrifice everything and my mental health and just hack away at it, and I know what I'm doing, and it'll get done. And I have definitely done that. And that's when you have to have some self-control, or have someone who's willing to pull you back and give you a donut and like not let you get into that workaholic, because it is easy to slip into the I'm on the downhill slide, everything's ready, I just have to edit this thing, and
looks like an old central. No one has.
You can get lost in that. You can easily get lost in that, and then everything else just kind of fades away, and it's okay. Yeah, and then you have to remind to take a break. Exactly, Mouse. Absolutely, and you have done that so many times, and I love you. And you just have to remember, like, it's okay to get into those steps, but like, breathe. You know, remember to breathe.
Wait.
So does it?
It feels safe.
Does it change then any? Once it's done, right? Like, I've seen a lot of neat videos about different people, and the two that come to mind are Brad Delp, who was the lead singer from Boston,
Please wipe your
and he had severe issues with depression and other things, and eventually ended his own life. And it got to where he could be performing, and they'd have 30 minutes left in the show, and he'd start to come down and think, like, you know, well, there's going to be days until the next one. And like Conan O'Brien on his show would talk a lot about how he needed everything to go great, and if he went backstage and everyone's like, yeah, it was pretty good, one of your best, he's like, oh, well, what was not good? What was wrong? You know, what did I miss? And stuff like that. And I know that as content creators, I've made a few albums and put them out there, and I want to know what people think. And if ever somebody says they don't like a thing, I hang on to that. But I've never had to do with real life metrics. And I know you and all these other guys, you've got YouTube telling you what's performed, you got click-through rates, you got all this stuff. So when you put hours into your videos, and your videos are not short, they're detailed, they have a lot of components and moving pieces, would you elaborate then on what you're thinking and feeling when they're finally released? Do you spend a lot of time clicking refresh to get the updates? Are you immediately worried about your stats? Like, what's your thought process once you've let go and it's out in the world?
You got it. It is definitely the watching the bars go up and feeling it, and seeing how the channel's blowing up, and then it just becomes, and yes, Mouse, cat, sometimes kidnapped, sometimes sometimes just got to get out of your own head, out of your own space, just out of there, and do that. No, that first, especially that first 48 hours or so, is definitely like F5 or checking the app.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that, you know, after so many videos, it's something particular to my channel at this point, is that there's some predictability to it. It's like, yeah, you know, you get excited for the anomalies. You know, you see, you know, yeah, I've worked on this video for 4 months. It should jump up to the best numbers that it's been in a while. It would be great if it didn't fall off right away. And then you're sitting there like, okay, it's falling off a little earlier than I would have liked. Or the numbers aren't as high as I like. So let's go think about what are some other thumbnails and titles that you've been... Because obviously I've been thinking about them for weeks or that. And having to switch them out and A/B test it, test and compare.
Yeah.
And going through all that. And...
And when you were working, were you refreshing on the job the next day or so? Are you like taking a break, running off somewhere so you can check your metrics in the middle of the job?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I
don't know how I would, and I'd want to know.
Yeah.
Last thing before going to bed, first thing when I wake up in the morning, I'd be like, well, let me check this thing.
Yeah, and it'll be funny because I'll be testing different things. Like, I'll launch a video at 10 o'clock at night and see how it does. And I'll launch it in the middle of the day, and I'll do it, and I'll try all these different things and see what they do. And after a while, you start running out of things to try out that are different, because it becomes predictable. Like, you do enough of those debuts, and it's like you just see the arcs over and over, and when it starts to fall off, that's when the disappointment kind of comes in a little bit. Is like, wait, that should have done 1.x times better than the last one, because the number of subscribers is higher, and this is a popular game, so why didn't it do that? And it's when it gets weird, when the numbers start going up really fast, like when Deus Ex happened, when System Shock happened twice, 2.5 times, when the urbanist YouTube thing went up.
That was a fun time to be in your Discord, because we all got to kind of pick your brain on it and watch in real time. As somebody who's only on the outside, you know, I'm not releasing anything like that. We're able to see that go in real time and watch all y'all react to it.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I struggled for a while. It's like, where do I put this video? Like, if I put it on my main channel, there's a risk that there's a chance it'll get popular, but then it'll be the wrong audience that's coming in and subscribing, right?
Yes.
Because I'm a gaming channel, but then I can put on these other channels, and it may never ever surface, and you don't know until you know. So what I did was, when I uploaded it, I told it specifically, don't inform subscribers. Just let the algorithm kind of do it, and it still did pretty good despite that. But eventually it picked up, and it picked up, and it picked up, and unfortunately, to some extent, even though I got thousands of subscribers from it, I don't know how that distorted the demand for that content. And then when I went to do the End City, I did not have that success again, which was a bummer, because, you know, I'd written out 4 episodes of that series. I was ready to go, and Mouse has definitely been reminding me, like, I can still come back and do it, but it's like, oh, but those interviews are like a year old now, and I was like,
And that aligns a little bit more with some of your day-to-day in real life interests as well, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that the Nth Review was bringing in money and attention and being bigger, and I could spend that time working on End City, but there's still only 24 hours in a day. So do I spend it working on the next Nth Review,
right,
or do I work on this End City, which may never pick up because people are interested in the outrage? They're not as interested in the praxis of it.
Right.
Algorithmically, that doesn't seem to work as well. So it's just been sitting there for a minute. And that's why I'm raising funds independently for my local podcast among an audience. Oh, what's happening? Oh, what's happening? You got it, dude? You got it? Oh, okay, let's get out of this thing. Get stuck in a wall, just about.
Yep.
I already autosaved. I'm raising funds for a second season of Badly Needed and Long Overdue, which was the podcast I was working on back in 2022, and that was they're like two separate. It's so weird. Two separate audiences. I got the Nth Review crowd, and then I've got the local interest. Like next Saturday, we are going on a 3.35 mile march to protest a flagpole annexation, and that has no bearing, and no one on this side of the curtain cares about that. But then my local peeps, who I'm an activist for and an activist with, do not care about this gaming stuff I'm doing right now. And never the twain shall meet. And so...
aside from that tiny Venn diagram overlap of those who are in, like, City Developer or SimCity or something like that, otherwise, it's very few overlap there.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's funny to see the people who will come to my urbanist YouTube video and be like, "Oh yeah, Colorado Springs, I'm there too. I'd love to see you around." It's like, yeah, I'm doing stuff or working on stuff, and so yeah, that's tough. It's tough to prioritize that. You want to make the most of your time. I was saying in a Discord, it's like I'm unemployed. That should give me all the time in the world to learn how to do Blender and learn how to make a game and all that stuff. And you quickly realize I spend so much time thinking there are 6 things that I could be doing. Which one's the best one? And I spend most of my time thinking about that instead of actually going down one of those roads. So excited for I am so excited. The fundraiser for Badly Needed hit its initial goal. It's even over it, but I've put in stretch goals so we can make more episodes. And so, yeah, if I had a year, yeah, I'm a plate spinner. That's, yeah. I just love, I don't know what the best way forward is. I really don't. Like, do I just hunker down and I work on this? Do I hunker down and work on that? But, if I do this, I'm not doing that. And that's where I am weak. That's where I struggle. Is I still haven't done anything with the Unity thing. I'm like halfway through the Blender thing. I'm like still I'm started editing the next project. And I'm streaming right now. While I'm also doing a fundraiser, a 60-day fundraiser for the podcast, while also planning, the walk next week. And it's like, which ones of these are going to help me get a full-time job and feel secure, allow me to pay rent? That's why I'm playing Disco right now, busking for rent. Right now is like, I just need some stability. I can do so much, and that's Baldy, that's the existential dread I am facing right now.
Sure, of course. And it makes total sense, right? I mean, I've often lamented to you, I am chasing something, I just don't know what it is. I don't have a way to continually scratch my itch. Mm-hmm. You, I think, are fortunate to have found it, yet unfortunate to have not found the means to consistently and reliably pursue said itch. So, yeah, between the two of us, we'd have it all figured out. It's just not there.
Yeah, right, exactly. Indeed. And then it's just frustrated. And I know you just asked recently about how do you get into editing? How's that going?
I've been fooling with it. I downloaded DaVinci because our good friend High Functioning Medium had suggested it. And I had a computer wipe, and I was using an old Corel Video Studio. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to take this as a chance to try to learn something new. Mm-hmm. So I put that on there. I haven't really done anything with it yet. I lost some of the footage I had that I was going to use for my next project. So I will go back to that at some other point and pursue it. I think for me right now, to get one out of the gate, I need to have something with minimal edits and not the fancy edits that I see in my head. So it might be a lot more of me talking over a video, like a game, or it might just be me in front of a camera, which I don't really dig, but again, is easy to make. So between the two, I think I have an idea for it. It's just, kind of struggling on some of that. And I start a new job / position at my current work tomorrow. So that should
Congrats,
be great.
by the way. That's dope. It sounds like that's
thank you.
Less mental health struggle.
Yes, so many things at once. And then it'll be a slightly different schedule. I'll have a later start, a later day. It'll be almost legit 9 to 5. So once I get the balance on that, I think I'll be able to start tweaking other things. I did grab a super cheap refurbished laptop from newegg.com, and I paid like $215 delivered for it. And that'll let me do my own stuff on there, like you were talking about, making the notes or script ideas or whatnot without being on a work computer.
Yeah.
So I'll fool with it and see. But since we're mentioning hours, the question I was going to ask you about some of that is, in your ideal world, right? Like, let's say you found a full-time job. What would be your ideal working hours? Because for me, I'm much more of a night owl. So something like this right now where I could wake up and start something and then get up there, and stay up late for when the creative guy takes over, that would be fun. Like, in your ideal spot, what do you think would work for you?
My ideal would be earlier, honestly. I would totally be down. Before I was laid off, I was actually trying to go earlier in the day, so like an 8 to 4, so that there's still hours at the end of the day to think about stuff and do stuff, right? That was my dream, because if it gets too late, then I can't hang out with wifey. I can't, plan for dinners with the family. Like, socially, that limits me. If there's an event in the evening, I can't go, because then I'm in the mode for this or that.
Right.
And so I go earlier, and that works better for me. So it'd be like an 8 to 5 or a 7 to 3 or whatever that is. And I'm totally I'm not like you need to be here 8 hours a day. You need to be here 40 hours a week. Like, I'm really not. Just get you have tasks that we agreed need to be done. Like, let's just do that.
Right. I always told the students when I was teaching, the 3 big rules I wanted on their work was, is your work finished? Is it finished accurately and correctly to the best of your ability? And in doing your work, are you inhibiting anybody else?
Right.
Because if all of those are acceptable, so you should have a yes, and a no. And if that's the case, then I don't really care. I let kids work on the floor. I let kids sit on the table, whatever, right? And I think I would love to see that in a real world, because like you, I could see you going in, knowing what I know about you and how you process stuff, that your boss could say, hey, I need you to get this thing done and published.
Right.
And you're like, got it. It will be published by Friday. And then they don't care if you're in there 8 hours on Monday or 4 hours on Monday, because they know you're going to get the thing done. And I think I think you and I would both thrive in an environment like that. Is that something where you kind of like seeing that you would be really good at?
Yeah, I think just like the hands off, the white collar, the treat me like an adult thing.
Yeah.
It was something that it took me so long to get used to, because I was so used to being micromanaged and metrics, and it's like the lesser your pay, the more your performance is rated, and then the higher your pay, the more you're trusted to do your work.
Yeah,
and
I can see that.
And so when I became a journalist, because I was doing those 2 part-time jobs side by side, and then I got into the indie, and it was night and day. I wasn't clocking into anything. I was turning in a timesheet, but it was, I worked 40 hours this week. And But yeah, I mean, I was getting this stuff done, and so anytime someone the boss would come around, I'd be like, "Oh, I'm working on this, this, and this," and they're like, "Oh, okay, okay, all right." That Protestant work ethic,
right?
And
I'm with you. And like
that's
for me, it was always
different.
justifying the existence. I wanted them to know why they're paying me. It's like, oh, I'm getting this done. It's going to be good. And I also talked to so and so. I'm helping her with this thing, and I'm going to swing by so and so and check on this. And they're like, okay, well, that's fine. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
A login attempt.
Yeah. Exactly. It's as an adult, it feels weird to then be trusted as an adult to do stuff, and but that's also. It goes hand in hand with I would get stories in on time. They would require very little editing.
Yeah.
A very clean copy, and people liked it. So then that made it, it made it easy to find some freelance work because people would trust me to do the stuff. So they're not having to spend a whole lot of time working on my stuff. So, that's ideal, honestly. And then then when you have, and I say that hand in hand with, I know that there would be a deadline, and it'd be like, all right, I'm working till 2 or 3 in the morning on my first day of vacation, because I need to get this done. I can't just sit here. Well, I didn't get it done, so you're not going to have it.
Right.
You trusted me to get it done, so I'm going to get it done, even if it is my first day of vacation, right?
Yeah.
And there would be times where it's like Monday would be slow, Tuesday would be slow, Wednesday would be slow, Thursday would be everything has to happen at once, and then Friday is everything has to be done, and then it's the weekend. And I totally get that too. It's just managing that and being responsible. That's ideally for me.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds the same. Do you think ideally for you would like to work at a designated location, i.e. an office or a building? Would you like to work entirely from home or some hybrid combination?
I would love both. I love an office. I love seeing people and going to a place and I am a huge fan of the let's bullshit for an hour. Let's talk about something, because that's going to help me motivate, because I can't work straight. I can't just edit for 8 hours straight. That's impossible. That's not how this works. It is, I work for 10 minutes and then I walk around for 20, or it's like Pomodoro, but different. It's I love just having the catch-ups and the knowing I'm part of a team, and so, and then when the weather's bad, or it's like, man, I'm struggling to get out of out of bed this morning, I'm working from home because my job allows me to do that, which I know a lot of jobs don't. I really do.
Yeah, and I could see that obviously it would change, right? Like, if you were on an interview panel and helping with something, you'd want to go in the office and you'd have a little bit of the joshing around and a lot of bit of work, maybe.
Yeah.
And if it was a slow time of the year on this hypothetical dream job, you might say, look, I'm not going to be in the office all month. It's just really, I'm going to do what I need to do out here.
Yeah.
But again, that comes back to that trust component, and if you treat an adult like an adult, you get ideally those great results. So I'm excited about that on this one. This will be the first time in a while, once I clear all the initial onboarding stuff, that I don't have to maintain a time card, that I'm not a log in and log out. As a teacher, you have to be in your room at certain specific times, and then you have to be at duty spots around the hall, then you have to be at training and conferences and whatever else they bless you with. And so I'm really hoping that this fits the way it does in my head, because like you, I would like that chance to just be like, here's what I need, here's when I need it, and I need you to ask me for help if you're stuck. Otherwise, I'm going to trust you to do your job, and I need them to just let me go off and wow them as I can.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best you can do, and then hopefully the position does work out, like that. But I also don't mind, there are parameters, there's flexibility. You know, I don't want to hear from anyone on the weekend. Period. Ever. And I was never on call, and I was never one of those people. And so, so it's like hands off. You know, I'm all for the 4-day work week. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And it's trust. It really is. So I would love to like go to an office and I can work on nth review stuff there, and then when I'm home, I don't have to mess with that. We can do the weekly podcast from an office. We can do this and that, these different shows from the office. Like that's been the dream scenario, that giant bomb scenario where people are in the office and they're working together. They're physically in the same space, because doing it virtually is not the same. You know, as just being at a table, being able to look at each other. And that's still the dream. That would be dope. I would love that.
Really would.
I would like that a lot. But you know, I can only say I wish the channel were more successful so many times over so many years, right?
Right. The weird one I have in my head for that would be if it worked, right? Like the way I would like to see it. You know, in my mind, you, me, Medium, Schlotsky, whoever else it is, can meet up for a weekend and knock out, like, I don't know, enough for 2 or 3 really long episodes spread out over a few days. Hang out, do some off the cuff, go out to eat, break off on your own, you know, sleep, rest, recover, kind of, you know what I mean? But the vibe would change drastically. We could read each other better, so we're not stepping on each other's sentences. But I think also the same kind of perk as you said about mentioning the office is a lot of productivity comes from those non-directly related conversations and jokes and memes, and you're loosening up and you're learning these other people and they're learning you. And then when you do go back to the desk and you do put the pen to the paper, you find you're ready. It's kind of like, okay, I've had my fun, now it's time to get some work done, versus, all right, click, you know, here's my time card, punching in, now I've got to just grind for 4 hours so I can take a 30-minute break, and then chug ahead for a few more.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be ideal, you know, and to be able to have that creativity to, even if we were working on different channels, right? It'd be great to have just a co-working space, and to troubleshoot and to like make easy cameos and stuff like that, you know, in each other's stuff. And I think that'd just be so fun. It'd be so fun. I think people would get a kick out of it, but that just requires, you need the capital.
You would. You need the capital. You need a job that allows that kind of time.
Yep.
Which, you know, different people have. And this new position for me would be fine. My older one, which relied on commissions, would have some jeopardy to it. I'd have to be super aware of it. But the camaraderie of the coworkers, as Miss Mouse is saying there in our chat, is, I think it's the psychological component that, you know, we've had some amazing talks on here, but at the end of the day, it's still online. And I think just to see y'all face to face once would be cool. And so how much better might it be for all the creative projects, the business projects, you know, whatever it might be, just getting to bounce ideas off somebody and see them in real life and interact with them, and you know, all those nonverbal cues that do so much more than I tend to admit.
Yeah.
Bag, like, feel free to use it if you find a bag, though.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
sure
just
there are some out there somewhere.
the dreams. It's like, how do you bring that all together?
How do you do something with it? Yeah.
And back in the day, it would just be, you all kind of just worked for this group before, and so it's natural, like, you'll just know someone else who has the ability to do this thing. And so if you're not able to summon that in the first place, you're definitely not going to get it in the second place.
It's a raincoat.
So jumping back here for a moment to your game, I notice now this ties into some of our talk, right? Like, you know, I would love to be able to walk around and find a little corner store like this where you are. I think your guy's about to buy the raincoat, or at least that's an option. What do you think about when you see this kind of city presented in here? Because you've got experience on local level governments and a bunch of other things you like I do, like pedestrian-centered buildings and whatnot. This little shop right here to me looks just super cool. Like, all of it looks
the detail,
like
the
bit
art.
of art, right? Yeah. What are some of your thoughts? Because I've distracted you quite a bit from the game, and I'm sure you've got plenty of opinions on it. Talk to us about what you think about the art of starting in this shop, and like, if this was a quote-unquote real-life place, what are your thoughts on how it's constructed and how it's accessible?
Well, you know, I get like a vibe of the old town. Like, we've got some older parts of town here that have shops that are kind of like this. And yeah, let's buy a raincoat.
If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
I can't even remember the point of this in the game, but if you walk into a shop and the only thing to buy is a raincoat, it's probably gonna come in handy.
Yes, yeah, and they had other because I have to satisfy my cigarettes. Where are we at? I gotta smoke cigarettes. That's what my dude said. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There it is. A brave little.
There we go. The first. I like just the you know, I was talking earlier about how it's great to have a game where it is this intimate setting.
Yeah.
And there's so much detail, and you zoom in and there's even more detail. And I just like the idea of just everything's tied together. That's what this game is really based on, is all of these things are tied together. And in the talking with Pear earlier, he's like, it's got too much prose, but it's like it's all linking, it's all coming together to make sense. You know, it is it's like an adventure game, but there's so much more to it, and that's why when I was talking in my Cyberpunk review about it being an immersive sim, that game feels like Deus Ex, but like writ large in an open world for reals, because you just have so many options and so many ways to tackle these things, and it's this density that makes it allows it to feel like a real world.
Yes, yes.
And that's what I really enjoy about it. Yeah, let's light it up.
So is this one of the character traits, quirks, whatever it is, that your guy needs to smoke?
With a flick of the thumb.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Let's. Yeah. There. Ooh. I just got smarter. Heck.
Get that bad boy in the flame and breathe in.
Except for my health there. Yeah. Ooh, I've got a skill point. So it's an epic quest to then. Oh yes, I get. Wait, I don't want to. Wait, no, hang on. All right.
Yeah, I got overwhelmed by the leveling up in this game. I never fully grasped what they wanted me to do with it.
Yeah, and since that's the first time I've noticed that, because
I was trying to go a witty guy who could talk himself out of anything. I know that you can go physique and punch out one of the guys later. I know if you can't, you kind of get stuck.
Yeah. So I'm about to go up to the racist and ask him and finish out my talk with him, and hopefully not become racist along the way. Oh, I gotta. Oh, let me wear that. Yeah, let's wear that raincoat. Look at that raincoat. Oh my god, that is cool. That is cool as heck. And I've got a. Oh, I got a rifle. All right. All right. Well, I just Oh, but I did get some health back from something, so I don't know.
Yeah, I never got the health part. Such a neat game, but I think I was so distracted when I tried to play it that I did myself a disservice.
Yeah, and you do have to kind of, it's kind of up its own butt, really. It seems really cool, but man, I can't quite put my finger on it. Like, because I last time I played this again 2 years ago, and then I set it down, and it's like, this has all the elements of what's supposed to be an interesting game, and I haven't quite put my finger on why I put it down then, or why I'm like...
Did you finish it then or not?
No, I only put 2.5 hours. Yeah, like that was just enough to scratch the surface. And this is so beautiful. But I don't understand quite yet, like, what is not clicking.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's just like, it's too many mechanics, like it's doing something, it's trying really hard.
I found it almost, the writing and the words and the way everybody talks was almost like a pretentious over my head thing, just to be over your head.
Yeah.
And I couldn't always tell, like up here was where I got stuck. This is about as far as I got. I talked to this guy, never could figure out whatever it was. There was something else that everybody said I should find, but I never did. I don't even remember what it was. And I know that you can knock him out if you got enough, and I never went for that. And see, look at all of those things. Paradoxically, you plan to supersede the Occidentals with their own race theory.
Yeah.
And all of this. It's like, what? I don't know. I really wish they would have just gone a little more simple, like, hey, if you'll do this, this can happen.
Yeah, and I think there's... like, you kind of wish there was a game that had all these mechanics, had this complexity, but was a little more approachable, and wasn't, you know, fart sniffy about what it's trying to do. I appreciate that it's going through that, and it's like, yeah, man, racism and communism, of course.
Right. And sometimes I can't tell when he's legit, and sometimes it's like too theoretical, like, should we allow the proletariat to do the... I was like, dude, just tell me you want everybody to get food.
Yeah, it kind of... that part, I'm like, are you gonna let me through? Is that what...
I never got through it. I don't know what he'll do.
There is nothing funky about.
There's a few spots where I got confused on what I could and could not grab or jump to, just because of the isometric nature.
So, I've definitely... when I played it originally, I played it with the mouse, and that didn't seem so bad. And I decided this time around to do something different and do the controller. And there are definitely aspects of, even with the highlighting in here, which is really helpful. There are parts where I will be standing next to two objects and I cannot target one of them effectively. Like even here, I'm trying to get these two objects on the table here, and it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Yes.
And it's...
And why did it give you the option of that soap bar or whatever on the bathroom miles from you? You know, you're standing at the desk and it's like, you want to grab this out of the bathroom? You're like, no, I'm right here by the desk.
Yeah, exactly. Nope, I'm good. And some of these are objects to pick up, and some of them are they're just snide remarks.
Yeah.
And it's like, so then I'm in that, is this hipstery...
Yeah.
Is it, like, I don't want it to just outright reject it for that, but it's also its high-mindedness that makes it easier to convert into a video essay. Is also, like, what is it actually saying? Like, is the juice worth the squeeze? And is it fun? Like, am I having fun? And I don't know yet. I don't know. We're in 6.5 hours, and I'm like, I don't know. Am I having fun? Like, I had fun in Starfield. People didn't like Starfield. I had a lot of fun in Starfield. I kind of made my own fun, and that's kind of why I liked it for that. But, ooh, I want a cloak.
Yes.
But
see, I got up there. I remember, again, for me, by the time I was done, I had ran through everything I could find, and I was like, I just don't know what I'm missing. And I knew when I turned it off, I was done. And I'm sure I'm missing some stuff. But what I probably should do is go on a YouTube thing and watch it. But again, see, like, you got a water tower, you got a jacket on the thing. There's a few other bits and pieces, and I don't know if it's important or if it's just a click on.
Yeah, and you know, I was talking with Pear about the step out moments, you know, of, you know, you have this tutorial that gives you such a strong splash of flavor and mechanics. It's like, this is what you're going to be doing, and then you step outside and then you don't know what to do. And there was a time when that was definitely not a problem, but I found that as I get older, I don't need my handheld, but I do want something a little stronger to pull me through. And this game gives you Kim, at least.
Yeah.
To kind of serve as a foil and work that angle.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground.
How hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of...
And you're having all the, like, initially all these internal components of your psyche talking with you and talking with you is so interesting. It's so cool. And then you get through the 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th conversation like this. It's like, okay, but to what end? Am I doing this just to get the writing?
Next. Okay, good. I don't know this one. Bam. Yeah, I don't know. I never figured it out.
Yeah.
This is the
I love the world look though. Like you were saying earlier about the little cars, it all looks amazing.
But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean, and it's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair.
It's got that City 17 vibe, that Eastern European, anonymous, you know, homogeneity about it.
Remy looks like he's about to smile. This photo.
But yeah, am I playing this to get the writing? Am I playing this to get the voice acting? Am I playing this to see the art? Or am I playing this because it's a fun game I want to play? And that's the part.
You're really
like the game part, I don't know.
Not sure I understand.
I don't know.
This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name on
Alright, well, dope. What else we got in here? So there's a party up here.
Okay.
Yeah. I see an A. I guess I gotta be down there. But I can't, like, there's no jump. I'm not jumping on anything or whatever.
Right, there's no mantling. It's just whatever.
Yeah, exactly. This does give me, like, 90s vibe, like when they would make games like this. The weird adventure. They had made so many weird adventure games back then.
I did. One of my favorites ever was Space Quest. And I forget which one it is, but it is. You start out in space with a mop, and you get a call on your watch, and when you enter the watch, your mop floats away. And stuff like that, and you know what I mean. And I like those kind of things because it was really fun. I was horrible at it because there was one way to play it, and you would kind of have to go a little further and die, and then sometimes literally write down, okay, when you get to this place, pick this up first, but don't touch this, otherwise it'll shoot you. You know, that kind of thing. And those were really cool. Did you play Myst when it came out?
No. What I did was I wanted to. When my dad went to Australia he was in the military. He's like, we'll buy you 2 games to tide you over until I get back, and it was Dark Forces and it was something in Dark Forces, and I wanted the other one to be Myst. And he's like, "Are you sure?" It's really kind of puzzly and it's confusing, and it's like, oh, you know what? Yeah, let's not get Myst. And then when I played it years later, I was like, I don't get this at all.
Yeah.
This is not for me.
It's I was watching. Oh, what was it? I want to say Blue Blondie's newest video on Stalker, and there was one of the games that he was just showing a quick clip of, and the opening had that real stilted, photorealistic animation of like a fan turning. And that's what I always remember from Myst in those era games. It was like almost stop motion photography sometime, and I don't know how to explain it well, but I know if I showed you, to be going, oh yeah, I know exactly what that is. And that's what I always remember. Like, I love the idea of Myst, but it took us forever to figure it out in a pre-internet era.
Yeah, and you had to pull out a notepad.
Yes.
And you're like, all right, let me do this in a way that makes sense.
Yep, and then sometimes you could kind of soft lock yourself. I don't think that one was too bad, but some of the other ones you certainly could. Like Space Quest, if you got the wrong spot without getting what you needed, you'd be screwed.
No, and that's just the worst. But when you're not, when you're not picking up on the fun of the puzzles, and you're just doing random stuff, and you have to go back 25 screens and back to reset it so you can do the puzzle again. It's like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I never fell in love with that kind of adventure game. So I got into I was a LucasArts kid. So we had The Dig and Full Throttle and the Tim Schafer games, and those were awesome. But the puzzles, there was a logic to them. You know, it wasn't guess and test. It wasn't reduction-based and deduction-based stuff. You know, abstract stuff. It was just, this just makes sense. And I think Space Quest and King's Quest are like that. I believe to some degree.
Yeah.
That there's like, it's not Myst like weird stuff. It is, that's what it is. And you can kind of work it out in your head the way it should be, but maybe you don't know what part you're looking for.
Did you like a lot of those point and click games? Like, I remember there was one called Siberia. And I want to say it was on PlayStation or PS2. I can't remember. But for a while, for a while, those were kind of everywhere, you know, because I think they were easy to make. They had pretty, just beautiful backgrounds. You only needed to animate 2 or 3 little things on there. Like if you opened a box, you would animate that maybe. Did you like those?
I did. Some of them, because that's when they were really experimenting with interaction.
Yes.
And some of them didn't have good, like Siberia, I remember it was like, it was a lot of shooter gallery segments. Like Rebel Assault was like that too. It's like the shooter, like you're clicking on these pixels really fast. And so it was very much like memorizing the movies. What I liked about that era was just the spectacle of the stuff that they were, like, you're watching this digital movie on your computer, and that was cool. That's the part that was cool. The gameplay was usually the part that sucked, because it was just the stitching between whatever those cutscenes were. And so they were give and take. So the LucasArts ones, those were pretty dope. but some of them were clearly or missed. Like that had some really cool cinematic stuff.
It did,
but it's like then you have to play it.
With great,
that's like
and it was tricky. And again, like we talked about on here, some of the perspectives were difficult to see. Sometimes you like, I didn't know I could click this thing. Some things that looked like a button were not. It was a fun era. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if I could. I know I couldn't go back to it. I've tried every now and then to watch a video on it. That's a little bit better. But whenever I see it, I'm like, no, I'm done with that era.
Yeah, and then you had the parallel games like System Shock, and those games were weird.
Yeah.
But there was mechanics there, and it was very technical, and you had to have a pretty decent machine to run it at all, and that's the stuff that on its own were very niche games. Those early immersive sims, they weren't big sellers, but they would inform what other games could be.
Yeah.
And I remember in that era, we were talking in like some of the Patreon questions. It's like, what were the games that really inspired you or meant a lot to you as a kid? And they were the strategy games. They were the ones that like you thought of the possibilities. It wasn't, and you didn't really have that on the console. Those games like Command and Conquer, XCOM, they made it to the PlayStation, but you didn't want to play them on a PlayStation.
I would say, yeah. I mean, even in my mind, like some of the, like Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Yes.
You were never going to see that on a console, and it's not even a game. Some of those that could be won, quote unquote, or even ended. They're just more like, here, go out and build some roller coasters, go nuts.
Yeah.
You want to play legit and make money? You can. You want to have a sandbox mode? You can. And sometimes I would just slap together whatever I could and then hit go and watch it and say, oh yeah, this is horrible. Look, they hate this, and then I'd move some stuff around. And that was a fun era. I don't know if we're still looking at stuff like that. Do you think we've kind of left the area of the willy-nilly Wild West, design what you want because you want it, and we've now tried to get into the next big thing or making only the stuff that's profitable?
I wonder, and I know that's when it comes to the discovery component, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about Boss Man, and
there's no shame.
I guess I'm just gonna die for some reason. Dope. I was trying to fake my way into a conversation, and I did a bad skill check, and okay. Yeah, let's just load the last one, I guess. Man, I wonder, because some of those games were possible, with just a handful of people, but they had a budget.
Yeah.
And I wonder if an XCOM could be made, like, not the Enemy Unknown, which wound up being, costing a bit more and being 3D and all this stuff, but like an XCOM UFO Defense.
Combination of a punch clock. A punch clock is looking down. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear what actually happens.
I wonder, because I think people fall into these trends. There's so many cool indie games out there, but like, how do you find them? Yeah. And I think that's the struggle. Is there are more games being released than ever. There used to be only so many games ever came out in a year. Because you had to ship them. You had to put them in a box, and to do that, you had to have a company, a publisher to do that. And
if you didn't have a game store in your town, you were hosed unless you could get to a place that had one.
Or you're calling someone, and doing it that way.
Yep.
And that would be a thing. And so, let's go up. You had to have that connect. It's like record labels, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't have a record label, you were not getting anywhere. you were not going to get your record anywhere. Who would be listening to it?
Yeah.
And so now democratization has made it easy for you or me to go watch a 10-hour YouTube video about how to make a game, but no increased chances of anyone actually caring about it and seeing it. You know, you're not, just because you can make the game doesn't mean that someone's gonna actually play it. Like, how many books have I read that like I would shove into people's face, like, please read my book, please help me edit, even just give it eyes on, and it's hard to do unless you already have a following.
Yeah.
And that's tough. That's tough.
It is. There's a neat song by Ben Folds called Free Coffee, and it's on one of his solo albums, and he's basically like, when I was broke, I needed it more, but now that I'm rich, I get free coffee.
Yeah.
And he talks about, now I can go in anywhere and people give me all this stuff, but when I was growing up and getting started, I needed it. I couldn't get it. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a paradox to that.
It really is, right? Like, you know, if Bossman decided he wanted to make a game, he's got a little homegrown audience already ready, and we'd all be like, I'll check it out for you. I'll do this for you. But if I wanted to right now, it would be, you know, arms and legs trying to get all of that done.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, you have like with the creator corner that we have, like you'd have at least some eyes on, and and networking is part of the like that's just part of it. Is you can't be an island. You can't you know, you're not going to go out with a pick and go in a direction and start digging down and find gold. You know,
right?
There is absolutely an element of you have to be part of a society.
Yeah.
And
Let's see what's inside.
that how far does that get you, right? You know, and then how does the algorithm help you? How does this help you? And ultimately, you're just trying to get the most ways that you can be helped until, I don't know, you're at a critical mass to do X, which then allows you to do Y, and you know, go
and
from
then it's
there.
almost exponential. Then all of a sudden you're in the clear, and you'll never look back. You're great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. And but getting there, how do you getting there? It's like, just be successful. You know, the step 3 is the question marks, and then
Wake
step
up
4
early.
is profit. You know,
Make your coffee at home.
Yeah.
You know, firm handshake, look them in the eye. You know.
Yeah, buy low, sell high. You know, the usual.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You know. Yeah. Yeah, and so I think that's just the struggle of I think all the time, not all the time, but periodically it's like, man, did I miss the boat? Because I see, I mean, obviously, don't ever compare your success to others, but you can't help it sometimes, right?
Right. You really can't.
You really can't. And so you look at like all the people who got huge, it's just the people who are successful in this are the most successful in it. Like, they are set for maybe life. And everyone who makes anything like that is just copying their style. I was doing that stuff and I didn't even know they existed. But here I am. And you wonder, like, what do I need to do? And then that goes back to the selection machine. Like, what do I do? What do I want to do? Which direction is going to be the most profitable? There are 5 different things I can be doing. 5 different plates I could be spinning. Which one's the best one that's going to get the best return?
Yeah.
And that's the hard part, because there's no answer.
Right.
You get lucky.
You do the best for you. Which
Yes.
goes back to that. Don't compare.
Yes.
And then you go with your decision.
100%. Yep. So, yeah, that's great.
Well, listen, I'm gonna jump out of here and get some stuff done around the house. Speaking of making decisions and adulting, and
do it.
Do some chores. But I thank you for letting me crash your stream and chat your ear off about all kinds of stuff, and wish you the best and those donations going forward here.
Yeah. That's I'm hoping. I don't think I'll be on too much longer. I see where we're at, and where I'm at as far as playing this game. So I'm gonna give it a little bit longer, and yeah, we'll go from there. Thank you, Baldy. Thanks for hopping in.
You got it, brother. Take care of yourself.
Yep.
We'll see you soon.
Later. All right. Well, we completed one of my primary quests in here, and I saw there was the postcard in here somewhere. And where did it go? Wish I had some healing items. I have no idea how that's helping me at all. Oh, I had to come up here.
This is the night watchman's. You need to rest. Your body is aching. Getting in here has taken something out of you. Have a seat. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small...
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
You take the painkillers. They are yours now.
That's right. But for the wrong thing.
Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia.
Oh, these are some...
Mini strokes, Prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to la opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Maybe this was a bad idea. You stand and exit the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminated. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and...
I got a Reese's. Look at me go.
At the camera. Rene looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of Rene? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure. As long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Oh, we're about taking all the time is what we're doing. How do I not have a map? I just can't remember who the heck was Renee? We're gonna go back into town. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna figure some shizzle out. Alright. That's fine. No, I don't want that. I want this thing. Let's go talk to the union boss. The great machines are sleeping.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
Well, that makes
the
sense.
accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisoft on Normandy.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard. Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can...
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an Arsenal.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. Folks gotta eat.
That's true.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then.
The new world.
Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Judies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Well, good job.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Yes. So happy. Good job, mouse.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Dope.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
2 months.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so.
You too, mouse. You're the best. Titus and his friends.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into
I need to grab
I heard Mr. Everard
water.
to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple friendly fella.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight.
Easy, idiot. Let's keep this on the hard disk.
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who, no, he already switched to a prized fisherman he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so...
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns the two guys into dogfighting.
Oh, absolutely, mister. What do you want to know? Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother, guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school, we did. When, oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office. Bye-bye.
Alright, let's go talk to Mr. Everard and hopefully not die. This is very Fallout-ish.
Is the walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work. With great effort, he straightens himself up.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folded chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's with...
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized...
He's trying to...
I'm not gonna sit.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. And I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't... Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume...
You're no Titan Felicia, but he's got you in full. Sit down.
Alright, well, the seat kills me, right?
I hope to... Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people... This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses.
Hey, that's 25 real. Owe him for? This is a trap.
Don't mention it. But also...
Is he?
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me...
His slug-like lip. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost.
I know everything, Harry. Right
How does
now,
Mr.
I
Everhart just know everything?
Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you?
No, I'm not gonna cry.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
While Everard is distracted by your odd behavior, the lieutenant's eyes are mapping everything around you. The folder, desk.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I...
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throwing motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at you. Please, Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you've got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting...
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you...
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself.
Yes.
Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Did you ask me how I got in?
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Of course, Harry, of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. And rest assured, no one's going to hear about it. No one's going to know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez.
You can see the map of Revachol in your head. Dozens of red arrows are pointing outwards from Martinez, moving forward.
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request. Of course, let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you?
I think the odds are there. Very low.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is... I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. Maybe I...
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his name.
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now. Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
Oh. My coworkers are giving this to me?
Very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
You feel like a Dubois, but you don't feel like a Harry. Strange.
No, I'm really not. You are Harry.
I just love this dude's portrait.
Sure, okay. You're Harold. Harmon. Haroldamus? But that's not what the record says. The record says Harry Dubois. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. Family? Harry, you're not a family man.
Why
There's
not?
one piece of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man, do you strike yourself as a Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry.
No.
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star.
That's right.
A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar. Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages, your name in giant neon letters. Harry Dubois.
The giant neon sign reading Harry Dubois, hanging from the Cavalsum crane, can be seen all the way to Jamrock. Somewhere in Mirova, a beautiful woman sees the bright glow on the horizon and says to herself, "Oh my God." Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says,
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
Harry, I just know the things that matter to our friendship. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not link. Yes, your lost gun. My best... Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you...
the only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be...
That's true.
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to...
Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of it.
I assure you, we are working on locating.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
I would love to find my service weapon, like Control.
Harry. Of course, Harry. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's
my
why
main thing
you're in
here.
Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help, like I'm helping you with your lost gun.
Yes.
I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me, but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just...
Yes,
Sounds
good.
Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break...
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shaky.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like...
I don't have the physique that I do either.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real... Just open the door. You... Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here. You're one of us.
Cool.
Now. A real red and white Union.
I'm a Union man. Yay.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and they solve shit.
Yes.
What are you? Deaf? They're perfect. Like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you worked so hard to establish. Yeah, you have. You're a big, thick cop. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you.
Yes. Except I'm almost dead. Nope. Need to go over here. Yeah. That's right. Alright. Well, we'll get out of here. Man, navigating some of these freaking staircases. Holy crap. Making that money. Doing that thing. I have a novelty check, so that's cool. Can't change the course requirements. Alright. So we can get back in here and not die. Nope, stop it. See this, like, yeah, these, come on. Yep, there you go. What? That doesn't make any sense.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? You must be joking, right? You come here, trash everything. This isn't a game show. I'm not going to accept.
Damn you, fat Everard.
You can cash it in at the local fleet near the harbor gate, though it might not be enough to cover it.
A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken windows. Like what? I was really enjoying talking about. Absolutely out.
Absolutely in the question.
That's right.
First we find a sad
Doing karaoke.
This place to shit.
That's right. Oh my god. Summer door closed for winter. Let's go to the... It's getting dark. I can't... I want to select the lady. There you go.
Is this about the questions again? Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
Blow the whole thing on speed and gin right now. Speed and gin. Great combo.
Dope. Alright, let's go. We're not gonna do the gin thing or the speed. We're gonna speed run our way back into here. Got 130 real.
Can I help you? What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union. Just the nastiest, and they come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit.
They are big shit.
Customers. They place big orders.
He hates the union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over it.
I don't. I'm simply providing a service, or really facilitating the offering of services to paying customers. And it doesn't matter. I don't.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later.
You glance at the clock on the wall then at the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere, or like.
Whatever he may feel about you, he can't miss the opportunity to throw you a look of what he assumes is sheer understanding.
Yeah, the Union guys think they're untouchable. They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and now think they can hide out till it all blows over. It's fair weather again in March days.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Yes, not the whole damn Union.
He hates the Union.
We should find out. We don't.
You glance at the clock on the wall then.
Was there something else? What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the world later.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
It's like, I'll just steal a room. Like Mario RPG. Let's just do that.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows it. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all he notes.
No problem, officer.
No. Hmm. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, let's see. It's getting late and I don't have the money. Certainly not 130 real. There's Kuno's fucking around back here still. Yeah.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The smell is repulsive.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. If you can handle the headache. I can't handle the headache. There is Fritz nearby, east of the hostel. There's a greenhouse here, and
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check.
active decay. It's okay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Alright, let's go to the Fritte. Just wobble, wobble, wobble. Oh.
Is this about...
She looks up from...
Yes. What we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself.
To the left of some croissants and juice bottles, you see several packaged raincoats fill alone. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign said, a small cabinet on the wall.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint. Okay. Don't, like, overdo it. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel... Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Alright, we're feeling great. Now we get the ammonia.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by workers, anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs in water. There he still is, looking rough. You crack open the ammonia elbow and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach feeling itself empty, with your eyes squinted.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The material appears to be ceramic.
Ceramic
its
boots.
clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocked, delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you, out of place somewhere.
They are armor, no boots. Technically speaking, these are sabatons. Ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel, fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous number. This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these pieces.
If you wear those pieces, it will help you protect your mortal coil. Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable. Cast it in ceramic shell. Resist death.
Okay.
He must have worn something precious underneath his clothes. They've removed all his clothes to get to it. They did not just strip him for the putrid rags. Someone could have cleaned the yard.
I hear you, cop, talking shit about the Kuno. Come here and say it to Kuno's face. You wanna fuck me?
Ignore. Say no more. This is about the corpse and inspector.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the basmati, and the like. This one still has his...
What? Are you trying to ignore me now, fuckface?
Kuno, this boots shit is super boring and the guy's a total victopass.
Well, fine.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for tactical units for years now. The constabulary is deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Wow.
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's
What was that about the constabulatory before? You leave
so they don't get shot in the foot? I think our extremities are fine without dead man's foot.
Oops. Well, no one said it would work. Back to detecting.
That's for us to find out. My initial report in the area suggests he was a security guard for the hardware company. But that just hit. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report from Martinez. I'm sure you...
He's not actually sure of that. He's just been attacked.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly your biceps coil up, your elbow is sharp, your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The sound...
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor.
Oh.
It spreads the incoming energy horizontally from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's the sound you heard. See these lines?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and curly. This feels dangerous. The stench fills your nostrils as you push downward.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I say. You compromise the crew. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that brute? Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the brute, and there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the brute. They are fused to his feet. Why do you
You're sure there's a way to pull them off, but first the body needs to be down. Alright then, you can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected?
There are honor points?
Of course there aren't.
Oh.
Don't be like, you still feel as though there might be some honor points. And if there are...
Processing will take care of that. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
The cadaver slowly twists...
That was a lot for just the boots.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
No, you should not get a drink. You should perform an industrial strength. You can...
Like in a circus. When the circus leaves town, they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a caravan.
Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes, motivated by the ongoing strike.
No, you feel like it was something.
70% of the cases I get are just filling in the blanks on the initial report. This bit worries me. It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the bridge, then put...
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
Oh.
Your fist clenches suddenly.
Yeah, who's hanging out?
On the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly.
Map of the stars.
Map of the stars.
I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Or 8th century Messina, maybe. But this seems more particular.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you.
Ooh, we got a new Patreon
Feel as though you were only
pledging. Getting the word. Yay, thank you. Gonna carry on. I am missing something.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed.
A true get sunshine. Mini.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody knows. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper.
What an interesting photo.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
It is cool.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure. Just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curb of meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. I'm gone.
Well, yeah.
Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either.
Oh, that's interesting.
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Hopper. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love.
He loves those because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want your lost Copo-Dopo? Would have been, do I remind you of someone?
The deep sea
No,
creature.
Not quite. There you go.
Oh.
Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you will be just like me. Just keep drinking and having a good time. It's a matter of weeks.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area. Tiny red lines on the skin above waist level. More like days gone. The clock is ticking. Your liver tells you so.
That's right.
Maybe I was getting my rocks off. It's a mishmash, Copabolo. You think I'm Messinian, don't you? For you, this is how people from Messina speak like. Well, I'm not from Messina, am I? My hair is too light a shade of brown. Trust your inner races. You think I am. You think I was a racist because this lump looks military and has tattoos? That's called profiling. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation
Yes.
type? Captain Coppadromo. I fear we are drifting away. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer?
Yes.
Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marble veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
Oh.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead.
I agree.
Thanks.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently.
Totally dead.
Totally.
Absolutely. I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still put him down before assigning a probable cause of death.
The pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained...
Yeah, I don't remember all this investigation the first time I played this. Oh my goodness.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little spot.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered in
Of course. You have questions, don't? Maybe I was getting mine. It's a mishmash, Coppabolo. No. My hair is too light a shade of brown. You think I am. You think I was a racist because this lump looks military and has tattoos. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiate Captain Coppadromo? I fear we are because... Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You... no, you don't. That's right. Stupid boy. Because you have... Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and...
An intricate web of blue lines strip.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters. They don't see a good angle. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters high. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. Climb up there and saw the branch? Don't trust that ladder. The assailants didn't use it. It's rotten and less sturdy than it looks. And I don't see any good way. Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this.
Why?
Clown cops climb tree, fall down. Enraged cop
Eh.
assaults children after falling from tree. Cretin cop, they like that word, saws the branch he's sitting on, literally. Local children report corpse
Fuck yeah, climb that shit, monkeys.
See, you're only making them do those things less.
No, I do not see the future. I made those up using 2 decades in the Revacholian police force as a reference point. Oh no, we should be very afraid of newspapers.
And the radio stations too. We should be wary of enticing them and aiming.
This is years of experience talking. He's seen career after career ruined by careless media structure.
What I'm proposing is, we save acrobatic tricks as a land.
These have got to be the most fucking boring multiparts I've ever seen.
Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone already did. You know who came? We did. Because we have made bad life decisions. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down. We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to...
How do you plan to get him down then? With social sensibility? Are you going to...
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspects in this case.
Confirm. It's unsafe.
Okay, they do have the tools and the man. And since it looks like they put him there... okay, let's do it in the lousy, dangerous way.
That's right.
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice.
In a cool voice.
I have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
That's right. What a thing. Oh my goodness. So raised some stuff. Alright. That's right, we're gonna put on our gloves. Alright, Kuno.
You belittled yourself before the Kuno. Now you must...
Whoa, whoa! What's this psycho shit? You're gonna pretend like nothing happened?
He's trying to forget it, Kuno.
Reminisce with Kuno. First, you tried to fiddle this, then you punch yourself in the face.
Yeah, Kuno, what was that?
Ugh,
How are you gonna make
sycophants.
Kuno forget that shit, huh?
Put it away. The information here isn't worth it.
Back off, Buckeyes! Kuno is a man. Kuno can...
The lieutenant doesn't like this. It may be less destructive to your working relationship to just come back alone later.
Fuck you too, Pico! Fuck you and your four-eyed friend!
Please, don't waste time.
The lieutenant does not approve.
Don't listen to the blind fuck, Pico. You're doing the... You can pay tribute to Kuno with drugs, or cigarettes, or some wheels. Kuno could use some wheels. Motorized carriage shit.
What are you doing? No, you really, really don't. That is a 12-year-old boy. His opinion of you doesn't matter.
That's true.
Fucking matter, fuck him.
But why? You're turning this into a huge thing. You're totally unraveling, Professor.
I mean, yeah.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Do we offer the kids cigarettes? Oh my god. Alright, let's see. Alright. And that. Ooh. Can I... How much money do I have? Oh, I have some money. Let's go. Let's go buy a book for the kid.
Yes?
Let's buy this violent book.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks.
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale.
We can buy the other book later. Alright, off we go. Freaking kid.
Have you come to make your offering? Kuno doesn't fucking read. Fucking book shit. Fucks with your mind. Kuno knows this four-eyed fuck. Totally hooked on the book. Can't get enough of this shit. Fucking sad, really. Kuno could make mad money off him.
Who are you talking about, Kuno?
A guy Kuno knows. Martin. From out of town. From Graz or some shit. Fine. Kuno's gonna take it off your fat ass. At least he's gonna make some paper off this shit. The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fucking got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mute. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
Get the fuck out of here trying to fuck me with that midget shit. Kuno's
Yep.
12. He's
Freaking
huge.
Kuno. Yeah, okay,
What
dude.
are ya? Fucking 80. When Kuno's 80, Kuno can fit 4 of you in Kuno. Fuck out of here.
Trying to fuck on Kuno. Fuck out of here.
Get the what?
Trying to fuck.
Get the what?
Trying to fuck on.
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck, yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows? So yeah, he's the one you wanna talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peeper Kuno.
Yes, this troubadour has it.
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking...
You hear the lieutenant. He's thinking the kid has amassed quite the vocabulary of law enforcement terms, but he's not going to stick his nose into this.
Me and my partner are wondering, do you guys puff Peter?
Kuno erupts into laughter, pointing his finger at you, then Kim. An unfortunate choice of words, the lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks. He looks at the harbor walls looming overhead. He could use a cigarette right about now.
Your testing could...
Get lost!
Yeah, the kingdom of... No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climbed the ladder up to your magic treehouse.
Well, yeah, he does.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic treehouse. Dunno. Kita's gardener used to work there. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Yeah, that's what Kuno... Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means... Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, her.
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind. Lazy dinks.
There it is. That strange feeling again. As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material. We are way beyond normal already. We are in the star chamber.
Huh? I have no idea.
Are you having a seizure in Kuno's yard now? In an eye? Fuck are you talking about? Ask me a normal question.
They're trying to make you feel...
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack.
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig. Fuck does Kuno care about your hunch? That's your shit. You figured it out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Trying to fuck at the Kuno. Trying to fuck at me. Trying to fuck. Kuno only gets higher. It's faster, faster, faster. Can't take the Kuno. Stay on.
Kuno's gonna fuck you up! Up, up, up!
Normal is not what we got here. You've got to work with what you have.
Kuno's Kuno. You already know that slow shit. Kuno thinks you have brain damage or some shit. Kuno cares.
Kuno, stop being nice to the pig! Step away from Kuno, fat ass creep!
Ease off, see. Don't be telling Kuno what Kuno can do. What else you want, pig man?
Yeah.
The fuck about it? Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty...
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno!
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Kuno gives this info out on
Night
a
City,
need-to-know
Cyberpunk.
basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant. Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target.
End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoned.
You're testing.
Get lost!
Kuno doesn't.
Well, that's good.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of...
Oh, okay. Yep, that's what Kuno does. He just does what he wants. Oh my gosh, this kid. Alright, what's this thing? You have to admit, it looks quite cool. Now, what's going on with the...
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
That's right.
What is this then? A tool shed?
Get out of the way or get fucked up. Alright, let's go up on this thing. Okay, we're going up on around the roof. Oh no. I wanna go, no, I wanna go up here. So we carefully traverse this whole thing. Postcards? I love healing items, they're dope. What's that over there? Okay.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, but that there was an interesting find. An alternative path into the harbor that the kid uses.
Oh.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go on a break. We'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna take the puppies out. That sounds good. Yeah, we'll continue here for a little bit and see how far we get. See how we go. Alright. Alright, buddy. Let's get back to it. Where are we at? Alright, they're gonna go back down to the harbor and see what Kuno knows. Oh, let's see. So we've got so much debt. The day is winding down. Endurance. Don't let the world kill you. I like the idea. But I like perception. There's so many stats. Let's get better at drama. Let's do it. Oh yeah, we're right up against here, aren't we? Now we're doing some drama about this thing.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
No.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Probably some kids.
Oh yeah.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug on the other side, with N and C scribbled. Back under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete. The church looks old and weather-worn. I'll take healing items. Heck yeah. Welcome back, everybody. We're in our last stretch. Oh my goodness. A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbor. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia. The police. Phaeton, my maiden name.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's...
What is implied here? She hasn't actually said it to every drunk in town.
Of course you're not. It was only a joke. I'm glad to see you here.
Titan cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do?
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this.
Roxy.
I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical...
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation. And the full cooperation...
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
You're on a boat.
there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Imagine being so rich. It's like, I'm going to get around with a boat.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word
Boring.
It feels strange. Such a beautiful boat desert. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. You're reminded of something. Or
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company. What?
Because it's sleek and fish-like.
I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you.
Alright. This lady has no imagination.
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot.
I am enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do.
Frickin' Kim. Criminy.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth like porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiled. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn light?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two insulindic regard. The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one.
Actually, you don't. It is a little known fact among those with police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. No need to politicize this. You may still ask for the
You need to save face if you want her respect.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying Republic of Vespa.
I'm surprised they didn't make up animals for this game.
The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
But
She doesn't
Joyce
like
again.
it. Probably a bad memory.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real.
A billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be
That's a
paid.
lot of people.
Then there are capital improvement. A
Give them all
conglomerate
boats.
The size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72? They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samar. Centuries of care.
Oh my god.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo, there are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tongue.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
I will slay it.
It's only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the man means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their pay.
There's so much world in this build game.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relate...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago. After that,
Oh, yeah.
they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Yeah.
Oh, so you've met him. Has he beguiled you with...
My colleague has his peculiarities. Let's not go into this particular one.
Of course. To each their own. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he granted.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan.
Overtime pay and a medical
Their
plan.
demands
That's
are more,
dope.
I guess you could say, aggressive. Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before. And who was more...
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Every worker, a member of the board.
I like
You
it.
might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy. Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the... Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also... They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsense. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now. Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts... Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye.
Uh-huh.
He also talks exactly like Everard does. And when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Day Barders Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into
a mob. The Debarders are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate.
Refreshingly honest, officer.
Mm-hmm.
The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out.
Thank you for your concern.
Yeah, like I'm sitting in his seat. Oh my god.
Of course. How else can I? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsu, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this? Oh dear.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I...
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial... She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuates.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard...
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along.
Everyone knows about everything about me, and I don't.
We've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
Yeah.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months. It would not hurt if you tried more in the future, yes? No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hit. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? You have?
Finally. Time to choose sides.
gonna choose sides and which one's gonna benefit me. Because Claire's a dick, and this lady's a dick, so it's like... beautiful and just. There.
Just? In what way?
In a funky socialist way. In a nice, crunchy white cloth.
Of course. How else would he have stayed in power all these years if it were not for ethnic corruption? That's how he's done it. Fantastic.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy.
Of course. I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious?
Tell her. She'll...
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Oh. That's so... helpful.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can...
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guards. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. So on.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Ah, yes. As you said.
Please don't get him in the loop. If he gets in the loop, it will last forever. Ask him to say something else.
Of course. Thank you for the advice. I'm glad you were here to assist. Your other dealings...
The lieutenant will be more lenient towards sharing those, hopefully.
Of course, Detective. Until then, is there anything I can help? It's quite straightforward. Someone...
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade.
How's everyone doing? Sunday afternoon! Get some disco!
We're in logistics.
I don't know.
Business to know.
It's an interesting game.
And no.
I've only been playing it for most of 9 hours.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Everart and the Dock Workers Union. Still, the lorries. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city.
I've talked to the lorries.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver...
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the union in another.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about...
Is this what this stupid bullshit?
We know the company has launched its...
Yeah, work through it, Yahoo! Do it!
We also know it's gonna benefit. It's not just the...
Well,
have that fun.
Here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The
cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. From up...
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Sigai, and Sinyal. The literage they must get from this terminal alone must be oceanic.
Well, at least this solves...
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy funded.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000
It's
men.
true.
The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find...
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorry.
Yes? come to nothing, or it may just, in the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be able... That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the backstay on this. I hope there is something...
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it. Is what you want to say, but it isn't that it. Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes. But why, yes, tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Well, now look at you. You misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underlip. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too. You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, buddy.
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What does?
Excuse me? I didn't hear you. Of course. Of course, detective.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Walter. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is metabolic and circulatory fascism, Walter.
What?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revission's problems? Quit stalling, Bruiser. We're talking about the weakest yes, them, but also women. Women. Men of war.
Men of war.
They're insane.
What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Women.
That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that
am I having some kind of stomach seizure?
Truth. You're having a stomach.
Oh. Why am I getting
because
this?
You said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you said them many times. Okay. Yes. Let's call it that. Good thinking. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your... It is one of betrayal.
Dope.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impel all...
Am I having to pick between communism and fascism? Is that where I'm at?
Literally murder
oh my goodness.
Beings, regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Oh right, I haven't said anything.
Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism.
Okay,
everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Failure. It's about yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the... You alone. against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of you against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Now get to work, comrade. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
You didn't say anything about those.
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
I guess. I do have a bag. I thought I had 2 of them. But whatever. Fine. Whatever. It's getting dark. Yeah. Let's go see if there's something going on at the party here. Ooh, that's a party.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the...
Thank you for clearing the debt. Why do you keep the...
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put that...
I thought as much. And are you the only part?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage just...
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The whirling in rags is not special in that regard.
Why not?
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Alright, let's go check the trash. Let's go do it. I got cool glasses, look at me. And a big old coat. It's my duster. Freaking cool now.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rag with a well-oiled. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note.
Let's get under there. Let's get in that dumpster. Let's go.
With one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up this, a box falls into pieces in your.
Let's look at the rags.
Kitchen towels. Something catches your eye. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar mark blue jeans. Pockets empty or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. What the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything?
Something slimy. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of ribbed shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But
all right, we should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an
See? Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods. Then it's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your head. Nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic
notes
with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
The great bloodletting to begin.
Talking about?
I don't
know either. You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official note. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eager eyes see. Or are we finished?
There's got to be more.
Such as the
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron, only in its social sensibility. The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing on the list. I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic.
I could invite you to go back just because the option isn't selected. Alright, we're good.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Alright.
What does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for fun. And then what? You fucking there. You fucking Kuno's kingdom.
I'm trying to fuck at you again, Kuno.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
What?
Yeah, to the both of you. Watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck your head off. That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of a legend. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
Nope.
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day.
Holy crap.
Rips mag like a motherfucker. And you could use a bottle.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Kuno? He's gonna use it. You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Kuno doesn't...
Yeah, maybe not.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still measured. We should take care of them. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel anything.
Alright, let's go.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Oh my goodness.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Oh, but why not? Oh my goodness.
The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that sold.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container.
Oh, welcome everybody as I continue to play Disco Elysium.
CSM is written.
I'm busking for rent money. Again, being laid off. So, dropping a note. I'm happy to see you all here. Appreciate you watching me play this game for the first time in 2 years. Like I made some support in the D-Box. Obviously, Super Chats help as well. If you're not able to support, I totally get it. Like, come on now, these are tough times. But I'm playing this,
Yes.
enjoying it as best I can, and
Yes.
trying to get it
got
going.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? Game? Everything is just a game to you, isn't it? Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked out, not until you bring me...
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use. When you...
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Yes, have you got... Does that arrangement include you paying me what... As a police officer, you must understand that I cannot take you at your word without evidence. Evidence being money. You can't stay here without... Oh, wonderful. Try to do that. I'll have to call you an ambulance. Not until...
Okay.
I really...
Oh, Lieutenant. Do I have a shaker in my hand?
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No, because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria.
What you want is a goddamn drink. How is that so hard to understand?
Exactly. I just want what I want.
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir.
Yeah.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
I have something here we could sell.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop, don't... There are spinner hubcaps. Frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would
put
be
it on
silly.
there.
I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop.
Yes, outrageously cool.
Smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they're useless anyway.
But thank you. The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
This is Precinct 57. How may... Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with...
Officer, I have Sylvie Mala... Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is...
Garbage.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
The other people who live around here. Local people, I didn't want trouble.
That's right.
Her voice is resigned and weak.
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind weakness. You're a god. An angry but just god.
Oh my god, you report to me, not to the Union, is it clear? Oh god.
Hey, if you cannot restrain yourself, then I'll be handling the interviews from now on, and you can quietly take notes. Fine. But know that I don't approve of such questions.
An angry cop refusing to face his demons and taking his frustrations out on others. Just a badge and a gun away from those he's manhandling. A fast-burning candle.
That's
breathing on the other end suggests that Sylvie is still on the line. She heard everything.
No. I honestly don't know.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Okay. You mean why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable this... let's just say I left because you know her.
You think you hear a sliver of
Uh-huh.
accusation. Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else, not you.
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay? Maybe, I don't know. Yes, I know who you are. You're...
Yeah, I think she got it. Good job.
You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody, and so does your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore. Oh, no.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's
I mean, it's valid. Yeah.
Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful. It feels like you haven't worn yours in a long, long time.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really...
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it up. People tried to back away from you, or even slip out of the door. But you screamed. I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation. There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither. No, please, no more suicide threats. Thank God you don't have that stupid gun and no idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you.
Somewhere in a dank rental apartment, two police officers stand in the dark. Trash and liquor bottles cover the floor. Things are not good. One of the men, trying not to slip on old newspapers, makes his way to the window and pulls the curtains apart. Roaches scatter as the light comes in. Goddamn. Officer Michelle Elfboy Williams speaks to himself. His partner, Sundance Fisher, looks at the patrol uniform he's wearing, then at an identical suit frame on the wall. It's blue and covered in dust. Let's get the fuck out of there. He turns to Williams.
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? No, absolutely not.
Oh, God, I do know.
I do hope so. Please, don't.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Oh my goodness.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Yes, well... Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I had seen so many assholes in it. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You turned it into a parody. To hell with that. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me under... And then you think something about how you're actually a real cool guy, and no one understands it. One of the... And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water... I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. No, you really wouldn't. Simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
a sigh of relief on the other end.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know you're a cop. Yes, guess what's yours? No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Huge lack of enthusiasm going on. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copper type from sorry to anything. Yes, yes, impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop with, wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe check out the big balls on fire.
That's right. I'm a fire cop. Alright, well, we can't go that way.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal.
Hope everyone's done good on this wonderful Sunday afternoon as I'm wandering through a pawn shop.
As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on parole. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Those triangle patches on his vest. You have a feeling they mean something.
I was with the emergency relief brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Perolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
Tough son of a gun, this one.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out.
Oh, there's Boaty!
Hello.
Hello, Boaty, how are you?
There was wasn't much the volunteer force
Tired.
could do, however.
Tired.
We wasted years in
Oh.
years getting sick.
You work so hard. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, definitely lots of what can happen. And
yeah, you gotta take a break, sleep for a week.
To forget any of it ever happened.
I mean, maybe in July.
No one has tried to repair
No, because you'll sign up for another play or something.
So much.
No, see, I have. That's the problem. Is I have my one play ending, and then it's like, and then a friend. So like a friend is coming out next year. I think they'll probably be here, like on like the final weekend of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're here for a week after that, so I'll be hanging out with them for a week. So in theory, I won't be going to work, but I will probably still be like running around paddling and biking and shit. But at least won't be at work.
Yeah. Yeah. It's still a bummer. I mean, it's great that you're able to like pursue like stuff that fulfills you. But man, you are tired. You should get rest.
Yeah.
Well, how are you tonight? Aside from zonked.
Just kind of puttering around, figuring out what to do, because what I should be doing is I should be shopping for RAM, because my RAM is bad on my desktop.
No, like how many of them are bad?
3.
3 of your RAMs are bad?
3 out of 4.
What? How?
No. I mean, they're 5 years old now.
Still, I had RAM that was, well, let's see, because I can't remember if I had 4 8s or if I had 2 16s, but they both lasted 9.5 years. Like, well, what kind of issues are you having?
They're just bad. Because that's done various different like memory tests, and they were failing a bunch of the memory tests.
Ew.
And so it was like I was running into problems where my computer would just like blue screen randomly, and it'd throw like a different error every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my stuff, like the Windows updates, just kept failing.
Uh-huh. Oh shit.
And then I had like some of my like programs wouldn't launch, or they wouldn't launch properly.
What you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like for the most part, it wasn't like programs that I desperately needed, but it was like, like I know there was a period where it couldn't launch Chrome, which like that's fun.
Right?
No one's.
So.
Everyone's.
Well, that obviously, which one is bad to get to, because how old is that computer now?
I did this build, so like the case is from 2014. But like the internal components, I rebuilt it in about 2020.
Okay. Yeah. Just move the RAM. Well, gosh, I can't believe it. 2020 was 5 years ago. I don't know how that's possible.
A bunch of poor people.
Just gonna pick up some new RAM sticks, and just like I'll probably keep the one that's good just as like backup RAM, because that's like right now like how I was able to like test it and just even like test my motherboard. As a friend of mine had some DDR4 RAM that I borrowed to chuck in. I'd be like, all right,
yeah,
is it just the RAM or is the motherboard bad too? And it's like, no, it was just the RAM that was coming back bad. So
yeah,
I'm thankful for that at least, because motherboard is much more expensive to have to replace than 4 sticks of RAM.
Mm-hmm. Just get pair it up. Yeah.
And that's where I'm probably gonna switch to just 2 sticks of 32. Instead of the 416 that I have been running. I had some folks recommend that, so it's like, all right, I'll give that a shot.
Yeah, I've heard it, but like I've heard it both ways, because I think I've got 2. No, what am I? I'm literally looking at it. What the hell is it? Because I want to say it's 416s.
Yeah, because that's what I had. Is I had the 416s. But the one friend was saying that...
Yeah, 416s.
A friend of his or whatever was saying that it's... At the same speed, it's not like a huge difference. It's the 2 sticks is potentially slightly more efficient.
Mhm.
We'd like to.
than the 4 sticks.
Yeah.
And like price point wise, to get at the same speed,
No one
to
was
get
defrauded.
4 sticks of like
Thank
16
you.
versus 2 at
Here's
32,
the
it's
100 and the wind
kind of a horse apiece.
Anything else?
So like the price really doesn't super matter.
Mhm.
And it's just that it's because the guy was saying that it's modern RAM almost acts as 2 sticks anyway, like a single stick, because it's just how they're built and whatever.
Mhm.
So it already kind of acts like 2 sticks. And then another friend of mine was like, it does kind of make sense that like 2 sticks might be more efficient because your computer only has to like go to 2 locations for that the data whatever, instead of trying to like go between 4.
Yeah, but I've also like the logic that I heard from whenever was that if you have 4 versus 2, the motherboard has more bandwidth to access everything.
Yeah.
Versus being bottlenecked through 2. I don't know, but
and that's where I've heard something like that's sort of the same thing with like the processor cores, that it's sometimes more cores is more better. Like it doesn't have to be like
Anything
the speed, like a slower, higher core processor at slower speeds is probably like potentially just as efficient, maybe more efficient than a fewer core processor at a higher speed.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was, I think the analogy I saw somebody use at one point was something along the lines of like a bucket brigade. That if you have like one guy with 2 big buckets trying to run water, like okay, he can only go so fast. Like even if he's fast, there's the potential that like 4 guys with smaller buckets will actually transport more water because they can do like the bucket brigade thing instead of one guy running back and forth with like a bigger bucket.
Right.
So it's one of those that it's a lot of it does kind of come down to like it's.
Any questions you may have, I do my best to keep.
It's a horse apiece, and unless you're like really like getting deep into like overclocking nonsense for the general user, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I don't do the overclocking nonsense anyway, so.
Yeah.
And if you don't, like.
Yeah, and so that's where it's.
Someone else came here
I'm debating leaning towards the 2 sticks. Let's give it a try. Just try it out, see how it goes.
The lieutenant shifts.
You
but
were
yeah, no,
about getting rid of it, officer, and I don't.
It's whatever, and it's like, and I'm not like super concerned about it, like any kind of like bottlenecking, because it's like
the unhealthy kind.
Half the reason I even run that much RAM, because like most things don't need that much RAM.
Oh, yeah.
I have that much RAM. It's just because I don't. I will render stuff every now and again.
Yeah.
Like I'm not doing tons of rendering. Like if I was doing lots of rendering, I would have just more. I would get more RAM. I get like 4 sticks of 32 RAM. But like since I'm doing like random rendering, but it's like I don't need to use all of this RAM, this processing power all the time. It's just there are times when I do need it.
You sold your miraculous.
So and like and I do enough multitasking that it's like okay, I just having a little bit more than your standard like 16 gigs or whatever. It's like I just want a little bit of oomph.
I debated doing 32 or 64 with this machine, and I think I was like, screw it, whatever. RAM's cheap. Let's go. Let's just do it. And I think I pretty much just use it in. Well, I don't remember having that many issues with Chrome and that with 32 or even editing, but I do know that it makes things smoother when I'm editing with 64. It's easier to recall footage having more, but yeah, like like I said, my last computer before this was 9.5 years old, so definitely a lot older than yours.
And that's the fun I've had with some of that, because that's like my old it's like the original build, like I got to like I have to go look at my photos when exactly it died, but it was like might have been like late 2019, early 2020 is when it died. And it was we narrowed it down such that like okay,
of course,
it's either the processor or it's the motherboard.
Yeah.
We determined it wasn't the RAM, it wasn't the CPU, it wasn't the graphics card. Like checked every other component off, the last component that it could have been the problem. Like, okay, it's the processor or the motherboard. And at that point I had an Intel, and so it's like unless you had the exact same processor, there was no way to test it.
Yeah, yeah, as if you have another just processor just chilling.
Yeah, and so it's like then it's like I have tech friends, but it's like everybody has builds their computer at a different time, so and different things. So it's like there's no way that anybody was a processor that was gonna fit my specific motherboard.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And at that point, I think that build was about 7 years old. So I'm like, okay, it's old enough. The technology has, because I think that was, and so the thing is, I knew that I didn't know, but a friend of mine was like, hey, so Nvidia is going to drop like new graphics card and there's something big coming or whatever. So I'm like, oh, maybe it is about the right time to just upgrade. Because I think at that point, too, some of my games were starting to get to the point where my graphics card was hitting at like minimum specs, like maybe slightly above minimum specs, but it was starting to get towards like minimum, required specs for games. And I'm like, I guess it's probably about due for an upgrade.
What games were you playing? Because I know like you had Guild Wars 2 and stuff like that, but were there ones that were like really like testing your system that you weren't able to play or not play well?
So that's where I had a friend that was trying to get me into like Red Dead at that point, and so other kind of random games that it wasn't like, it wasn't completely, without the ability to play games. It was just there were some games that were coming, and just that was part. There were games that were coming and other things, and it's like, okay.
Can I help you?
Yeah, it's just painful.
Nice yeah, because I know like Red Dead was fun because my graphics card, she tried. She was trying real hard, but like it did not like that game.
What did you have?
750 Ti.
Okay, yeah. I had a pair of 970s, but like even then I was like,
She was a trooper because it was just funny because I had to like launch the game. It had to tell me that I didn't have enough VRAM or it was bad or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to relaunch the game, but it's like you had to like launch the game for it to tell me that. So it's like, do you want to launch in safety mode? I'm like, yes, please, relaunch the game. So it relaunched the game in their safety mode, and I'm running on like potato graphics in this like little tiny box in the center of my screen.
Yes.
All the more resolution it would give me.
You gotta do the Doom thing. And
just a moment. We should talk about our
remember the old school days, like you had Doom where you were like reducing the bevel down to like a postage stamp, running it as like, oh my god, wow, that's what you gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta play it windowed.
Yeah, and it's like tiny little window.
Yeah.
Garbage resolution.
You can just lick the individual pixels out of it. Like, oh.
But it was one of these tiny, trying to like take screenshots of determine things for my character, and it's like, hey, my friend, can you take screenshots and just send them to me?
Yeah, please. And it's around this area.
Like garbage.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fun, but no, that's. But then the problem is, then it took me until like, because that's the thing is, I think I got the components. Most of the components, I got most of the components before all of the part shortages hit.
Yeah.
I just didn't get the build finished. So what was the thing is, I built it all, like I gotten a bunch of the components, and I kind of like half built it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I rebuilt it enough that I could use it. I just reused my old graphics card because the old graphics card still worked with the current build.
Mm-hmm.
It was just very much like eventually I will get the new one when the new one is released and all that stuff. But then it took me till like 2021 to get a damn graphics card.
Yes.
Because of that nonsense.
Yes. Because even in here, I mean, I put a 3060, I think, is in here. But it's like I just need something, and it was still $300, which is about how much I paid for one or both of the 970s way back in the day, because graphics cards have just become insanely overpriced. It's like I gotta finish this build. It was more important to me to get the NVMe drives in here because I've got a 2 and a 4 terabyte. And that makes everything so much faster.
Yeah. And that's what's kind of fun. So I have, and that's what this build is. I did go NVMe for like my boot.
Mm-hmm.
Which I ended up picking up because I've been arguing with Windows because like before what I'd had was I had tried to have like my boot drive as my solid state
Right.
and then I had 2 disk drives with just like general storage and stuff.
Yeah.
But man, does Windows fight you?
Yeah, because that's exactly what my setup was. But it was a 2.5-inch SSD. It was a Samsung, but it was over SATA. And then I had 2 big disk drives that I brought to my new machine, but only to then dump the critical data over to the NVMe.
And I still have my disk drives because most of it's like saved stuff, and I'm like, I don't really care if it's not launching from the NVMe because like most stuff it doesn't super matter to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also not dealing with like large video files.
Oh, 1,000%. Yes. Because
it doesn't mean yours that.
No, I absolutely hear you. Yeah, because even in my worst adventures with design or whatever the heck I'm doing, I'm not getting files that big. But yeah, I play a game for 80 hours and suddenly I'm at 500, 600 gigabytes. So it's like, ah.
Yeah, and stuff like I still have the hard disk drives, and then I got the NVMe, which I got the bigger, and that was part of the problem I was running into, is that I only had like maybe 256 gig, like a solid state, so it wasn't a very big drive.
Oh no, right.
Because I want this to just be like my Windows boot drive. I don't want any of my programs or anything saved on it.
Mm-hmm.
But like so many programs are like, no, I must save to the C drive. I can't save anywhere else. It only has to be the C drive. And I'm like, okay.
Like if you use a drive, that's the thing I kept running into is like pulling anything from drive. It's like, yeah, we're saving to C. And it's like, oh, because I had a 512 and I was constantly like getting bugged about space. So I used a 2 terabyte and hopefully that lasts me a little bit.
And that's where I've got my NVMe, my boot drive is now like a 2 terabyte one, and then I still have my other like 4 terabytes worth of hard disk drive that it's like, okay, most of my stuff is getting saved on those drives, but like all of the stuff that's refusing to save elsewhere gets to just live on the NVMe, and 2 terabytes I will take forever to fill up.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Yeah, and that goes hand in hand with like the 64 gigs of RAM. Like,
yeah.
And like honestly, I remember having my PCs in the late 90s and the early aughts where I was reinstalling Windows every 6 months because something was screwing up really bad. And it felt like every new computer I got was like this leap forward. But between this machine I just built and the one I've had for 9.5 years, it didn't really feel all that different, honestly. You know, it like things were faster, this did faster, but it's kind of like phones now. Like you get the newest version of whatever you had, and it's like, well, I mean, it's shinier, the bezels are thinner, but it doesn't feel like I'm getting a new experience anymore.
Yeah, the technology has kind of reached like a plateau that we're like waiting for the next big whatever to happen.
And if it happens.
Yeah, if it happens.
Yeah.
Keeping the habit.
But at least, my games load fast, right?
Takes a lot of focus.
I have had fun with some of that because that's the only place I really notice like anything.
Yeah.
When I'm doing Guild Wars, because I think Guild Wars is still launching off of one of my hard disk drives. And so if I'm like hanging out with friends and we're doing like the same thing, and so I know we both enter like a map change or something at like the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I will hear some of my friends load into the next map faster than me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, if that's what it happens because it's not on the NVMe, like, so they got into the map a little bit faster than me.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't really care.
But is it dramatic? Like they're still waiting for you. Like there's
like sometimes we'll get a little bit of that, but it's not like anything catastrophic, and it's like, oh, it's a couple of seconds or something. I mean, it kind of depends to map, because some of that also depends on like what are your current render settings set to? Like, can they run it on high or not type thing? That it's like, if they're running it at a lower graphics setting, well, they'll probably load in faster because it's not having to load as much stuff, preload as much stuff.
Right. Right,
Whereas I
exactly.
have my fancy graphics card, so I'm, in theory, I'm running at a little bit higher graphics settings. So it's like, it might be taking me a little bit longer because it's launching off the hard disk, but it's also trying to render a few more things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then ultimately, who cares?
Yeah.
I had the issue with the hard disk drives though, of like I would have a lot of files, and it would take forever to like populate the thumbnails.
Yeah.
And I had like one of the drives. I could never quite figure out what the problem was, but one time it just did not show up. And I had to like unplug the SATA cable and plug it back in, and it was fine. But I was always scared of my hard disk drives failing just cause. And it'd be like I would have a backup, but what a pain in the butt it would be to lose those.
Mm-hmm.
With my critical master files and the stuff that the templates and whether it's video or audio or whatever, and then the footage itself.
That's where I probably should be concerned for at least one of the drives, because I know. So that was the other reason why I'm not necessarily surprised that like RAM is starting to like the fact that it was only the RAM that's been going bad and not necessarily the hard disks. So I know at least one of the hard disk drives is from my original build.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Or maybe not like fully the original, but it was from the original build. Like I don't remember if I got it like right away at the beginning or if it was like a little bit further down the line. But it's from the original build.
Mm-hmm.
But then I at some point added a second one.
Keeping the
And so I was running like two of them. So like I've had those hard disk drives now for a while, and this and that's like with like the RAM that it's like when I bought the RAM, that was 2 residences ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have moved twice since I bought that RAM and installed it, and so it's one of the things I'm like, it's 5 years old and it's had to move twice.
Yeah. But that's the stuff I figure is just like that. Like that's the rock solid stuff that like you should have to worry about the least.
You should, but it's one of those. It's like, but it's one of those. I'm like, if that's the part that goes bad out of the entire system, like, I'll take it.
Yeah, because you can just click it out.
Yeah, you just and it's so much. Oh, it's just like okay, let me just pull it out, and it's also like one of the cheaper components that it's like okay, it's not my CPU blew up, it's not my motherboard suddenly went bad, or my processor died, like.
Because if you're
just disconnect, you stand it and chuck some new sticks in, and it's fine.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because like click, thwop, and then thwop, click, and you're good. But if your motherboard dies, what are you gonna do? Like,
yeah, you gotta like pull everything out. Make sure is it just the motherboard? Is it the processor? Like that whole shenanigans. Then you gotta you gotta pull the processor out, make sure you bend any of the pins again.
Yeah.
Whole new motherboard, replug everything back in, reinstall everything, reapply your thermal paste, redo everything. That it's way more of a process that I do not want to deal with.
Yeah, and like when I built my last machine, I did have a fuffle waffle with the motherboard where it didn't work, and that was a fun thing to try and troubleshoot. So I had Amazon send me a replacement while I shipped the other one back, which was cool. But that's kind of the only... Like, the hard drives failing is the scariest thing, because that's like your brain dying.
Yeah, and that's where I'm definitely glad that I finally did get around to getting, like, a backup service.
Yeah.
And so that's especially with, like, this recent... With my computer kind of... And that's where it's like, I think it's just that the RAM has been going bad for a bit now.
Were you noticing it, like, gradually?
The thing is, it's one of those things, hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah.
That kind of looking back, going, oh, I have been having some random blue screens.
Okay.
Kind of like, okay, whatever. I just didn't necessarily think anything of it.
Mm-hmm.
But then more recently, within, like, the past month or two, it's like, okay, this has been happening a bit more frequently. And then, like, there was an update relatively recently that just struggled with, and then I had like another. It was just there's the past couple of updates it has just had so many issues with that it's like okay, what the hell is happening? And I had people like, well, okay, but you're getting these errors, and between talking to friends and then like looking stuff up, it's like, okay, so most of these errors are pointing towards either corrupt Windows files or like system
Our
files
inspection
or
could
bad
have
RAM.
been
I'm
more
like,
thorough, as it always
cool.
can, but we have some
Yeah.
basic and follow-up.
And then that's were you like watching it like do the percentage with the spinning dots and it was like messing up? Were you getting error codes?
Well, so it's a blue screen give you error codes.
Uh-huh.
And then sometimes like depending on the error codes, it'd be like, oh, let's repairing your like it'd restart and it's like repairing the drives or whatever. I'm like, fun. And then like sometimes that would fail. Like sometimes it would blue screen out of that and it's like, let us restore your computer to like a previous working point. And I'm like, cool.
Yeah. And then you try to do the backup and then that doesn't work. I've had that a couple times in the past few years. I had the company I was working for, they used a third party for their IT and they had me install monitor management software on my personal computer, and at one point they shut off the Microsoft services on my Windows, which meant I couldn't access basically anything or do even Windows Update. And I had no idea how to get around it, so I wiped my boot drive and I had to reinstall Windows and all of the programs, and there was like stuff I lost, which was thankfully not critical, but I thought like, okay, one time, that's it, it's good. And then we did it again, and then when I had to do it again, and that's the only time in the past decade I've, beyond setting up the computer, where I had to start from scratch, essentially. Because I remember way back in the days, it's like, all right, let me pull out my CD binder full of software disks and install everything again. And now everything's just cloud-based. So you grab one executable and it's like, all right, I'm going to download all of Creative Cloud. Let's go.
What was it? Oh, that was, I had shenanigans, like you were saying Creative Cloud reminded me, I had shenanigans the one day. And who knows, maybe it was related to this RAM. Like one of those sticks had like started going bad or something and that's what caused this problem. But I remember at some point getting this weird, like I was having problems with like games or something that I was playing were crashing weird, and I was getting this like weird pop-up dialogue box thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, the hell is this? Like, what is happening? Just, I could not, like, just driving me nuts. And I finally go look up whatever the heck this random error code is. Because, like, the dialogue box was popping up, and it didn't have, like, a designated, like, program it was with. It was just, like, an error dialogue box or something.
Mm-hmm.
I finally, like, take that code, and I put it in online. I'm like, hey, what is this error code? What is causing the problems?
Yeah.
Some weird problem with Adobe Acrobat.
Acrobat?
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't even have Acrobat open. Like, I haven't been using Acrobat. What are you doing? I'm like, coming to figure out, like, so I'm sitting here figuring out, okay, what is this doing? And there's just some weird error that Acrobat kept throwing.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm trying to, like, uninstall Acrobat. Well, so because they have the whole Creative Cloud thing, I'm like, trying to open Creative Cloud, and Creative Cloud is, like, broken and won't open properly, and it's, like, crashing, and, like, I can't get Creative Cloud to open. So I'm trying to, like, go in through, like, the programs thing, trying to uninstall Acrobat from this, like, programs thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it, like, supposedly did it, but then, like, fully didn't. And I had to, like, I'm, you know, going on forums and whatnot. So I think, like, eventually I'm, like, on Adobe forums, and I finally, they're like, okay, yeah, if everything else fails, like, do this whole ridiculous process of things. And it's like, as a last resort, use this, like, cleaner app thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God.
Yeah, so I had to, like, and that's the thing, 'cause I was trying everything. I could not get Acrobat to, like, fully uninstall, so I had to, like, get this, like, cleaner app to, like, rip it out, clawing and screaming. But, you know, I did that, and then Creative Cloud worked again, and everything else worked again, and I'm like, wow, Acrobat, thanks.
Was it like a registry thing, or?
I don't even know. It was just
something.
Something. Which is one of those things that I'm like, you know, that tracks, which was kind of fun, because I think I was telling my one friend about it, and she was telling her partner, and his response was, yeah, that tracks. Yeah. Like, it does, unfortunately, because I have that problem at work, that I'm opening PDFs all the time at work, and
Thank you.
sometimes
We could manage it.
it just decides the PDF is bad. Which is fun because sometimes it decides the PDF is bad, but then the next time you open it, it's like, no, but the problem is if it throws you the error, if it throws you a code that, it's like a dialogue box that says, hey, there's an error on this PDF, contact the owner of it or whatever. I'm like, cool. So we close that dialogue box, we scroll to whatever page it is I need on the PDF, we print said page, and then we immediately close that PDF.
It's like out.
Because I have found if I leave that PDF open for any length of time, my computer just slowly starts to glitch out, and it's just Acrobat just slowly takes over and breaks the computer.
Oh my god. Wow.
I'm just like, cool. So I have problems with Acrobat at work, and I come home and I have problems with Acrobat at home. Hell. So once I'd ripped it out, I'm like, you know what, I'm just not, I don't use it super frequently to the point that I care that I'm like, if I really need to mess with a PDF, I just open it in an internet browser and call it a day.
That's ridiculous.
Because it's just, I'm like, I don't want to deal with this again.
No, yeah. That totally reminds me of when I was cutting Infinite Lives back in the day in Sony Vegas, and I would open the file and it would error out and crash, and it's like, oh no, this was hours of work this morning doing this. So you close it, you reboot the computer, you bring it up, you do something. I had to break the footage down into multiple files, and even then it would still error out. So then it's like having to render each one individually, then then take all those clips and then render it all together. And that was a nightmare of having to deal with those files and not really knowing what to do or how to deal with it, really. It's like, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
AVI files give me issues these days, the files that weren't giving me, the video files from flip cameras from 16 years ago that weren't giving me issues are now giving me issues, so I had to convert a bunch of them, and thankfully, transcoding is a lot better now than it was way back in the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I hear you there. And then of course it's fun looking up those error codes, and you're pulling up Google and Microsoft forum pages, discussion pages from 5-6 years ago, and there's no answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, are you serious?
That's always the worst. There's I have this weird error. Go look up online. Oh, cool! I found a forum post that somebody had back identical same error. That was posted 5 years ago, and there's no responses. It's like, god damn it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. and then what it turns out to be is that it's something that you had no idea about. It fixes itself on its own, and you have nothing to report. And you will memory hole that error forever, except that that you had it. You had an error, period.
Yeah. No, I remember one that I saw was I had something where it's some weird errors, some weird question or something. I think it was where I was trying to do something in a program, and I saw somebody had asked the same kind of question. And somebody had a response. I'm like, perfect. Somebody actually has a response, answers this question, does the thing I want. It's a link to some website or some video or something, and I click on it, and it was a dead one. The video was being removed or something. I'm like, no! You potentially had the answer that I needed, and it's gone. Damn it.
It's like, why didn't you do a follow-up post? Oh, I love the one where it's the most voted answer is something simple, and then someone replies, yeah, it worked for me, thank you, and then you do the exact same thing and it doesn't work. And it's like, oh god, I really need some help here, please. There are just things, it's like, why does it, I want to know, why does it do it, hook an apparatus up to my device and figure out why it does this thing. I had one time my Apple Watch didn't update, So I kept looking at 403 for what turns out to be almost 20 minutes, not realizing it. And I was like, how did that get hung up? Like, I just want to know what happened in all those layers, in all of those modes. Like, what happened that caused my watch face to not update? And I will never know. And that is a mystery. And that makes me sad.
Which that reminds me, at some point I need to restart my... I also just kind of, I think I need to get a new phone.
What do you have?
Motorola G Power or something or other.
Because Mouse has a new Moto. I can't remember which one it was. No, we just got some new Motos last year. God, was that last year? I think, yeah, it was like at the beginning of the school year. And they work for him. There you go. Don't need those flagship specs. But I switched over to iPhone a couple years ago. And every year I'm like, I think I'll wait till next year to update, because there's like one or two things that they really update. I want the better cameras. I want the camera control.
Well, and that's with mine, that it's overall, for the most part, the phone works relatively well. It is, I forget how old it is now. It's like a year or two. So it's it's not exactly old by any means, but it's the main thing that's been driving me nuts with it is that it's, if I'm doing stuff like I don't even have to have like a lot of apps open. Like I can have one other app,
of course you've killed,
and then try to open my camera.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and usually it's like, because that's the thing is, and I've had problems with it because it's not even like necessary. Maybe it is slightly more intensive apps, because it'll be stuff like I'm in a Discord call, and then I try to open my camera, and it like crashes the Discord.
Oh God.
Or I'll be like listening to music, and I'll open my and like the music one is, and it's the thing is, it's not a guarantee that it'll do it. It just happens frequently enough. Because there are sometimes where my friend of mine would laugh at me because we'd be like, I'd be working on painting theater sets or whatnot. So I'm sitting here painting the sets. So I like reach a point like, I want to take pictures of this, document the process.
Yeah.
So I'll sit there and I'll open the camera to like take pictures, and the problem is we're listening to the music on my phone, and so initially the music will keep playing. But sometimes when I close the camera, then it crashes the music.
Oh, great.
Sometimes when I open the camera, it crashes the music. So like it was never like, and then sometimes it just kept playing. Like it didn't care that I opened the camera. And I've also had it like sort of recently, like if I'm like out biking or like sometimes when I'm out kayaking, that I'll have it like tracking, or that, or I've been like where I've been out like just like hiking or something, that I'm having it like track my whatever activity is I'm doing. And it's like those ones are sometimes like I don't even have music playing. I'm like, I've just got like it tracking my walking or my kayaking or my biking or something. Like it's just got the tracking app open. It's not necessarily got anything else going. But then I was like, the scenery is cool. I want to take pictures of it. And so I'll sit there and I'll open my camera, and it just like crashes that other app.
Yeah.
And so like then I get like no progress. Like it just doesn't record that, like, oh, you did all this hiking or whatever. It just doesn't record it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I made the mistake when I ran my marathon a decade ago, was I put it in battery saver mode because I didn't know if my phone would last the whole trip. Pulling all those GPS calculations. And it turns out that it broke Runkeeper because it was not pulling GPS, or it was pulling GPS very rarely in battery saver mode.
Yeah, in battery saver mode it would do that.
Yeah. Well, so I missed the first 2 miles, and so I've never run one according to Runkeeper, which bleh. So that stinks. The phone before because I have an iPhone 13, the Pro Max, the biggest one. Because it's like, I'm just going to go for it, whatever, who cares? I'll pay it. And the phone before this, I had a Samsung A12 or something like that. and it had 64 gigabytes of storage, which is nothing. And I added more store. I added an SD card in there, and it just kept filling up, and then the performance died. So like apps would not open, kind of like you're describing, like you open one and something else would die. And it's like I couldn't run Spotify, I couldn't do this or that. You try to bring up the camera and it's just waiting for seconds, like 5 to 10 seconds before it even boots up. And it's like, this is intolerable. And unfortunately, that's like the experience for a lot of Android users, because it was a budget phone. It's like it's just barely getting by. But there, even with the SD card in there, you could offload some apps, but there was something tricky, like you couldn't load some in there, and it was a nightmare. So it's like, I have to get rid of this, and then I've never had any issues ever since then on this phone. So I'm like, phew, so glad. Even with only 128 gigs in here, I would definitely go higher for the video next time around. But just not having to deal with the basic Windows 98 era feeling bullshit. That.
And that's where I'm like conflicted, because it's some of it's just like I don't like some of the nonsense that Apple gets up to.
Right.
And so there's some aspect of that, and it's just I've been on the Android system so long.
Yeah.
And it's a combination of things. It's like if I still had like a Mac that I'm actively using, I'd be maybe more apt for it. But like all of my devices are Windows devices.
Yeah, same here.
And so it's just it's been so long since I've been on the Apple architecture, because it's like I do still have my old Mac, but like I can't. It's old enough that I really don't want to hook that up to the internet. Because I haven't been able to update the OS, because I basically hit like a hardware limit on my OS updates, that I can no longer update the OS on it. So it's like, okay, that just can't connect to the internet ever again.
Yeah.
The lights of the orphanage.
And so it's just like, which is fine, because I'm like, the main thing I use it for is just that I have like an old, my old backup disk drive that I had from back in like my college days that I have. That's the main reason I even still have it, is just so that I can access that drive.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's, it's formatted for Mac, so unfortunately I can't just like plug it into my Windows device and see it.
Blech.
It gets angry when you do that.
Yeah. No, understandably. Yeah.
So it's like, I've mostly just use it for that.
My big thing is that because I got on Android in 2010. I had an Epic 4G, and I had all the Nexus devices. It was like flagship in that, and then so it was like 12 years, and I was like, Android and iOS are like feature parity now, just about.
Yeah.
And I'm not putting ROMs on there. I'm not rooting my phone. I'm not putting on custom ROMs. I'm not doing this and that. I'm not even switching out my ringtones anymore, or my text notifications. It's like, I just want a phone that works, that does the basic stuff well. And that's what this did. It's like, it just does the things I need it to do. And yeah, I don't have like the excess, but I also don't have like every different phone brand does their own different Android skin and their own Android launcher and their own Android this and that. And you get that all the time, the Android, it was on Android, years ago. It's like, yeah, it was, but it was usually like some gimmick that was kind of crappy, poorly done, just so they could differentiate their phone from everyone else's. And then Apple does it, and they actually do like a good job with it, so it's not crap. And then they actually support it forever. And then of course the iOS updates for 7 years or longer in some cases. But after now 3 years, almost 3 years, like this thing doesn't hitch. It's not slowing down. And the battery's still good. I'm just kind of surprised by actually.
Yeah,
I just
my-
keep
my
running
battery
against the
hasn't been-
storage.
My battery hasn't been like too terrible.
Yeah.
It's definitely less than when I got it, but it's and like half my problems. It really just kind of depends on how much I'm doing on it during the day.
Right, exactly. But
That's like, yeah, it's one of those things. Like, if I'm really not messing around on my phone and I'm just like, oh, periodically checking some things here and there, maybe listening to music, but I'm not like constantly opening it and being on it, it'll last for like a day or two. But usually I'm sitting here like when I'm at work, like, oh, I'm on my calculator, break, or some like, I'm on like Discord and like looking at a bunch of things. I was like, okay, if I'm on my phone all the time, yeah, it's gonna die real fast.
Oh.
But, like, but
Yeah.
even then, it's still, it's like it's one of those things that like the only time I like charge my phone at work is if there was something funky and I forget to like plug it in at night. It's getting low enough, because I know I had a couple of times where it's like, okay, it's getting low enough in battery that like if I was just going home, or even if I was going to like the theater, it'd have been fine. But there were a couple of days it's like, oh, well, I'm doing like ticket taking or whatever at one of the shows, so I actually need to charge my phone because I need it to be at like 70 or 80%.
Yeah.
Because I'm having to scan people's tickets with my phone.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, I need to make sure it has battery for this.
Yeah. Yes, I need to be able to use the camera on here. Yep. Nope. I absolutely hear that. I would have to, because I would ride the bus in and I would use the phone on the way. And it was great to have, a charger at work. But I would usually try to make sure that I was at least above 90 before I left the house.
Yeah.
But I also remember my first smartphone was the Palm Pre, and I remember even though I had my Zune to listen to music on the walk to and from home, my phone would still be at like 20% when I got home after a shift, without fail. It just ripped through battery. That tiny little rock, little pebble.
Me too.
It was like,
yeah, it's getting very cold now.
So yeah, it's one of those things, and even now, like with the Android phone, like I know for a while the advantage of it too is also that they were just cheaper than the iPhones, and now they're all kind of getting up there.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm still getting them subsidized anyway. Because iPhone, I put down a couple $100 for this one, and then I paid it off. Like, I'm glad I paid it off. It's been mine for a while. But yeah, everything's getting expensive, and also it's the longest I've had a phone in ever. So it's kind of, I'm not buying a phone every 2 years because sudden I'm not freaking working on, stuff's not working anymore. So yeah, it just works.
But it's one of those things that maybe eventually I'll the iPhone, but it's more. I'm more okay with it nowadays because they finally went to USB-C.
Yeah, that's actually another reason why I want to upgrade is to get that too.
Yeah, because that was like one of my big hang-ups, is that they were hanging on the proprietary bullshit.
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't about that.
Well,
that's part of it with like my old Mac. My old Mac, like, it's one of the last few generations that you're allowed to change out the hard drive and the RAM and stuff.
Right.
And so it's one of those that it's like, I hate that they've gone the route of like, just, you can't change anything. Like, you can't upgrade anything. You have to just get a whole new computer. And I'm like, I would rather just change components.
Yeah.
That are like either going bad or getting small. Like, I don't need a whole, like, the rest of it's still fine. I don't need a whole new computer. Which that's where I've got the, I have a framework laptop that I picked up.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, and my fiance says hi. She's happy. She's happy that, because we haven't talked in a minute. So she's happy about that.
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Yeah, the framework seems like it's a really cool platform to like switch out components and like it's the ideal.
Yeah, so that's what's neat about it, because it's the whole modular system, and then it's what the other thing that because they're like one of the big right to folks. And so that's what's kind of neat. Like all of the internal components have like QR codes on them.
Mm-hmm.
So and not even just like internal components. So like with like this stuff, like it all has like you can like scan that QR code to like get that exact part.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be like, hey, I need this new part because like either it's busted or you just want to like upgrade or something like that. But it's so you can like just sit there like, oh, if parts start to go bad, you can just like send the part in, get a new part to install on your computer so it works again, and then they can either like dispose of it properly or refab it and then sell it like a refab piece type thing. And I'm like, I love that.
Yeah, and I've seen the Linus Tech Tip videos about just all how easy it is to pull stuff out and do this stuff.
And like that's one of the other things too that I like about it, because it's like that, which I need to pick up more ports for it. So it's got like 6 slots in the bottom. That you unlock them, and then you can like. There is limitations on like some of the slots can only take certain things. But it's one of those things that like I can, and so it's got USB-C charging, which is nice. And so that's the thing is I can basically take a USB and I can plug it on like one side of the laptop or on the other side of the laptop. I can change which side of the laptop my charging port is on.
Right.
Or I could have a USB-C in both slots and just like, oh, today I'm charging on this side, tomorrow I'm charging on the other side.
And just move it out.
It's like, oh, and it's like, oh, well, you have like, you need to plug in a couple of monitors. Well, it's like, plug them into you can take your display ports and you can plug them into these slots, and you have like different monitors you can plug in. And there's like, oh, you need the Ethernet jack. There's an Ethernet you can like thing that it's just there's all these. It's just so customizable that like I could change out ports for what I need.
Yeah. Yeah, and in a laptop, no less. Like, obviously, that was the beauty of the PC, but, when you would look at laptops, it's like, well, it's hermetically sealed, and the RAM is soldered to the board, and this and that, and, like, good luck.
Yeah.
Answer the question.
So, I think it's cool.
And I did, on this laptop, I did splurge for it, so I've got, like, the dedicated GPU on it.
Oh, there you go.
The thing is, like, you can get it, like, it's just like it's got, like, the integrated graphics, or you can get, like, a dedicated plug into the back of it. But I've gotten that because that's the whole thing. Is like, part of the thing with this laptop is I've been getting into, I've done some, like, on and off 3D modeling throughout the years, but I've been also more recently messing with, like, architectural modeling stuff.
Okay.
Messing with some of that, because there's software that I basically have. I can get access to teacher stuff. I work at a school district, and so it's been fun because I've been working on trying to like model theater I work at, so that we can.
So you can plan out staging, right?
Well, so it's a combination. You can plan out some staging stuff, but then there's also some of the lighting consoles have access to this like 3D type software that you can sit there and it's like a visualizer in a way that you use it to like, some people claim that you can't actually design one of those. Yeah, but maybe I can't design the show fully in it, but I can at least get a starting point going.
Yeah.
That it's like, okay, yeah, we'll have to tweak stuff when we get to the space, but like, if I pre-do a bunch of this stuff, that's however many more steps forward. That's less stuff that I have to do in the space, and we can just keep stuff moving along faster type stuff. I've been having fun, and that's the next step is now I actually have to sit down and like actually learn how to use the lighting console.
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
But and also just finish up the model. I think it's because I think like the base is mostly done. I just now need to like figure out proper like exporting techniques for it, and then also place light fixtures in it. But I need to like grab the light plot. But I think we're modifying the light plot, so it's like partly why I haven't necessarily done a deep cut on it yet, because it's like, okay, we need to update the base light plot so that I can actually import it correctly in this document.
Mm-hmm. So you... Oh, okay. Because you're having to grab where the light locations are so you can actually use them properly.
Yeah, where the fixtures are. Because it's like we have old light plots, like what it used to be, but we've like adjusted things since those were printed.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, okay, yeah, I could put fixtures in there, but it's like, okay, but some of these fixtures don't exist anymore, or they're shifted and whatnot. So it's like, okay, there's no point in using this light plot. I'm just gonna wait for them to update.
This will be the last.
Which I think we're actually planning on doing that this summer, and or like the end of the school year, because I think that's the one lighting kid. I think they're kind of tasking him with getting a bunch of that kind of modified and set back up properly.
Yeah.
Because of course he's graduating this year, so we're losing our really great lighting design kid again.
Oh, yeah, they just keep leaving.
They do. Like, man, every 4 years they just keep leaving. It's tough.
They learn what they gotta learn, and then they're out of there.
Gone. Yeah, we had a similar problem. Like that was we had another student who was a really good lighting designer, which is it's been fun kind of following him because I follow the platform.
Mm-hmm.
It's been kind of fun seeing the stuff he's getting up to, because he was a really good lighting designer for a high school student.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, damn, this is impressive stuff this kid is doing. This kid's gonna go places.
So I wonder, like, what's the field? I mean, obviously you're doing like a lot of volunteer work in that, but like, what's the future for so many people who wanted to get into the technical theater stuff? Like, is that a thriving thing, or is it still kind of a, or I should say, is it something you have to really be networked in with or know the people to get a job doing that?
It's a mixture. There is definitely a lot of network still very much a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also one of those things that you'd be surprised at how small world it is.
Mm-hmm.
But there is so it's one of those things like, yeah, network. If you're willing to kind of weasel your way into things and just kind of be loud and do things, like, there are people that will listen to things and like go out and you kind of throw yourself out there, because that's.
Tell me.
And I think that's some of it, and some of it's like, because I remember
beings have friends, Harry.
I forget where he ended up going to college, if he's still in college. Because I think he is out in New York area.
Mm-hmm. Which obviously that's where you would go.
Yeah.
That's one of the places you would go.
I don't remember if he's still in college or not. I think it's been long enough. Graduated, or is it like a senior or something?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't remember exactly what year it was he graduated high school.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so he's been out doing a bunch of stuff, so that's been kind of neat to see. And then this other kid, it'll be interesting to see what he ends up going into, because he's like, he really enjoys doing the lighting design and theater stuff, but I think he's potentially going to school for like some kind of scientific something or other.
Mm-hmm. Scientific something or other.
That's right, because that's the thing, is there's so many of these kids that are like, oh, I'm going biochemical engineering, or like
computer science.
Just some weird string of like, okay, that is a very specific science degree you're going for. It's one of those things that it's kind of fun that the school I worked at, that it's very much like, yes, this is very much a different demographic than the high school I went.
Never coming
Mm-hmm.
Partly because we'll sit there and I'll be just hanging out with the kids, and which is what was. I remember there was one day, it was very fun, that I'd like walked in and they were having, I forget what it was that they were doing. I was coming in looking for the boss to ask a question. I was coming in to do something, and I just immediately get like almost jumped on by like 3 or 4 of them. Like, do you like cats? And yes. What? And so they're sitting here like showing me pictures of like their cats, and I'm like, I don't understand what's happening, but I'm here for it.
Yeah.
And then somehow that devolved into then asking if I had tattoos.
Okay.
Which I'm like, I mean, technically, yes. I have this dot on the palm of my hand where I accidentally stabbed myself in the hand with a pen in college. Does that count? It's ink beneath my skin. It's still there. And so they're kind of like mystified by that. And then of course, then you know, because we're talking tattoos, then that devolves into piercings. And they're asking if I have a piercing, and I'm like, I stab myself in the leg with a pitchfork. Does that count as a puncture wound?
Yeah. Oh, students, my goodness.
Which is like, because they're sitting there like, what? And I'm like, here, let me show you the scar. And they're just like, oh my. And I'm just, but it's like nonsense like that, or just talking about stuff that I did in high school. And I'm like, yeah, I went to a very rural school, apparently, because y'all is city kids, and y'all is very much city kids. And what do you mean you don't have drive your tractor to school day?
Yeah, we didn't have that in the suburbs. No.
But it's just there's like some of that, and just also, yeah, it's just the technology, or just some of like the willy-nilliness that some of the kids do think. And amount of money.
Yeah.
Unlike my high school, which, like, yes, there were the rich kids, but like most of the school population was very much lower middle class.
Yeah, and Mouse can definitely relate to driving a tractor to school day. She was out in the country too.
Well, so like that's the worst part. Is like my hometown was kind of like, it was like halfway between two of the big cities, and
she didn't drive
it's not a small town.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think now it, like, I think when I was, you know, like back in like high school, whenever they were like 20,000 people.
The pile in the east.
And I think nowadays, I think they're up to like 25,000 or something. Like, it's not a small town.
Billion people.
But it always felt like a small town.
Yeah.
Because you'd be sitting there and you'd like, you know, going to the grocery store, you're just around town, and you're just constantly, it's like, seeing everybody you know, and like, it's the like small town gossip. Everybody knows everybody. It never felt like a big town.
Yeah.
And it didn't help that we were a fairly, you know, agrarian like based society or whatnot. Like, we, like, you know, there are a couple of big plants that like employed people, but like, just there's a lot of farm kids in the area.
Yeah.
And so it was just, it always felt like a small town. You're very agrarian, very rural. And so now that I work in like a much like the richer side of town, the richer suburbs, which also kind of sucks because it means rent is relatively expensive on this side of town. But you know,
yeah,
big deal.
Yeah, that's the Junction City population last year was 22,932.
Why is YouTube?
And it's not, so it's like, that's like 22. So we're in a city of almost 500,000, and we have the issue that's the next step up of people want this low slung suburban life. But you know, we've reached the point where we're now at almost 500,000 people, and there are fixtures of big cities that you need when you are that big, and people are pushing out against that because they want to maintain that small town feel, even though we're 500,000 people. So it's like fighting the natives who have been here for not even a generation, who want the town to be this way, and it's like, it can't be that way. That time has passed.
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's how cities grow.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. Absolutely.
Yep.
People don't get it at all. Well, I'm glad you're able to drop in. Like I said, it's been a minute.
It has. I've been... Well, and that's even like this nonsense that I'm dealing with right now, because that was, we ended... I'll look at my calendar, because I don't know what day of the week it is.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you.
Or a month, or any of this
is
nonsense.
just a word.
Because, yeah, we had...
Sleep shouldn't be this bad.
So I had, like, the high school show... So I was thinking, I was helping out with the high school show. And so that was the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th. And then we had like a big concert thing on that 12th. And I kind of sort of had a week off. But then I had like a bunch of family shenanigans.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And then like last week, and so some of those things, I had like the week off theater to an extent, but then there was like a big, one of the local churches like rents out the theater for Easter, because that way they only have to do like 2 services
Because you feel even
instead of like
worse
5 if they did it at their church.
Why are you so tired?
Because their congregation just, you get so many people like come back or whatever, like
Mhm.
Christmas and Easter type stuff.
Is worrying,
that
isn't it?
they rent out the theater and they actually fill it pretty good. It's
able to think.
one of those things like they don't. It's not like we don't hit capacity, but man, they trying.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not a small theater. The theater I work for, it's an 899 seat theater. Like, it's not a small theater.
No.
And they'll get like 700 people in there, and it's just like, dang.
And,
where do you find all these people?
Well, and then but Easter, and
Yeah.
Easter, Christmas.
Yep. And so it's one of those things. So like that whole event thing that we were setting up for all of that stuff. But then I had like, go back and visit my family and just a bunch of other family stuff. And then this past week and so it was a combination, because I think it was basically, we were all kind of like, took a break, mental break-ish from, between shows. So I had like a week off between shows.
Mm-hmm.
Because then this past week, I basically had like all of the Easter nonsense, all of that I was, worrying about all of that.
Yeah.
And then this past week was actually no, even like during that week, that week I had to come up with my initial sketches for the next show I'm working. But it wasn't like I didn't have to like fully commit to things. I was kind of like generating ideas, throwing things on a canvas, just kind of.
But you were still mentally having to commit to that.
Still kind of working on this. And so basically, like, kind of around Easter was when we finally, like, I think it was early in the week, that we threw stuff at the director, being like, okay, I had to solidify my design a bit more. Throw it at the director. Yay, yes, no, maybe, what do you change thing, whatever, rough ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And, he kind of approved it. So it's like, okay, cool. So he's okay with kind of the design direction. So now I need to sit there and narrow it down, because I've got, like, a week to paint all this stuff.
And how long does can you do it in a week, or is it like you're cramming it in there?
We'll see.
Okay, all right.
And so like last week was a lot of, okay, so he kind of approved the design, so now I need to like solidify, finish the design, figure out what paint colors we need, because that's the thing, is because we're just like community, it's a combination between the community theater, high school stuff. We just buy like house paint.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to like sit there with the swatch book and like look through the swatch book, like, okay, which of these colors do I want? What am I mixing? Am I just doing straight up type stuff?
Get your Pantone swatches.
Yeah, because it's one of those things, like, there's college where we were able to buy the fancy paint, which is basically a gallon of pigment.
Okay.
It's not paint, it's a gallon of pigment. In essence, it's like, it's got other stuff in it, but it's mostly just a, concentrated paint. And so, because the point of that is that you're mixing it and then you're thinning it, so that it's, you're not painting straight from the bucket, because the bucket is just like, basically pure pigment that you're purposely dumping out of the bucket to mix it, to thin it, so that it actually like paints on like stuff.
Yeah.
Because in essence, what's in those buckets, it's like when you go to like Home Depot and whatnot, and they've got their machine that they, you get the paint can that they put on their tray, and they have the little heads that come out. That's what those heads are putting into your bucket of base. That's what's in the buckets of paint the theater paint is. It's those pigments that it's pouring into your bucket. So it's like, you're like adding it to like primer or something, or just like, using water and thinning it out to then paint it on surface. So it's like, I do miss some of that, because some of that's fun, because it's, mixing paints. That's where I get to like call upon my traditional painting background. I'm like, yes, let me mix all.
Yeah, and you get
Whereas
your
with, like,
the mixing, the chemistry.
Yeah, having fun with that. With the house paint, it's like, okay, I kind of need to like just pick colors, and it's.
So how do you then? You're mixing it because you're having because like when you get the pigments, like are you getting?
So with the house paint, we're just like you're finding your house. It's like your typical. Looking at the swatch book, going, okay, I want this color and this color, and you just take it in like to the Home Depot counter and you're like, hey, I need a gallon of this and I need a gallon of that, and you're giving you just your pre-mixed paints.
Yeah.
So okay. It's like a lot of times what I'm doing is like with this current show, there's a bunch of like blacks and whites and grays because this is like music themed thing, so there's like pianos and whatever. But I basically we'll get a gallon of this white and we'll get some of this black, and then for like any of the grays that I need, I'm just gonna mix the grays that I need, or I need like slightly lighter or darker that it's a bunch of the stuff. I'm trying to pick colors that it's like, okay, the main bases are going to be these colors, and then from there I'll take either some of the other paints we have laying around, or and I'm tinting and shading and just modifying some of these other paints slightly to get the colors that I need. So I'm not like every color is not. We're not buying every single color. It's like basically I'm making there. But it's still a process, and house paint has been fighting. Like I've been doing this for years, and I still have not mastered the art of mixing house paint. It still fights me to this day because it's just. And it's not even like the mixing. It's a little bit of mixing, but it's just paint. Usually, like the plastic acrylic base type paints, they dry darker than like their wet form. They dry darker.
Oh wow, no.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is with like most like artistic acrylic paints, that or it's just I'd figured out the acrylic paints that I use. But it's like for whatever reason, like your traditional like artist acrylic paints, I just sort of like not necessarily innately know, but I've learned how much drier. Like I know the degrees of darkness drier they're going to go.
Through experience.
For whatever reason, through a combination of through experience or just like house paint, I swear it changes. Like some colors will dry so much darker than their wet, barely dry darker than their wet form, and I just cannot figure out house paint. And it's like, and I can't even say it's like, I'm not used to dealing with these. Like I've been I had their real dealing with like painting with house paints for the past almost like 8 years. So it's not even like years of experience that I'm lacking. Like, no, I've been doing this for a while. I can't figure these suckers out. They're still winning.
And maybe you'll just keep fighting that forever.
I probably will.
Ah, damn it.
I doubt it will change. But no, so it's just that's this so like last week was very much just like solidifying my design and sending my list of like, okay, these are the colors and the amounts that I need. Like then the stage manager, my friend, was and then
but you guys are meeting together about that stuff and working through that, figuring that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, because part of it, some of it helps that the stage manager, my friend, also works in the same place that I do.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So like sometimes during the day, like I remember there was the one day.
In its frame, cold wind blows in.
I've been on break and I'm like, hey, are you busy? And she's just kind of like, no, like and I'm like, I'm gonna come bother you then. So I walk over to her office being like, okay, let's talk theater things.
Yeah. Let's figure this part out.
Let me provide you with distraction from your real job. Because I'm avoiding going back to mine.
Yes, right.
So it was like, I was chatting about that, but then it was fine because it was, I think I did Wednesday or something, but it was fine because it was one of those we also needed to like narrow down what the heck we were doing on Friday because we were going to a show on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, are you picking me up? Am I meeting you somewhere? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, let's figure it out. Get the logistics.
Coordinate how we're getting downtown to go to this show. But yeah, no. So it was a lot of last week was just kind of planning and getting stuff prepped and figuring out, okay, how am I going to go about painting this floor? Because that's the main thing we're painting is we're painting on the floor, giving this like fancy floor treatment.
Mm-hmm.
And so then that was the thing. So on Friday, because I only worked till 10 on Fridays, I then went to the theater because my boss never confirmed if he needed my help with anything. So I'm like, all right, fine. I will just show up and then he will tell me.
Looks like we can get to work
I will be an annoying presence to bother you, and then you will have to tell me if I need to stay or leave.
Right. It's like, make your presence known.
I will physically be here annoying you. Which he didn't end up necessarily needing me for anything, so it's like, okay, cool. So then I just worked on some of the stuff for the show.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, coming up with like the rough lines and then taping out some stuff and drawing lines out and like, okay. A rough layout, some layout stuff has happened. So now I'm ready so that when I get like random people to help me on the weekend, I can just be like, here, paint this section. So then that's what ended up happening. So then yesterday we had a big event that a bunch of us were all working on Saturday morning,
the belt used for hanging it,
early afternoon,
which may of course all be wrong.
And then,
but we still need to talk to them.
In the evening, we then switched over that we clocked out of our out of work, and we didn't leave the space. We just like clocked out and then proceeded to work on a different show.
Yeah.
Because this other show's with like the community theater and not with the high school, but it's in the same space.
Okay.
Because it's the only theater in that, suburb, town, whatever you want to call it.
So how many like overlapping productions are you dealing with at once?
It depends.
Okay.
Depends.
Say it's a busy season and you've got to like.
Well, this past summer, there was a point where I was in essence working. They were all in like varying different stages.
Right.
Because like one of them was, because I think it was like our middle show. That. Yeah, so it was like the community theater with does like 3 shows a summer.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were on our second show. We were in like tech.
Ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly
for the I think it was tech. I think that's when I started kind of, because it was basically I think we were basically for the most part the bulk of the painting was done. It was down to like kind of like the last few things and touch-ups and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But like the bulk of the painting had been done, so it was down to like piddly details, touch-ups, last-minute things that we needed to change or whatever. So like I had
a rough night's sleep.
Slaving away at painting this floor, but there's still a decent amount of painting. So I'm working on that show, getting that into tech and getting ready to open.
Mm-hmm.
But then, because I got yelled at a couple of times with the director, because then sometimes we'd sit there and we'd go to like the bar after the rehearsal or whatnot or the show, and I'd sit there and I'd bring my Surface along. So I'm sitting in the bar with my Surface working on designs for the next show
as they're
that we're doing,
taking off for the night.
Well, no, so we're all sitting in the bar because we're all just hanging out after the show.
Uh-huh.
It was like, stop working.
Yeah, right.
No.
Stop it, Bolty.
So I'm sitting there, like working on set design for the next show.
Uh-huh.
In the bar after working on painting and stuff for the current show. But then I was also doing some design work, like pre-design work for the high school show that was they were doing at like the beginning and then
we can walk right past.
So I was working on actively working on one show. I was working on 2 different kind of areas of design for 2 other shows.
Mm-hmm.
There were also a couple of days where I'd come in and help. We were because that was the thing, is because Beauty and the Beast is such a big show, and we have limited time to work on things. and our crew is mostly high schoolers. Like, we have our couple of adult staff at the theater, but they're just as busy as I am, but like elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't always be in to help. And we haven't quite figured out how to get involved.
You see a
which would be
heavy
great.
steel door.
So there's a lot of stuff that it's
Drawn.
that boss joked that it was me and him just kind of stand a lot of that.
You do?
Because
It's a door in the back of the
a lot of the problem is
Why
that
do you care where it leads?
usually a lot of people already had like skills with certain things.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, I suppose these
But also you just had more time to be able to teach them
Garth
things.
is the person to ask.
The cobalt blue.
Because I remember in college we had scene shop, or just like all of those shops happened. It was like 1 to 5 Monday through was like shop time.
Mm-hmm.
At this high school, we have our stage crew days Tuesday, Wednesday from 4 to 6. So you get like 4 hours a week with students, if you're lucky.
Yeah. To get the stuff done.
Hard. That's hard to build a set with experienced adults only doing 4 hours a week.
And then get
so it's
these
like, okay,
teenagers.
So now you have teenagers, some of which have just never touched a. So it's like, okay, I now have to teach you how to use this thing so that we can build these things. But because I have to teach you how to do these things, you have no experience. So you're going to like. The number of times, it was very fun. I tried to do it not with an eye shot of students that were doing things, but there were a couple of times that, I'm watching like 3 high schoolers working together, taking 15 minutes to try to attach a piece of masonite to a wood frame.
Huh.
And I'm offering advice, and like, if they're really getting stuck, I'm like, okay, this is, try doing this, seeing holding drills in different positions or whatever, showing how to kind of more apply force to help with things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm offering assistance, and whatever, and at some point, they have to leave. It's like the end of the day, or they had to leave early or whatever. I'm like, oh,
Not a
fine,
muscle
whatever.
moves in her face.
Wait for them to walk out of like eye shot, and I'm like, okay, let me put this on in like 30 seconds. I'm sitting here watching you guys struggle for 15 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I can get that sucker slapped on in like under a minute.
Yeah, but they're young and they don't know what they don't know.
Exactly. It's one of those things. So it's like, I try not to do it necessarily in their face.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very much the case that it's, there, and that's even with like some of the painting that I've joked about with some of it, that it's, I'm listed as the scenic painter, scenic artist, but it's like, okay, there is a lot of the stuff that I didn't actually paint a lot of.
Mm-hmm.
Although some of the shows, there is a lot of stuff that I did just have to paint a lot because it's, we have limited time and they can only paint so fast, and I have years of experience.
And you have 4 hours a week with them.
Yeah, so it's, tricky.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of stuff that it's, what I do is like, I'll have like my cluster, okay, like, kids, this is the technique we're doing. This is how you, do this technique. These are the colors you're using. Okay, you guys try it and kind of watch and make, okay, it looks like you guys have it. Cool. These are the panels or whatever that are going with this technique, this color, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the next group of 3 kids, and I'm trying to assign, like, so it's like there's a lot of me, like, okay, I paint a little bit to kind of show them how to do the things, ask questions, questions, you think you got it, watch them get started, verify, okay, it does look like you seem to be grasping the concept.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the problem this year, is we had, in a way it's a good problem to have, because we had I had probably like 15 or so paint kits.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, we had a really good paint, just had a lot of. The problem is, none of them were like returning students from previous years.
So you're having to start over.
Yeah, so either they're freshmen or they were upperclassmen. Done it, but it's like, cool. I know the skill level of none of you. So it's like, man, it'd been nice to have a couple of at least like returning students, because if it was like a returning student, if I know what their skill level is, I can be like, hey, do you remember this technique?
Yeah.
And if they do, it's like, cool, we're doing this technique on this thing, take this group of kids and show. and kind of like lead this project.
Yeah.
That it's like I could I could break it up such that it's not just me teaching all of these kids things. Like, okay, I have some upperclassmen who kind of know what's happening and be like, okay, this is what we're doing. Take this group of kids, show them and help them and do this project. So I can release them and then I can focus on necessary things. So it's like I don't have to.
You don't have to
try
babysit them
between.
through it.
But then it's like I'll still have to, I'm checking in constantly.
But it's less stressful.
It's less stressful and it's less kids just standing around waiting for me to get to their task. Because that's half the battle is keeping the kids engaged. But it's like it's really hard. But like, okay, I have 3 kids this, and I gotta show these 3 kids how to do this. But it's there's piles of kids. They're just kind of sitting there twiddling their thumbs, just waiting, trying to get you on task. I just got so many tasks and so many kids.
Yeah.
And like one of me.
How many do you have at once?
And that's where it's like it varies because there are some days I'll have 2 kids, and then some days I have 10.
Yeah.
And then some days, some of the other departments don't have anything to do, so they shove the painting, and then I have 15 of them, and it's like cool.
Yeah.
The days that really suck are the ones where my boss goes, "Oh, I forgot to mention, there's this staff meeting that's going to be running late, so you get to start stage crew." And I'm like, rude.
So why you do that to me?
What are we going to do? So then it's like, okay, I gotta.
You were specifically asked not to say that.
Haven't had like. I always feel so bad for the set kids. Like, what are we doing in the scene shop? And I'm like, I don't know. He didn't give me tasks. So I honestly could not tell you. Because it's like, some of it too is like, and that's. I need to like corner him on it a little bit more and get him better at it. That it's. Some of it, like, I would be able to lead tasks a little bit better in the scene shop if I was more. That's because I don't necessarily need to be in charge of the design, but it's like if we sat down and we came up with a design, like, okay, this is how we're building it, and I had documents to reference. So it's like, okay, we need to build this many walls at this height, this thickness, whatever. Then I could be like, okay, so this is what the set is. This is the set design. It's all drafted and all this stuff, so we know sizes of things, dimensions of things, materials. So then it's like, okay, if he's off, dealing with staff meetings or he's checking in on some of the other departments, it's like, okay, I can jump from paint and I can like, okay, so you've cut all these things. This is how you're putting them together. But so much of it has just been, a lot of it's just like in his head.
Okay.
Like, this doesn't help me.
No,
I'm not in your head.
No, right, exactly. And especially when you're trying to instruct the crew of variable size, how that's gonna work.
And so it's one of those that it's like, okay, I need to like get better about cornering him. Like, okay, we need to sit down and figure out a design. Like, if I have to draft fine.
Is that why you're chasing him down afterward with the surface? It's like, we need to get this out of your head real quick.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I need to start just like hunting him down and be like, all right, sit down. Which that was kind of the advantage one show, because I was the designer on the. So I was able to be a little bit. Like, there was aspects that he was still kind of in charge of and, figuring out some things and whatnot. But, like, there was an amount of it that I was able to kind of help some of the kids a little bit more, being like, okay, I know what this is going to look like, because I just...
Yeah. To be part of the process.
Well, and that's... I think he has talked about potentially shoving more of that responsibility at me.
Uh-huh.
Just because he is constantly jumping between so many different departments and so many different things.
Well, delegation.
I mean, that's the running sort of joke, and also a very sadly true statement that if I did not put in the number of hours that I put in, he would not be there still.
Oh. So you're like covering for him a bit.
Well, it's not even just covering for him; it's just helping.
Yeah.
Because it is a 2-person job to run this space.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of like run just all of the responsibilities that are under his job description. It's a 2-person job. It is not a 1-person job. And so a lot of it has been, there's been a bunch of tasks that he's delegated to, and I have been helping out with the stage, and I've been doing that like director. I was helping out with stage crew stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've kind of taken over a lot of like the painting stuff for it because that's just kind of my jam.
Yeah.
But like the previous guy liked having me around. One, because I could then take over like a bunch of the painting, but 2, then I was another adult, because that's the thing during stage crew. There's like the technical director, who's my boss, and then there's the like director of the show that they're actively working on. So that's like 2 adults for like 50 kids.
Yeah.
Which is not a lot of adults for that many kids.
Just a moment, officer.
Especially high schoolers.
And there's no public phones
And so
nearby?
me helping out with a bunch of the stage crew stuff has meant there's now a 3rd adult on the premise.
Yes.
I understand.
Especially if you're volunteering or whatever.
Well, and that's the thing. So I do get paid for it.
Uh-huh.
Because that's one of the big differences between the previous current one. Because for the previous director, I was doing it mostly volunteer.
Please don't.
So like the 4 hours a week segment would be volunteer for the most part. If I came in on the Fridays, because I do that like 4 days, and
May I ask what you need?
so on Fridays I get done at like 10.
The young woman who's
And
sitting for us.
it's been very fun because both directors have very much taken it.
You hear that?
They're like, oh, this is
Someone's
nice.
missing. There could be
Don't ever change your schedule.
Yeah.
Because there's been like days where it's like, sometimes there's a random event or like some midday something or other that I can like, I'm not at work, so I can come down and I can work at an event if need be. Then there's also days like, when we're doing some of the set stuff that it's like, I can come by at 10 and we can just slam out a bunch of set during the day.
Yeah.
So that, they can have an evening then in the
Right, exactly. So that, in some circles they just call that management.
But so it was the previous director. So it was like on those days, when I come in on a Friday, then he'd like, okay, no, put time in for this.
To worry about.
But the current director, I started out as not putting in hours until he was like severely yelling at me.
Uh-huh.
To the point of he's like, look, if you don't put in hours, I'm just gonna like take away your ability to record. I will start recording your timesheets. I'm like, fine, I will put in hours so that you don't have to do that because I am an adult and I don't need to do that for me.
Right. Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier this afternoon about feeling like you're an adult on the job and able to not have to require supervision and micromanagement.
Which that's the problem I have with my coworker. I have one coworker that's like, I feel like I do have to micromanage her a little bit. And I'm like,
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to wrap up this stream. I think we're at it. We got it as best we can. I appreciate everyone who was watching in, participating. I got to talk to some great people. And we got 11 hours into freaking Disco Elysium when I'd only put in 2.5 before. Yeah. And if anyone still wants to support the channel, they could still do it. All the links are in the D-Box. You could still put in a super chat, whatever you need. But thanks, everyone. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you're not already doing that. The bots usually die when I put up a new upload or something. So there's like a couple subs that evaporate immediately. But, yeah, let's get out of here. Let's do it. All right. Good night, everybody.